السلام الملكي. السلام عليكم. نحتفل اليوم.
Today we are celebrating one of the most important sources of power for any country, and one of the most important social, economic, and development fields and facts as well, about the development of cities and making its civilization and preserving its history, the history of cities as well. We don't try to communicate only with the officials and experts only. However, we want to play the role of a parent, a father who's actually is doing his best as to find a house for his son, so as to face the fluctuation of time as well. He is that young man who really wants to have his own house. It's about the family that wants to live in a district full of services, surrounded by a park, entertainment, schools as well. That does not actually happen through the suffering of the crowdedness of cities, in addition to the noise of the streets. It's the goal of building our dreams that have been unprecedented and haven't been actually made by others before. And we want, for example, to imagine the possible and to make the fact and reality. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Real Estate Future Forum 2024.
الماضية في نهضتها التنموية رؤية 2030 وبرامجها الطموحة التي ستسهم بمشيئة الله في محافظة المملكة على مكانتها المتقدمة عالميا
to preserve the great position of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to achieve more development, more growth as well, and to achieve an honorable life for its citizens as well. From here, from Riyadh, the capital of growth and economic power, and one of the largest, city economies in the world, estimated more than $2 trillion in real estate development and construction projects as well. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is working so hard so as to make the real estate sector an attractive point for investors, locally or globally, being one of the most important sources so as to build investment opportunities for the national economy, which is going to be enhanced by diversification of income, such as tourism, in addition to transport, logistics, services, in addition to the mega projects focusing on the infrastructure, in addition to the developments in the financial sector, which has become a very big supporter and boosting the real estate sector through diversification of financing and investments through the investment funds or the real estate income market as well. Developing this sector, of course, is an indispensable solution where the emerging technology in the real estate are going to be used and initiated by startups, which actually provide services and innovation-based services in the field of real estate. And with the great national transformation plans as well within the Vision 2030, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has achieved unprecedented success by hosting Expo 2030, and it's just like, it's an indication of the great role of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in addition to the great confidence, the global confidence in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where this exhibition will achieve a great transfer, financial transfer and economic transfer, enhancing the infrastructure and the very specific projects of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, such as the real estate sector as well. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in form of all its government entities, to carry out big projects like Al Qadiyah, the Line, the Red Sea, and the New Square as well, in addition to many other newly emerging projects that will enhance the real estate, sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, working so hard as to achieve high level of development in the economy, national economy. The international office of real estate international organization for real estate has been established in Riyadh, talking about more than 100 sessions and workshops, and achieving more than 200 million views as well, in the presence of 250 major agencies, and in addition to signing more than 35 agreements as well. The Real Estate Future Forum is one of the most important events, not only in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but in the whole region as well. It's an opportunity to discuss everything that's related to the real estate sector and in leading the transformation in the industry of real estate, and the impact of technology on real estate future as well, and restructuring the scenario and the situation of the real estate, in addition to many other strategic sessions that will enrich the sessions of the forum as well, based on the volunteering level, which contributes to achieving a great level of development. Well, the Real Estate Future Forum with the Society of Real Estate, in collaboration with the Ministry of Housing, the volunteering initiative as well, in collaboration with their Royal Highnesses, their Excellencies, economists and real estate developers, so as to enable the non-profit sectors, in addition to the entrepreneurs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to provide their expertise and experience. And today we complete the third edition of this forum in presence of more than 85 countries, with 300 speakers who are getting together here in this important Real Estate Future Forum, with more than 40 workshops and 30 sessions. Well, the forum will announce the most important memorandum of understanding and agreements, which are going to be signed in period of 3 days. Based on real estate development and construction technology, and establishing real estate funds as well, in addition to providing advisory services, so as to come up with new ideas and exchange thoughts and ideas and transfer experience as well, so as to develop the real estate sector in Saudi Arabia. We're in the General Authority of Real Estate. We're working with all our partners in the public and the real estate sector as well, so as to build a third sector that will apply complete services and real estate methodologies that are based on science. And in this important forum as well, we're getting together with beneficiaries and partners, so as to listen to them and hear from them, so as to have continuous development. We're all partners in constructing and building the real estate future. Within years, the real estate sector will be completely different, in a way that many people, for example, consider as a dream. With the great transformation plans and with the great efforts of everybody, for example, and exceeding 2 million kilometers, and 808 million real estate sectors in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I mean, this great, sector is going to be operated by the real estate registry with our partners as well, so as to achieve enablement, sustainability. In addition, in development as well. We try to do our best so as to build communities and, for example, to provide all service to the residents as well, working together for new horizons in the third edition of this Real Estate Future Forum. And we are going to tell you all details about the transfer that the National Company for Housing has done within the last few years. Being the most important national developers that came up with the new methodologies that changed the culture of living in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and with the intervention of Roshan, Development Group, so as to participate in this important real estate future forum, to open new opportunities for exchanging thoughts and ideas under the title of Future Cities and Flexibility. We're going to share with others our vision and ambitious projects as well, and the same methodology that we build our project as well, an unprecedented level as well. We are looking forward in this important forum to getting together with all the different partners as well, from private and public sector, and for all of those who are concerned about the real estate sector, so as to unify our future trends of the sector as well. It gives me much pleasure as well in Smiwala Qaria to welcome you all to the Real Estate Future Forum, not as a strategic partner concerned about the future cities. However, it's based on our desire and role as the real estate developer for 15 years in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia today, and with high level of excellence. The third edition of the Real Estate Future Forum comes in a third edition, having a great position and status in the world of real estate as well, regionally and globally. And as a matter of fact, this is a great status that we deserve and position deserve, being held here in the city of Riyadh. Based on our strong belief, the leadership of this real estate sector as well, based on the Vision 2030, and in continuation of achieving our vision and our company says to create better real estate opportunities with very affordable services and products as well. We are participating with the organizers here in its the third edition of the Real Estate Future Forum. We, with a number of leaders, a number of experts from the real estate sector, so as to provide innovative solutions that will contribute to developing communication services and facing and confronting future challenges, based on our capabilities, and a number of the local and regional partnerships that will invest so as to achieve the goals of development and to achieve welfare and growth as well, that will reflect on the real estate sector. We welcome the guests of the forum in its third session. We strongly believe that this third edition will come up with a number of recommendations that will go with the expectations of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the ambitions of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and our community. We are very much honored to become the strategic patronist and sponsor for a better, attractive investment environment. Let's work together to achieve a great success for common goals that we're all about today in the third edition of the Real Estate Future Forum. In its third edition, and for 3 days, the Real Estate Future Forum will organize a number of workshops and sessions in collaboration with more than 300 speakers from more than 85 countries around the world. And let's know for sure that this third edition is going to be accompanied by an exhibition which actually builds a bridge among all the players in the real estate sector, from the public and the private sector. And ladies and gentlemen, now let's start listening to the main speech of His Excellency, the CEO of the General Authority of Real Estate. Mr. Engineer Abdullah Al-Hamad, the CEO of the General Authority for Real Estate in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, God's peace and mercy upon Prophet Muhammad to the Day of Judgment, and on his disciples, family members to the Day of Judgment. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters from inside and outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, God's peace and mercy be upon all of you. Welcome to the Real Estate Future Forum. Welcome to the Real Estate Future Forum in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. Welcome welcome to Riyadh, which has been chosen by the whole world so as to become the hosting place for one of the most important and largest, sports and real estate, events in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And last year, we actually hosted, the global summit, last year, and Riyadh has been actually the place for organizing cityscape events last year as well. Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of organizing this important forum in time of what's being witnessed in the real estate sector locally, regionally, internationally as well. Through the great achievements and contribution coming and the time when Saudi Arabia has been actually announced very large mega projects from time to time that made the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia one of the most important, the largest places for constructions in amount of trillions so as to achieve the goals of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The real estate sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is witnessing very great financing transformations led by innovative leadership, in addition to ambitious vision as well, in addition to strategic goals, targeting to diversify the economy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and being one of the most important sources of the national economy. The government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has organized this important forum and this sector and to raise its efficiency, effectiveness and encourage investing in it and to increase its contribution to GDP of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Such an important sector, real estate sector, and in the general authority of real estate with our partners in the midst of housing, municipal and rural affairs as well. We try together to work to achieve the goals of the real estate sector in so many fields and related fields. Continuing to enhance our partnerships with all our partners in the real estate sector. With the public sector as well as the private sector, and in addition to the practitioners, of individuals such and companies as well, through supervising all the real estate regulations and laws. In addition to applying a number of initiatives and programs, organizing and making tangible efforts to achieve the most important and strategic goal for them to transform the real estate sector to be attractive sector that is based on innovation and confidence, so as to enhance the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well as its economy globally, regionally, globally. Distinguished guests, the Real Estate Future Forum comes in its third edition this year. With a large participation globally, full of a great expertise, which is going to be provided by a number of representatives representing a number of sectors as well, in addition to investors and decision makers. Today, and in addition to the other coming days as well, are going to live a very informative journey, in addition to added value through the workshops and the sessions full of expertise, and signing a number of agreements and memorandum of understanding, which are going to be very full of opportunities for the near future. Being very confident that the conference will be a continuous event, so as to work as a strategic station and a strategic place and a stage, so as to have a great transfer in this sector and to achieve the goals of this important forum, to enhance the partnerships between the local and international organization as well, and enabling them so as to achieve expansion and to make the outcomes of this forum and enrich the recommendations through the expertise of the partners and the participants to come up with very hopeful recommendation that will add value to the workers. And in this important forum, we are getting together, we are enriching the content, we are getting together because we are participating in building the future for real estate future as well. At the conclusion of my speech, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I'd like to again welcome you again. Thanking you for the participation in this important forum as well. I extend my appreciation to all the organizers and all the individuals and all the sponsors and all the success partners and all the veterans as well who exerted the great effort to achieve success for this important forum. Supplicated from the bottom of my heart to Allah so as to bless the custodian of two holy mosques, the leader, and His Royal Highness Crown Prince. May Allah bless them all. God's peace and mercy be upon all of you.
شكرا
Engineer
الحماد.
Al-Hamad. and actually base the confidence and the trust of the wise leadership on His Excellency, so as to make its future development. Please welcome with me the veteran, His Excellency Majid bin Abdullah Al-Haqail, the Minister of Municipal, Rural and Housing. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate. Praise be to Allah, and God's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon Prophet Muhammad, our honored Prophet. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters, God's peace and mercy be upon all of you. Again, once again, in the capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, we are getting together. We're meeting again so as to complete the journey of construction development and exchange of expertise and exceptional, experiments in the real estate sector in its third edition in this important forum. We're getting together so as to seek the innovative solutions, in addition to focus on challenges to develop the capacities as well, and so as to have a positive outcome on the real estate sector. This sector, vital sector, which finds a great care and a great consideration from the Christian of two Holy Mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and from His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. May Allah bless them all. Amen. For the direct impact in the lives of people and stability of families, and providing a very honorable life that will fulfill the requirements and the needs of the citizens and improve the quality of life. In addition, its important strategic role in the national economy. For example, the contribution of real estate sector in the GDP, the non-oil to 12.2, and the construction, the contribution has been reached 13 by 4% until 2023. At the end of 2023, in addition, the sector is related to more than 120 industries. This actually ensures its vitality and importance. And thanks to this great generous support and the ambitious vision, today we have a very attractive real estate market. Attracting opportunities, able to preserve its sustainability and development and growth as well. Has a number of flexible regulations that will achieve efficiency and effectiveness and flexibility to respond whatever comes as a new and emerging technology in this sector as well. Distinguished guests, the real estate sector has been witnessing a number of well-studied steps in all levels as to face the problems and challenges of the sector, and at the level of regulations of real estate sector, where we have been working so hard, under the auspices and supervision of the wise leadership, so as to come up with regulations that contributed to preserving rights and keeping rights and enhancing the investment opportunities in the sector. Such kind of regulations are considered a very attractive tools to attract the capital, in addition to investments to the real estate sector, and enhancing development, innovation, creativity, and such important sector. At the same time, it contributes to keeping the rights of the real estate developers, achieving a sustainable industry. Within the last 5 years, there were more than 15 regulations in the real estate, such as the registration of the property, in addition to many other the contributions, registered contributions, in addition to constructing and selling on map projects and sorting out selection, in addition to a number of regulations and laws in the real estate sector, such as auctions, in addition to advisory services, in addition to real estate analysis. Restructuring this sector based on regulations will lead to enhancing transparency, in addition to many other related activities that have been launched so as to enhance transparency in the sector. And in the field of financing, in addition to the housing support, the contribution of banks and the financial institutions and the loans, housing loans, to more than 650 million Saudi riyals, and the other loans supported by the government has been actually led to 750 contracts. Since we started this housing project in 2018, and until the end of 2023, we're working so hard to enhance, for example, all the housing units by offering more than 450,000 so as to achieve 1 million residential units until 2030 in collaboration with the largest real estate development companies such as Wataniya for housing and Roche, in addition to other companies in the kingdom and outside the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and in an extension of the great support to the ministry in the real estate sector. The Real Estate Services Center will do its best so as to facilitate and enable the developers as well to achieve the services that are required by the residential project, for example, through the governance project with our partners in the public sector, and in addition to the other partners with the other players. We came to develop, for example, more than 2,000 developers, and with an area exceeding 16 million meters squares, and supporting and receiving for the plans of the infrastructure for more 300 residential areas. And based on this great over-increasing investment opportunity in the real estate sector, which has become a great desire, to be attracting the foreign investors, we came to focus on global partnerships so as to create competitiveness to develop the sector and to enhance what's offered. At the same time, we came to hold for a number of partnerships to achieve a great success in the development of real estate through companies, in addition to expertise, international houses that will provide complete residential compounds and complexes as well, through the excellent services. Wish you a successful journey full of knowledge through your participation and contribution this important forum, strongly believing that what we will invest in everything what we have so as to develop the real estate sector and to achieve the goals of our great country, and to co-pace with the vision of our great leaders and in fulfillment of the ambitions of our Saudi citizens. With this, I come to the conclusion of my speech. God's peace and mercy be upon all of you. Oh, thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Minister of Rural and Municipal Housing Affairs. And please, could you stay on the stage so as to announce the agreement of the first agreement to transfer the financing guarantee portfolio from the Real Estate Development Fund to the Saudi Housing Guarantees Company, which has been announced and owned by the fund. This portfolio, which has been benefited by more than 116,000 beneficiaries, with a total of 77 billion Saudi riyals. And as done with these great figures, when we announce these important figures as well, wouldn't be taking place from any other place rather than this important forum. I invite all the signers as well so as to come for a group photo. The CEO, Mr. Mansour bin Madi, please make for the stage for a group photo. Damanat Company CEO Hassam Ridwan, the CEO Amlak for the real estate financing, Adnan Al Shwaili. Sahel for financing as well, CEO Bandar Al Ghamdi. The Saudi Bank for Investments and CEO Faisal Al Imran. Masar for growth, for funding, Ammar Raidas, the CEO. The National Arab Bank, Abed Al Rashid, CEO. Nasr Farraj, Vice CEO of Al Rajhi. Dar Al Tamliq Company, CEO Amr Al Saqaf. Al Jazeera Bank, the Vice President of the bank, Mohammed Al Mansour. Please make for the stage for a group photo His Excellency, the Minister of Municipal, Rural and Housing Affairs. Thanks much. No, thank you, Your Excellencies. We will talk about 77 billion Saudi riyals. That will contribute largely to increasing the number of ownership and the percent of ownership of the Saudi citizens of houses ownership. Oh, thank you very much. Again, the second agreement, which is estimated at 7 billion and 450 million Saudi riyals for Arab capital, which is focusing on structuring real estate and financing funds. The first one, structuring real estate and financing funds as well. Adil Al-Qabda, Musa Group, Bin Abdulaziz Al Musa Holding Company, Minafa, a company for real estate. In addition, as well, development of financing agreements with the Saudi French company and Musa Bin Abdulaziz Al Musa and his sons holding company. Please, we invite all the signers, all the participants to sign this important, agreement, and let's have a group photo on the occasion of this important event, which is going to be, done right now through signing the second largest agreement. Such agreement focusing on structuring real estate. We thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. The next honoring as well will be dedicated to the success partners. I invite Engineer Abdullah Al-Hamad, the CEO of the General Authority for Real Estate, Abdullah Harbi as well, Mr. Abdullah Harfi, the CEO of the forum as well, so as to come to the stage as well, and participation of His Excellency the Minister as well, His Excellency Mr. Engineer Majid Al-Haqir, the strategic partner, the National Company for Housing, Engineer Muhammad Al-Wati, and the CEO of the company.
الشريك الاستراتيجي الشركة العقارية.
The Saudi Real Estate Company Al-Aqariya, the CEO, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Anwan.
الشريك الاستراتيجي شركة
partner Roshan Real Estate Company, Mr. Sam Al-Khabbani, the CEO for development and
شريك المستقبل العقاري.
And the real estate future partner, Dr. Muhammad Al-Salman, the CEO of the real estate registry.
الشريك الاستراتيجي
Strategic partner, the Tourism Development Fund, the head of governance departments, Master the strategic partner, Royal Medina Holding Company, Engineer Ahmed Al-Johri, CEO of the company, Royal Al Medina. The strategic partner, Simo Real Estate Company, Mr. Jarallah Al-Amra, the CEO.
شركة رافع
Rafa for development, trust developments in the strategic. Rafa Al Ghamdi, the board chairman. Of Rafa Real Estate Development Company.
الراعي
And the technical sponsor, Engineer Wa'ad Al Ghamdi, the COO. And the main sponsor, Abdullah Al Athem for investment, Mashar bin Amira, the CEO. Al Athem for real estate development. Main sponsor, for cooperative insurances, Mr. Fuad Al-Hijri, the CEO. Member of Board of Directors. Malav.
الراعي البلاتيني
And Platinum sponsor, the Royal Commission for Jubil and Yamba Muhammad Shamsuddin, the Young Director for Commercial Investment. Platinum sponsor, the Real Estate Development Fund, Mansour bin Mahdi, CEO of the Real Estate Development Fund.
الراعي البلاتيني شركة سعودية للضمان الإسكاني ضمانات الأستاذ
Guarantees as well, Damanat Hassam Radwan, the COO.
الراعي البلاتيني البنك
Sponsor, Saudi French Bank, Mr. Badr Saloom, the CEO of the Saudi French. I mean, banking sponsor, Michel Khaldi, the one who's responsible for the sales network, and Riyadh Bank. Riyadh Bank. Platinum sponsor. I mean, the municipality of Riyadh region, Engineer Salah Al Saif, the deputy mayor and the deputy general director for the urban development in the municipality of Riyadh region.
شركة لدن
Ladon for investment, platinum sponsor. I mean, the CEO, Mr. Hassan Al Hazmi from Ladon. Platinum sponsor, I mean, Akar application, the CEO's excellent CEO. Akar.
شركة
Arib Financial Company, Mohammed Al Jabri, the Journal of Opportunities, Investment, and Arib Company.
شركة
Al Andalus Real Estate Company, Engineer Faisal Al Nasser, CEO of Al Andalus Property.
وشركة
And Real Estate Future Forum, Ayun Al Mudin, the CEO, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Al Harbi. Warm welcome.
شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Minister, and His Excellency Engineer Al Hamad, and Mr. Abdullah Al Harbi, and ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I mean, now it's time to kick off the first session for this year under the title of the real estate sector, enhancing economic and social development in Saudi provinces. Welcome with me, ladies and gentlemen, the guest of this session, His Royal Highness Prince Turki bin Talal bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the Governor of Ashir province. And this session is going to be moderated by His Excellency Abdullah Al Mudayfer. Welcome, warm welcome. Welcome them all. His Royal Highness and Mr. Al Mudayfer as well is going to moderate this session, the first session of the forum in its third edition. Gas space and massive upon all of you. Good morning, everybody. At the beginning, I would like to to extend the organizers, in addition to the authority which is responsible for real estate under the auspices and the leadership of His Excellency Engineer Majd Al Haqil. We can see this momentum of the real estate momentum. This momentum gives us actually a movement, a great expectation, because the fate and the destiny of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia after its new vision to be in the heart, now in the center of the world, the heart of the world, and real estate sector is one of the most important factors where any change or transformation is based. And this session with His Excellency Prince Turki bin Talal, directly getting into my questions, where is Ashir located in the vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia 2030? Where it's located exactly in this important vision as well. Thank you very much, Brother Abdullah. Thank you, my brother, His Excellency Engineer Majid as well, for this invitation. I don't need the invitation as well, as we always say. Just to give me a message, just send a message as well, telling me that really we will organize a certain event or conference. So, and we are going to come to you in a hurry. Just a message from you. I mean, if we look at actually the attitude of the Kingdom, we don't need all of these kind of protocol as well. I was talking to my best friend Ahmed Al-Rajhi, my colleague, and my brother as well. We are all in one boat, led by His Royal Highness Crown Prince under the leadership of the Custodian of the Holy Mosque, so as to reach this position and this place, which is an unknown place for us. It's not unexplored, and this is the beauty of the topic. We are actually heading towards something that hasn't been explored support it, but we know it's there's features, for example, to raise the position and status of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia among the civilized world of countries. We're realizing the importance of this important country with the existence, with having the two holy sites. But if you look at Ashir province, such as any other, provinces under the vision, which come in the heart of the vision, we are in the heart of the vision. Can you explain what the heart means? We are these prophecies are in the heart. So we are in the heart. So this means that actually the first strategy that has been established was for us here as well. So what is the most important features of this strategy? What about the competitive advantages of this important strategy of us here in relation to the Vision 2030? This is the question. If we look at the Vision of 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and if you look at the leader and the godfather of this important vision, who saw that relying on oil is not very useful idea to depend only on oil sector, because it's a gift from Allah that has been given by God, and we are blessed actually by this gift, and we need, for example, to improve its use as well. So we need to look for alternatives. That every province, for example, has its relative advantage and competitive advantage as well. So what His Royal Highness said, all the provinces of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have competitive advantages, and we're going to establish and form authorities, and as we always say, these authorities are going to be the body. They're going to, if you look at the administration baton of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is the central government actually runs everything. This is great, and as this is, if you look at the baton of the administration in our country. But for example, when there is no specialized entity which actually seeks the competitive advantage in collaboration with the central government, this will never lead to any good outcomes or any results. So, and we're going to face a problem. So there must be a coordination. His Royal Highness Prince, that really we need to show our advantage, our competitive, relative, to change it into competitive advantage. All the authorities have been rushing into the implementation of such great step as well, under the support of His Royal Highness.
17 لقاء في موضوع استراتيجية
based on 17 meetings, so as to study the strategy of Ashir and being supported by the ministers. Well, and I got together with all the ministers more than one time. Especially to discuss the strategy of Ashir as being the first development strategy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And what about the other advantages? Is that the atmosphere there, the weather there, the nature there, or for example, or you talk about a destination, a global destination along the year. It's not like any other destination, a destination that creates excellence. Astonishment on the international map of tourism. How will Ashir province achieve this? The first two advantages. The first one, originality, and the second of which is nature. So the prince has called originality the values, and you called it, for example, the tops, or just the top notches. Where in Ashir, for example, we don't use a strategy, but we say that this strategy has to deal with the top, notch and the value as well. Even if we, for example, if we were planning to get together, for example, we need to say that this is going to be based on the value, and this actually the top principles and the climax as well. So we need enablers if you want to make a successful plan as well. So until today, the infrastructure is not very complete in Ashir, brothers. That's why we came to establish and build a pyramid of strategy. Let me talk about the pyramid of strategy, for example, so as to focus on the two, and originality and nature as two main enablers. And later on, we came to consider the infrastructure so as to help us to reach whatever we want. We came to identify 10 topics for complete, for example, the universities, the airports, and for example, the road that connects us here with Zan, and for example, from up to bottom as well, to complete the medical city, and to raise the level of the quality of communications, raising the quality of electricity. For example, and of supplying water. Desalinated waters, and number 7 as well, to provide water supply to households, in addition to many different places, to complete the industrial zone and city. And finally, housing. We were suffering from housing problems as well. These are the 10 priorities that we focused on. So now we came to finish this by 100%, or we might finish them, for example, according to timetable, which has been actually known by all of us and considered, or we are looking for solutions to move all of these strategies as well. So we came, for example, to finish the city of the universities, and the medical city has been actually completed based on the partnership with the Ministry of Health as well. We had a shortage of 200,000 meters square of water. We came to have a surplus by 200,000 meter cube of water. I mean, now you are a tourism destination. One of the most important things that we need to see in any tourism destination is housing, hotels. We still find the problems. Ashir problem lacks a number of hotels and rooms, and I, for example, when I prepared for this important session, asking the specialists and experts and in some of the advisory bodies, they told me that the journey from Riyadh to Sharm el-Sheikh is less costly than a journey from Riyadh to Abha, because of the very big lack and shortage of the hotels rooms. Not only shortage, but even lack of quality. Not only lack of, rooms. 2 years ago, there has been a forum. I was invited, for example, by His Excellency Engineer Majid, very similar to this forum. Maybe it's the same forum, or maybe some other forum. And when I was walking at the exhibition, and they were giving me the badges. I didn't want to take the badges as well. So so I was bashing by the exhibition as if I saw nothing. But now, for example, when I go, I actually took all these business cards of all the exhibitors. Why? Because we're so ready. Now the infrastructure has become very good and intact now, and we have the regional plan for cities in Asir. Why? Because Asir was expanded haphazardly, randomly, no zone for economy, and even the only province in the Kingdom of Saudi that doesn't have, for example, the regional planning or regional master plan as well. So now we'll try to do or we'll try to finish this regional planning so as to know the population expansion, parks, roads, schools. This will enable us so as to facilitate the process of real estate development in the province of Asir. And as this plan has it been completed? I think that Chile we achieved 40% out of implementation since we started the implementation phase, which is going to last for 1 year. The Prince, for example, has actually recommended that the supporting offices are supervising such kind of project as well. To achieve any strategy, for example, successfully, people must be incorporated in this strategy as well. To what extent the community of Asir is ready to for a real participation, a real partnership as well, to in the vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for Asir region or province as well. I would like to say to you, I can't say that I'm ready 100% because I need to give you a scientific answer as well. But I can say, all what I can say is that the community, the society in Ashir province that represent 2.3 million people, for example, out of the total population of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is ready now, is sufficiently ready, is completely ready so as to respond to what the government wants from the province as well. So I would like to hear from you the most important investment projects and the price. Before I talk about the investment projects, we came, for example, to identify the relative advantages, and we are working on the enablers. We have the regional planning and master plan as well, and we'll talk about the preparedness of the community or the readiness of the community. Now, for example, how can you know that this community will be with you in the same journey of expansion and to push you forward? And not to be on the side, on the margin, but to be on the focus, not in the realm, but in the focus as well, because the speed, the velocity which has been identified by the government is going to be doubled. Its velocity and force is going to be doubled by the support of the community. We launch a number of initiatives, community initiatives, societal initiatives. These initiatives, for example, in volunteering process, for example, all the people, for example, Ajawid initiative in Ramadan, and I would like to say my appreciation to His Excellency the Minister of Housing as well. Ajawid initiative, which was based on volunteering, volunteering initiative. Your body, your emotions, your mind, your body, for example, we change. We for example, we change them into the emotional side or minds, or just like all of the people became in one cogwheel, in one circle. for example, you could just, for example, go to the internet, just go to the internet, go to see what's going on. For example, for example, you will find that that now that the increase of students, for instance, there will be there has been increase of students in schools. People start to work with one another, cooperate with one another for better goals, for good reason, for good goals. But what about the largest investment opportunities? After finishing all of these projects within the last 2 or 3 years, we said to ourselves that we need to cope pace with the establishing mega projects, or to cope pace with the kicking off new projects that will achieve welfare and prosperity. How can we achieve these opportunities? We have 3 P's in English, for example. The first, the economy, man, and prosperity. People and planet, and these are the 3 components under which there will be numerous initiatives so as to achieve the stability and the economic welfare. The first large project, a SUDA. This is the, and then shall I tell you about the second one? It's the SUDA project, the very larger project. It's one of the top projects of, to make, or to make the Suda province region to the first and the first mountain destination of tourism in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His Royal Highness actually has seen the country as a whole. For example, identifying deserts, places that are where the oil wells are located. Or, for example, we didn't see all of these kind of things before, but now we became inspired by His Royal Highness Crown Prince, the godfather of the vision. We launched the vision at the project 2 months ago, and the public plan has been actually launched as well. The second project is Wadi Al Dara. Dara land Dara, for example, and it was called the Valley. The name of the project, the Valley. It's going to be another largest tourism destination, and the third one is to launch a new project airport in Abha. And only within the last 3 months only, we're going to launch, for example, the Royal Reserve from the regional waters of King Sabria to Tahama, and to half of the mountains was going to be a Royal Reserve. And what's the importance of Royal Reserve? For instance, I would just tell you why it's a very important, for example. 40% of the most important projects in the south. What about this project? It's a complex, and we have 2 projects under construction. Theme park, like Six Flags, like Al Qiddiya. We are going to construct it, and we're going to actually build the stadium of Asir. And but the complex, which is very close to the entertainment project, that will be entertainment project to finish, for example, the university hustle project as well. And we are going hustle, and we're going to launch the largest 5 hotels, which is one of the most important concern of the national company there. So in addition to many other projects as well. But we need, for example, the comment, and we need the orientation with Royal Highness as well. When I visited the Red Sea project, and I got together with the people who are responsible for this project as well, and they told me that we changed to a global company, and we want, for example, to launch all our projects along the coast. Not only Amala or the Red Sea will be the first 2 projects that we are going to accomplish implement. Still, we have many other foreign projects along the coast, and Asir has a coast. And the Red Sea as well. Will there be projects located on the coast of the Red Sea, which is actually where Asir is located? For example, on the coast, we have 150 kilos actually looking over the sea, and to work there as a kind of our plan as well, to connect the sea with the mountains and the desert, so as to change it an international tourism destination. So we need to connect them together. For example, we have to connect the sea with the mountains and with the desert as well, through the roads, through investment as well. So as to work on the sea, we coordinated with 2 entities, the General Authority of Red Sea and the Red Sea Authority, that actually makes laws and regulations, and the Red Sea Company. Now we told both companies that this is our goal and this is our intention. Please let us know from you that if whether or not our strategy complies with your own vision or not.
Not yet. Have you prepared the projects? No. Our idea is to develop our destination. Our idea is very clear, but we need to discuss this with the general authority and the Red Sea Company as well, so as to see whether or not this is going to be very, appealing to them or not. Short time ago, you have been talking about Asir destination, that it will be the destination for the low income or the middle income, families. But when we talk about, excellent, destination or luxurious destination, this means only the upper classes only will be going to such a destination because of their level of life. So let me tell you a story. It's a real story. I'm going to tell it. And this story will answer your question and details as well, in addition to many other questions might be in your mind or in the minds of the audience or the participants here and the guests. We have 4,000 villages, heritage villages. We have 4,000. Those 4,000, for example, the only one which is used is under construction, under development right now. We're going to develop 10 villages so as to actually provide them as role models as well and benchmark, globally. One of these villages, is named the village of Alakas village. It's 10 kilometers away from Abha. And 6 years or 7 years before, we received female students from one of the colleges of Jeddah, so as to actually start their graduation project in the village. They came and they wanted to do, you want to do something fascinating, something exciting, as well, to excite and to fascinate his supervisor. They brought a piano with him as a musical instrument, in a way or another, and they coordinated with a local person, and they started to play. The idea of how music can be incorporated in the architecture. The village was not ready to receive such kind of activities as well, because that was the first time in the history of the village for some to see something like this taking place. 10 kilometers away from the castle, the old castle, the ancient castle. So in the morning, when you woke up in the morning, you can't imagine what happened. And that's, generally speaking, we say, when this is something unprecedented for the people, for example, the people and the villagers, they asked the students not to come again to the village and to stop playing music there. So for me, when I was ordered, for example, so as to be, the governor of the region province, the first decision I made is to work on the heritage villages. It's Al-Wakash village. I said to them that we need to start with it. That's a very important, inspiring story. I want to tell you. It will answer many of your questions, Will. So we came to knock at the door, and we came to knock at the door from the owners of the house, so as to understand, the nature and the characteristics of the people. I'm talking about not only the province of Asir, but I'm talking about this village specifically. I came to, for example, to listen to their own point of view, and we came to have an appointment together in the big plaza there, and the high ranking of the village. And we the head of the meeting, the head of the people, the one who represented the people, for example, gave his speech, and after finishing his speech as well, and for example, that person, we need, for example, to incorporate such people, the local people. That's why I told him that really there will be a presentation I want to prepare for you, and after finishing the presentation, after 2 weeks, the village as a whole became a part of the development plan as well. They actually, donated, some of their property as well. And we started to establish a society which has been finished by His Excellency Mr. Al-Rajhi. In 1 month, has been given the license for the society. And I did not send to His Excellency, any letters, any official letters, only communicating with another. There is confidence, trust between me and them as well. In 1 month, the society was the first cooperative society in one of the most important heritage villages in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with 800,000 individuals as well, who are playing the role of the change process as well. In the industrial city, when there has been an initiative we are launched together with Mr. Badr Al Khalifa. I mean, they took a land and they established a land in amount of 25 million reals in the industrial city, and has been supported by the government for the crafts in the village. Well, you can't imagine, for example, now, for instance, they're providing great services. We can't imagine that really this actually to sum up, the importance of the local community. I started to see investors from outside the Kingdom of Serbia, in addition to Saudi investors. What are the most important investment opportunities in Asir province? You can tell us. I have a paper now. I asked you for it. I expected to ask this question, Mr. Abdullah. Let me talk about the compass of investment in Asir province, and later on, for example, I'm going to give you, for example, much more details about the opportunities of investments in this important province in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Asir province. I would like to welcome my colleague, His Excellency the Minister of Justice, Mr. Waleed. Good morning, Mr. Waleed. Now, the destination is planned to become international global. How can we make it international and global if we do not prepare the environment that attract investors as well? We came 2025, for example, 80 billion Saudi riyals, for example. We need to provide, we collect from the private sector, for example, until 2030 for the time being, God willing. And praise be to Allah, after 1.5 years, we came to reach 6.5 billion Saudi riyals required and requested from us so as to provide, for example, for the national strategy of us here until 2030. In my meeting with His Royal Highness Crown Prince, I informed and told him that we have numerous bodies, numerous entities are investing in the province. This is something great and pretty good, but if there is no coordination among them, so we will have double standards, and we'll have actually conflict of interest as well. If you want to build a hotel in the mountains, for example, where there will be another hotel which is disconnected from the other hotels. So I proposed that we need, for example, to have an investment committee bringing together the 19 entities like the Tourism Fund, Development Fund, the General Directorate of Investment, and the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Investment as well, Asir Municipality, and the company of the municipality, the endowments of the university, Chamber of Beach, the company, Al-Wadi company, the Green Vegetation Center, which is responsible for, for the parks in addition to the gardens as well, the Competitiveness Center of the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Education, for real estate, poverty of the property, the national properties. I told His Royal Highness that we need to work together and we need to incorporate all of these 19 committees together, for example. I asked the committees to provide, or to, for example, to send a representative. You can't imagine how we came to organize, for example, the investment process in Asir. That's why we reached 6 billion, more than 6 billion. Number two, we came, for example, to establish a committee for the businessmen and you asked me about the fields, about these areas of investments as well. And I will tell you what will actually make us reach. Do you imagine that we have been suffering from, for 20 years, many problems, many health problems. Hospitals were stopped, Why? Because there was no, coordination entity or, party to organize and to coordinate the relationship among all of the different entities. I'm saying this in an official forum. I can say, all in all, I can say that based from all the problems that we are facing, in the Asir region, and the solution is 90%. We have declared everything. We announced everything. What about the fields that we're focusing on? Which are incorporated in the strategy of Asir, for example. Let me give you, for example, the details in an order. I keep them by heart. I memorize them. You can see them in front of you. and we say for the 19 committees in the body of investments, these are the the official and the proven. Are they, for example, consistent with you with the ministry and the municipalities or the Ministry of Tourism or all entities? Are they consistent? So that's excellent thing, So for example, we need, for example, to see whether or not there is a level of harmony with the strategy or coordination. For instance, I talked to the Green Vegetation Center, for instance. I want to see whether or not there is a level of coordination among all the 19 committees. Shall I complete? Shall I go on? I would like you, for example, directly. I'm not talking about the government entities. I'm talking about the private sector, the investors from the private sector. What are the most important investment opportunities and visible as well that can be invested by those investors as well? And you can tell them that we are very ready to cooperate with you so as to launch your opportunities and launch investments as well. So now, what are the most important investment opportunities that can be invested in and are very tempting as well and very attractive for the businessmen? We have a destination which is proven by the cabinet, and this is something important as well. This means that the leadership and the government center is supporting us to implement our project. We have the means, for example, to reach out with the Committee of Investment and the Committee of the Removal of Barriers for businesses. And I would like to send my appreciation to all the ministers. Let me tell you. Answer speaking, for example, the business union, committee. When I'm talking with all the ministers, such as Dr. Majid Al-Khasabi, Mr. Khalid Al-Farah, Mr. Majid, all are my brothers, all my colleagues. I told them that there is, for example, a committee for the business union. If we do not solve the problems over there, I want to be, a president of the committee, for example, or an agency, for example, where you are going to be representing this important committee as well. So through our communication in a way or another, directly or indirectly, and I swear by God, that after my request from them, so as if not on 4 hours and 4 days and 4 months and 4 minutes. And 4 minutes, they talk to me in 4 minutes. For example, shall we? Is the agent or are those, for example, assistants from those ministers? They came to solve 90% out of the problems, for example. So when those actually representatives from those ministers came to help us, they facilitated many different measures and procedures as well. So what about the private sector as well? Now, for instance, some of the investors say that we have problems and we face problems. Mr. Jwani, for instance, no. I'm going to get together with him. I'm going to meet Mr. Jwani as well. So what you're going to propose, from what you're going to suggest, what you're going to offer, what about the real estate investment operators in Asira, and you can actually attract investors, after meeting them as well. Let me talk about this important thing, the real estate sector, and this important forum. Let's actually identify the importance of the real estate environment. And we are in developing countries. We have developing growth. Our growth is not like that of Jeddah or Eastern Province. We don't have all the economic components of the economic growth. We are in still stage 1 and stage 2, for example. So if you want to talk about the situation here in Riyadh in stage 10 or 9, 2 years ago, we started. Now we have a destination, and why should we need them? Need those assistants or not committees? Because they are the means of achieving quality of life. And if we, for example, coordinate and organizing the entry of the real estate developers, for example, or the construction developers with us, this will contribute to reducing the random growth and will achieve the environmental sustainability.
There's something you don't imagine how pressing it is for us here for this kind of cooperation, because we have a crisis. A crisis where exactly? We don't have typical impressive residential complex. When someone wants to live in a residential complex and find a unique experience, this is number 1 priority. let's say that 3-story buildings and has surrounding services. If we can provide that, that would be great. Honestly, we don't want another Riyadh. We want a developed Abha. How exactly? The target is not to have the same master plan of Riyadh, the booming Riyadh. We want to maintain the identity of Asir boutiques more. If we have the boutique style, that will be great. We want to maintain the greenery, mountain, clouds. We want those who retired to enjoy their staying, and we want students to study and use skills like hiking and adventures in mountains. We want the family when it comes in the summer and enjoys its holiday, enjoys different activity, boutiques more. So we want to refine our boutiqueness more than making crowded city or a city like Riyadh. My last question to you, Your Highness, honestly, what is concerns you and makes you in doubt that you can continue this path for this authority without any uh, obstacles or without any failure or compromising the quality? I imagine that we have 4 main challenges against 4 opportunities. The first challenge has an opportunity, which is the support of leadership. I will go in detail rather than giving you these 4 aspects. The support of leadership is vital, is crucial. The support of the king and the crown prince and the center of the government, that we have the representatives, the 40 ministers and heads of authorities are assistants to the king. If we don't receive support from them, and I will explain what's meant by support, we have an issue that sometimes we don't have communication and we don't reflect what the leadership wants. We are in a direction and the leadership is in another direction. There isn't direct communication. Our communication with the crown prince is weekly. Everything we do in the region is communicated weekly, and we receive direction. Sometimes we receive positive comments from His Royal Highness. This direct communication reassures me and reassures everyone. I was just talking with His Excellency Minister of Tourism, with Mr. Ahmed Rajhi. The enablement of the leadership, what we receive from the ministers and my colleagues, and you know that I'm always frank with you, is that what's happening is something commendable and is reflected positively on our work in the region. The second challenge is the professional team. If we don't have a team that is passionate, not just passionate, let's say it's compassionate and adorable, that believes in the goal and is willing to sacrifice everything. The professional resume is just brief. If you give me a summary, is better than 50 attachments. But you are being more professional as you develop on-job training. If you work in 10 years in the best company, that doesn't matter. Take that experience and tell me how to develop it. This is a challenge. Coordination with the minister for the advantages, because we are a remote area away from the center of the government, but we are in the heart of the kingdom. So coordination with the minister, and there was a law that was passed recently to regulate all of that. In addition to work environment, although we are remote area and we don't have the HQ, but Asir Development Authority, we were top on the level of the kingdom. And I will show you the certificate of that. The third thing is the mind and hearts of families. We should promise less and achieve more. The more we talk less, achieve more, the more you gain the trust of people. How to earn their trust? Since we started the strategy of Asir until today, how many workshops that have been held in Asir? How many do you think? Tens, hundreds, thousands? With you, it was 5,000 workshops, town hall sitting, and interactive workshops. All people, not all of the 2 million, but different people from walks of life took part, not just in the beginning, but until now. The fourth challenge is we don't have a destination. And that has been solved by having a destination. These 4 areas should be kept before us so we ensure our progress. I asked you about challenges and you talked about opportunities. Is there something that concerns you and makes you wary, that something makes you afraid of something? What is it? Well, now we learn something called making strategies. It's something new to us. 10 years ago, this form, for example, wasn't existed. So I'm afraid that this document called strategy, we work day and night, doesn't take us to where we want to be. This is my main concern, that I don't, therefore, I'm telling my team we should transform this strategy paper-based document to something we can visualize. We can see it as tangible, how Asir will be different in 10 years from now, so we can understand where we're going when we deal with 10 papers and theoretical talk. That's really concerning. We are quite optimistic and maybe the piece of news from Ahmed Al-Khatib, 165, and the increase of the tourists in the kingdom was something incredible. Between the governor of Asir, Prince Turki bin Talal, and the minister Ahmed Al-Khatib, we are waiting tourism of Asir, and Asir passionately waiting, and I'm sure that we will reach to this destination. Thank you so much. Thank you for Abdullah Al-Mudayfir and His Royal Highness the Governor. Would like to thank Abdullah Al-Mudayfir for moderating this session, and we want His Royal Highness to be on the stage to take part in the upcoming session. Meanwhile, Mr. Majid Abdullah Al-Hagel is inaugurating Rakaiz, the largest real estate developer to support local content. I invite His Royal Highness and Mr. Walid bin Hamad Al-Salmani, Minister of Justice, Mr. Ahmed bin Aqil Al-Khatib, Minister of Tourism, Minister of Human Resources, Ahmed Al-Rajhi, Head of Capital Market Authority, Mr. Al-Gwaiz, and CEO of the National Company for Housing, Mr. Ahmed Al-Bati, to inaugurate Pillars program.
وبالفعل بيتنا طوبة منه وفيه، فلنشاهد هذا العرض المرئي عن برنامج ركائز.
أطلقنا في الشركة الوطنية للإسكان برنامج ركائز ليكون المحتوى المحلي أساس ما نبنيه. حرصنا على تطبيق ضوابطه مما ساهم في تعاملات محلية تجاوزت 700 مليون ريال ضمن مشاريعنا. فمن خلال منصة مواد ربط المطورين والمقاولين مع المصنع والمورد المحلي لتبلغ قيمة التعاملات عبرها أكثر من 214 مليون ريال. شجعنا الاعتماد على تقنيات البناء الحديث من المصانع الوطنية. أوجدنا فرص التدريب والتوظيف عبر برنامج واعد لأكثر من 180 خريج. إتاحة الفرصة للشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة أولويتنا، إذ تمثل 39% من المنشآت المؤهلة لدينا، كما بلغت قيمة أوامر الشراء لها أكثر من 4 مليارات ريال. قدمنا حلولاً تمويلية بالتعاون مع الجهات الحكومية والبنوك وشركات التمويل لتحفيز المطورين والمقاولين والمصانع ورفع قدرات إنجازهم. مبادرات ركائز هدفها أن تكون مشاريع التطوير العقاري من مواد سعودية وبأيادي سعودية.
شكرا لصاحب سمو الملكي الأمير التركي بن طلال بن عبد العزيز آل سعود أمير منطقة عسير لمشاركته في الجلسة ومشاركته أيضا في التدشين. وشكرا لأصحاب المعالي
their Highness, their Excellencies, to build a brick by brick to establish for the future of development. Now, with the upcoming session under the title Leading Transformation in Real Estate Industry, moderated by Mr. Omar Al-Juraisi. Hello, everyone. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The time of this session is limited and the panelists will have a lot to say. So I will start immediately without further ado in a sector that represents common ground for transformation story we have witnessed recently. Let me start with Your Excellency Dr. Walid. The Sukuk represents a challenge and the greatest challenge in this sector. Can you talk about what has been achieved in this regard and what are future trends in this regard as well? And then I've got the most gracious, the most merciful. This question is very important and is an obsession to many, especially over the last period. That picture is blurry, so it's very important in the current phase. And I will talk about the situation of Sukuk and what has been done in the past and the future outlook for this area. Currently, we don't have any SAC for approved master plan, whether cancelled or stopped for the SAC itself. Any SAC or bond in any area is an effective one. This is based on the royal decree that has been issued 3 years ago, and from the regulatory points that have been issued recently, if the basic SAC is cancelled, the other sukuk will not be cancelled and be effective as such. That's why we have worked on 28,000 SAC recently. As for the past situation, there were some sukuk that have some violations, whether from the moral aspect or from the criminal aspect, and there was a team made up in the ministry to treat all these sukuk, and based on that, more than 250 million kilometers have been treated and concluded. After the treatment phase, there will be, in partnership with the Ministry of Municipality and Rural Affairs, and we started to implement the real estate identity. It has a number of benefits, including eliminating the issue of overlapping of sukuk and the duality of them, because that depends on number of the coordinates of the location. And one of the benefits is to ensure the reliability of sukuk, and more than 500,000 sukuk have been produced, and we will aim to produce 4 million sukuk, whether in cancellation or stopping or duality. And Your Excellency, this will be a very important point. But let me affirm that some real estate specialists or those interested in this area, and sometimes they come and say the SAC is cancelled, and when we look in the systems, they think that it was cancelled. However, as long as it's part of approved master plan, and it will not be stopped. Your Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Al Khatib, today we can see the economic and development movements. Major part of that is in mega and giga projects in tourism sector, and we have seen and witnessed projects such as Amala Giddiya, Ritsi, Ad all have tourism impact. What is the impact on real estate sector? Thank you, everyone, and good morning. I would like to seize this opportunity and congratulate the leadership and their highnesses and excellencies and all colleagues for the kingdom achievement in a jump in growth compared to 2019, 165%. So the world now is better than the position of 2019. This growth is a testament that the strategies and plans are working very well. Answering the question of Mr. Omar, real estate and assets, if not grown by regulations and laws, and my colleague Dr. Walid touched upon some aspects. Amongst them are the initiatives of Minister of Municipality and Rural Affairs and Housing for the projects to incentivize and to improve this. Saudi Arabia is like a continent. It has capabilities, whether lovely beaches in the east and west or mountains in the south, that was mentioned by dear colleague His Royal Highness Prince Turki bin Talal, and the main cities. Therefore, when in 2015 or 2016 developed Vision 2030, we developed the untapped potential for opportunities, including tourism sector. And we have put strategies and allocated funds to unlock untapped opportunities and incentivize this sector and unlock it so it can be a competitive edge and to catch to countries that have been ahead of us. It can represent 30% of GDP over the last year. Thankfully, it reached 4.5 of the non-oil GDP and GDP, and we created a lot of jobs in collaboration with my colleague, Minister of Human Resources and Social Development. So, the expansion of the kingdom in investment in projects, whether Diriyah, Niyom, Gaddiya, Amala, and the projects in Asir, to expand and unlock this sector and attract investments and competition on 1,700,000 for those who look for assets, whether lovely beaches on Red Sea or heritage sites or lovely weather in Asir during the summer. I was in Asir during the summer, and we were with His Royal Highness. Temperature in August was about 28 to 29 Celsius degrees, and at the same time in Europe it was almost 35 Celsius degree. The challenge we face is the lack of infrastructure and services, but now there's a vision and plans to provide the services and build the infrastructure and making available for what tourists want them, like shopping, food, beverage, and entertainment or historic sites that can be visited. So once the infrastructure is complete, I'm quite sure that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be one of the top destinations in tourism sector. Thank you. And I thank Your Excellency with the efforts exerted by Ministry of Municipality and Rural Affairs regarding property and tourism fund and its part. The triangle is complete, and now opportunities are more feasible thanks to partnership of Ministry of Municipality and Rural Affairs and the support of Tourism Fund. Engineer Ahmed, Saudis are fund to real estate development. It's like a second job, whether investor or intermediary. And until recently, this profession didn't attract many Saudis in many jobs in the value chain. We want to know what were the opportunities to nationalize this sector. Thank you, my colleague Omar. At the outset, I would like to reaffirm my thanks to Mr. Majid Al-Hikil for convening this forum. I attended this forum in different occasions. Each year we can see the development and the improvement of organization. We can see the number of attendees, and I think those who are standing and the seats are not enough to accommodate all attendees. I would like to thank His Excellency Majid Al-Hagel for this forum, and it evolves a year after another and develops the sector as well. I was very happy to listen to His Royal Highness Governor of Asir when he talked about the efforts in the session earlier this morning. I'm very happy to see governors of regions, and the region of Azir is one of the regions that has taken huge strides, and to listen to such mindset. I'm talking about Ministry of Human Resources to find and create jobs to make natives stay in their regions and not to move and migrate from a region to another. As for job creation over the past 4 years, the number of Saudis in the private sector was 1,700,000 registered in Social Security, but today it reached 2,300,000 Saudis in 3 years. So the number from increased from to 1,500,000 Saudis in the private sector. Also, and I think this is a very significant to us, in the last year, 2023, the number of Saudis for the first time who joined the job market was more than 300,000. The outcomes of education is almost 200,000. So those who joined the market is more than those who graduated. What does that mean? That means we went to people who graduated from last year's, and that makes our economy to generate jobs. The third thing is women participation, and we have heard through different news that women participation was 17%, and the objective of the vision is to achieve by 2030 30%. Today we have reached 35%, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince updated this target to reach 40% by 2030. As for quality jobs, we had 40,000 engineers in the private sector. Today we have 70,000 engineers. We had 42,000 accountants, and now we have 100,000 accountants. Back to your question, Mr. Omar, real estate sector until recently was focusing on the trade of real estate and not the real estate development in its comprehensive concept. Today, I would like to thank the businessmen and the real estate sector. Today, we have professional real estate developers who create final products, whether selling apartments and villas. In the past, we had a gap in that regard, but today, over 3 years, those who are working in the real estate sector increased by 200%. And let me conclude by saying what makes a real estate sector special. Once it works, construction works, supply chain works, trade of construction materials works, engineer works. So real estate development is a powerhouse, and not just in creating direct jobs, but in creating jobs in enabling other sectors. We have heard from you a new package of nationalizing new engineering professions and jobs in this sector. I think your policy in nationalizing this sector is doing well. Your Excellency, Mr. Mohammed, when I heard the document of developing financial sector in 2018, the main objectives of that program was to enable private sector of growth, and this is the role of financial sector and financial markets. And I want to hear from you what has been achieved in enabling the private sector, especially financially, from Capital Market Authority. Welcome, Mr. Omar, and I would like to thank attendees for coming. In fact, if we start with the language of figures and we see the segment of real estate development and the construction sector, it makes up 11% of the Saudi economy. It's a huge sector. If we look at the future, it gives us a perception for the growth. Whether if we look at housing program and what is required, and we look at mega projects or giga projects, whether Neom, Red Sea, Amala, and the ambitious for tourism, all these are areas that give us indication for the demand and the requirements of financing to transform this ambition into tangible reality, because financing is fuel of success and dreams. If we look at finance and funding over the past 3 years, the funding was to real estate was 80% for individuals. Undoubtedly, financing companies and banks provide incentives for funding to individuals. But if we look at the 20% for companies and organizations, for the developers that creates real estate products, if we look at the past 3 years, 160 billion of that funding came from traditional sectors such as banks and financing companies, while 120 billion percent, 40 of the funding came from the market, capital markets, and that increases whether in segment, perception, or percentage. If you look at this funding that comes from capital markets, something that it was by the enlisting IPO, but that's quite different because enlisting and increasing capital represent less than 10% of the funding that came through capital market, close to 5%. What's greater than that is the real estate funds that became one of the major means for real estate funding, and RETAT is one of the different the real estate funds. We have real estate development funds and closed funds. Today, there are funds of real estate that are provided by platforms of distribution. So the ecosystem of real estate funds represents the major provider. Maybe the share of enlisting companies wasn't that great, despite providing 110 companies in different sectors in the main market. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was one of the top countries in enlisting companies, but real estate companies didn't take the largest share. Only 10% specialized companies in real estate. The greatest challenge is meeting the demands of disclosure, governance, and dealing with concerned parties, which is the characteristic of the real estate sector that faces challenges when moving from the private area and to other area of requiring disclosure. If we read the future, we can find there are a lot of opportunities, not just in expanding different sources of funding, whether through enlisting in the capital market or making the debt market today the largest sectors that are grow in the debt market over the past 3 years. For example, Saudi companies get got loan 80 billion riyals. So that gives you a perception for the new areas that can be open to the real estate sector to transform this ambition into a reality. You mentioned one of the obstacles and challenges, disclosure and transparency is one of the challenges is sustaining income and revenues because the projects that are executed are sold and so on. Yes, you are right. The real estate projects that are based on real estate assets take the shape of funds more than taking the shape of companies because company takes the capital develops then itself and that's not in line with the companies. That's why we haven't seen the listed of real estate companies unless we saw the real development of real estate and it has added value. That's when we started to see the enlisting and introduction of companies. But funding to projects, there might be other channels such as real estate development and debt instruments are the best methods for financing. Your Excellency, Doctor, let me back to you. And the challenge of Sukuk, it's a different challenge for frozen assets as a result of maintaining them in inheritance cases or dividends of inheritance. That was a challenge. And what has been done in this regard, Your Excellency? Inheritance is still posing a great issue for some reason. Sometimes the inheritance don't know the assets for that who passed the inheritance and the dispute for inheritance whether there are some procedures of pre-post the cases. There is a great challenge. We have studied this in the ministry and it turned out that in courts we have more than 12,000 dispute cases for inheritance, and we have more than 162,000 documents for showing inheritance, and sometimes there are disputes. So the ministry is determined by the first quarter of this year to launch a product dedicated to dealing with inheritance since the entitlement of the inheritance until receiving inheritance, the inheritance, whether regarding real estate or money or other aspects, whether the procedures and regulation and technology, and it will not be left just to uh, in settlement of issues. There will be some solutions and time in which this disputes should be resolved, and these inheritance should be obliged to solve the situation. There will be electronic alignment for all transactions, and to take into consideration that inheritance, if they can't attend the hearings, their social status can be considered, and the ministry can make technological initiatives to communicate digitally with the inheritance to resolve the issue and disputes, and the inheritance can be divided equally. Also, one of the previous issues, if there is a dispute, sometimes dealing with that is prevented due to the rejection of these inheritance. All those will not be stopped until they agree dividend should be equal and that shall not be subject to a permanent dispute. That was one of the great challenges we faced that may result in the suspension of some real estate issues, and I hope they will end by the end of this year. Those who have disputes in that regard, what should happen? They may go to court, but there should be a time frame allocated to that whether for inheritance or for other procedures, because sometimes there might be shares and there should be electronic alignment to facilitate for inheritance and not make it due to disputes or late treatment of that. If that happens, it will be a breakthrough in the journey of the clients, the journey of beneficiaries, whether in marriage, divorce, many legal aspects. When they have been automated and the procedures have been re-engineered, the experience of the client is different. And this year we have more focus on quality of procedures and challenges such as this one between the objective challenge and such issues will be resolved. I hope by the first quarter to 3 months, and that will include other inheritance. Wish you all the best. Mr. Ahmed, we have just heard from His Royal Highness Governor of Asir. He summarized the prices and quality challenge in what's in the supply and demand. The shortage of demand will affect all of that. Recently, we have seen a jump in licenses and permits of hotel residents. We want to talk about this topic in detail. Let me go back to the sector when it was launched and the tourism visa launched in 2019, and we said we want to reach up to 10% of the GDP and the 10% of jobs in tourism sector, and we started working in mega projects to reach 100 million or 150 million tourists. We need residence, accommodation, hotels, services. Today, when a tourist goes to some of the kingdom cities, they don't have opportunities for spending. You don't want to just to attract the tourist and visitor to the country and don't provide them the opportunities to spend. Spending and expenditure is very important to me. Is more important than the number of tourists. That's why we have noticed after Riyadh season in Riyadh, the number of spending on visitors doubled, and this is a positive indication, to be honest. So today we can serve the number that we have, but to reach to 150 tourists by 2030 and reach 10% of the GDP or 750 billion reals, and the contribution of tourism in economy as an absolute number, we need the rooms that have been announced 250 to 130,000 key new room, and we need new jobs for our graduates, and as a result of increasing the minimum salaries with working with the social human resources funds and the scholarship programs to qualify and train the youth, Saudi youth, who are brilliant and who returned and joined the sector and are doing and performing well. It's very important to introduce the Saudi human resources because they are the most important aspect to explain Saudi culture to foreign visitors. This is one of the most important things that we are working on. We have two parts. The first part is what we have inherited, like quality and availability, and we have another part that is going to come. And I would like to reassure that the quality we will have or we have signed to join the market is a high quality, whether a hotel or a resort. So I'm quite comfortable with what's coming ahead. We have five four-season hotels that will come. We didn't have hotels that are considered as top hotels in the world level, but we signed with St. Regis, Amman, Bakrati, and Diriyah. So the name of hotels that we wish we had and we traveled for in some cases are going to come. Amman will come in Wadi Sfar and Jeddah downtown, and it is one of the top hotels that has high level quality. By 2030 in Saudi Arabia, we will have the top brands for hotels, best services, and a high quality that we inherited in Ministry of Tourism, 300,000 key rooms. We didn't have detailed regulations or clear laws, and there wasn't there a strict regulations until recently. Authority of Tourism provided provided licenses, and Mr. Hagel, when he was in charge of closing this, so we agreed to take the mandate and cancel the permits and licenses, and we started to work on inspection campaigns in August and September. We conducted a heat map for the violations to detect violations. Unfortunately, Mecca and Al Medina, and because given the concentration of rooms, Mecca has 200,000 rooms alone. And we have surveyed those who didn't have licenses and permits have been shut down. Those who had poor quality services have been shut down. We closed more than 250 hotels have been shut down in Mecca. So we are committed to clean what we have inherited, to uh, improve the quality and increase the level of quality and offer the demand and supply and strike a balance. It's quite normal that a room in Medina is quite expensive because Medina is working 100% capacity today. Riyadh 80% of occupancy because of most Riyadh season and lovely winter season. So a large rate of occupancy, and if we have a high demand, investors say rather than spending my money in industrial projects, I will have tourism or entertainment, cultural projects. Finally, we surveyed the market entirely and we focused on destinations we want to support, whether on beaches, mountains, main cities, and we have allocated historical and heritage sites and we started to promote and market them abroad. By 2030, we will have in the kingdom a great demand and we will have a fierce competition with the large destinations, Red Sea, Asir Mountains, Qiddiya, Dir'iyah. And today we have a demand and offerings for individual projects such as one hotel, one apartment, and the trend that is happening in the world 3 to 4 years ago that will continue. They, the real estate development specialists focused on clusters to have a hotel and to dedicate F&B, malls, entertainment. So I encourage any real estate investors at the Tourism Development Fund. The majority of projects funded, many projects, the majority of them was tourism clusters. So if anyone wants to spend 3 to 4 hours, they want to spend it in clusters. So please stay away from just building a restaurant, a single hotel, or a single mall, and to try to go to mid-size clusters, which has such as Covent Garden in London is a good example. I think that what attracts people and people want to take care of. I think the landscape started to be clear and quite positive indeed. The issues of sukuk and properties started to be resolved. Tourism projects are kicking off. So all of that means more opportunities. Your Excellency, Engineer Ahmed, are we ready? Do we have the programs, the incentives that are required to prepare our youth to see such opportunities in the future? As you mentioned, actually, what makes us happy for what mentioned by Mr. Ahmed Al Khatib is that today we don't complain of the shortage of lacking the market. So anyone today can't say that I have a product and I don't have customers. So the easier process is the presence of the customer or absence of the product. I'm talking about as a retired businessman. This is a golden opportunity for businessmen today. I hope from businessmen who are present in this room, from investors and the real estate sector, that we have a golden opportunities before us. There is openness and expansion in tourism. There is a huge demand. There are countries that complain of the demand, but there is lack of demand today in the kingdom. We have greater demand more than supply, and personally I saw that. Sometimes you communicate with hotels that tells you there isn't availability, rooms vacancy. So let me back to your question. We and the kingdom, whether a Ministry of Education or Ministry of Human Resources or other concerned authorities, to prepare and qualify our youth to job market. I think we are very ready, and we're not just very ready. And reality proved that. I sat with businessmen, and I have monthly meeting with the private sector today. Businessmen said, I tried Saudi youth. They have proved that they are fully committed and serious with everything. They have desire to learn. They have a desire to grow. So today, the issue whether to bet on our Saudi talents is, and the number can speak for themselves. We have more than 2 million Saudis in the private sector. We worked on enablement and projects. First, Hadaf Social Development Fund spends more than 11 million riyals monthly for those who work in the private sector. When the businessman wants to pay salary, 50% of that comes from the kingdom, from the government. Training on job, tamhir, apprenticeship program. What is apprenticeship? Is to have Saudis who work for Al Juraisi, for example, and to work for 6 months. You don't pay anything. After 6 months, if you like these youth, you can hire them. If you don't like them, they obtain experience certificate, and that qualifies them to work in anywhere else. And what happens with us is, in apprenticeship program, 60% of those who train, they are employed in the same area. 60%. So from 10 youth who trained in tamhir or apprenticeship, they end up working in the same place, and they receive a job offer. As for a campaign we conducted called Wa'ad or Promise, that was conducted with the private sector, our number were far from what was achieved. What's the meaning of this campaign is that we headed to the private sector and we asked from them to have training on job. We know that the difference in job and the change and the artificial intelligence, how youth can be ready if we have such change. You can imagine in less than a year, 1,100,000 job opportunities for Saudi youth in the private sector. This was in just first year. The program is 5 years long. This is not just for those who are outside the market. This is for those who inside the job market and want to improve. There were some programs, council of sectors. There is tourism, industrial councils, and these councils have officials in the government and businessmen and discussion for requirements of job market regarding required skills and real estate sector, how to reflect such orders on education and how to ensure that these councils can be the focal point between supply and demand, the demand in job market, and how training and education can cope with that. And we have many programs, and I think that there isn't a challenge in the readiness of our youth. What we have heard today from what their highnesses and excellencies mentioned, and this forum that will create job opportunities, this will help in turning the wheel of economy and employ our youth. Mr. Muhammad, you mentioned the funds as method for developing and funding real estate and solving the issues of real estate challenges. But this year and the past months, you have updated the participation and what's recent in that regard.
العقارية كانت هي القناة.
Real estate contributions was the first channel for saving for real estate development. We are owing to the government to many of real estate products. They couldn't have been turned to reality without the real estate development contributions. There were challenges, there were personal, and if the manager of that passes away, there were issues for distributing the dividends and when transforming these contributions from an asset to another had some challenges. The accumulation of the challenges and having at the same time lack of regulatory in 2006, everything that has to do with saving the money and the real estate. There was regulation to start to produce permits, licenses, and permits. We are talking about 176 billion reals assets, and it represents the third of managed assets, and that gives the acceleration and growth in real estate development. Here you can ask, that means the success of the development. Why do we need contribution for real estate? And we were the first people to ask such questions. I'm very grateful to Mr. Majid Al Hagel and Mr. Abdullah Al Hamad, the chairman of Real Estate Development Authority. Over the past 10 years, in 2013, when we had real estate funds, I was talking about 40% of the funds that was less than 100 million reals. The real estate was helping the largest developers and the smallest developers. With the development of a real estate sector and with the improvement of real estate development, that requires engineer, accountant, and many parties, and the distribution of these are to de-risk the sector that made the small developers to exit. If I'm a small developer, the funds are not for me. That's why the funds of small size that are less than 100 million reals, they are less than 20% of real estate funds, and year after year they decrease. And this gap for small developers is the gap that we agree to fix. That's why we are working with colleagues at the ecosystem of real estate, and to find funding that doesn't pass 100 million Saudi riyals to serve largest of developers and to serve smaller developers, and other products may come as such. And I think time is up, but let me conclude with one question at future of Real Estate Forum. I would like to ask Their Excellencies the most important project or initiative that has to do with real estate ecosystem. Let's start with Dr. Walid. Regarding the ministry, there are many projects, but I think the project of resolving the disputes of inheritance will have a great impact on the future of real estate in the kingdom, in addition to continuation of improving the real estate platforms and partnership with Ministry of Municipality, Rural Affairs and Housing. Mr. Ahmed, I think 3 points. We announced country side tourism and building boutiques inside farms. Secondly, we will finish arrangements for tourism clusters and the property owned by the government that can provide to the private sector. And third, we will announce a number of incentives to incentivize the sector. Your Excellency, Engineer Ahmed, we started in 2024 this year. By the beginning of the year, we started to transfer the nationalization to two ministries, Municipality and Rural Affairs and Housing, and the Ministry of Tourism. This is a very important project, transferring mandates. That means Ministry of Municipality and Rural Affairs is responsible for nationalizing its sectors, and there is abundant support. Ministry of Municipality took the largest share of this budget, and they will create opportunities in this year and the upcoming year regarding real estate sector and everything that has to do with the programs of tourism. Mr. Mohammed, on the horizon, I can say four things that will impact increase of real estate development in terms of opportunities is improving debt market, because the beneficiaries are in the real estate development, especially to securities of individuals. The second thing we talked about is the contribution of real estate development that will create another channel for funding small developers and the democratization of real estate developments that will give more opportunities for different kinds of managers in the real estate sector. And finally, which is owning property in Mecca and Medina, and making enablement and investment in Mecca and Medina, because last year we allowed the opportunities for those outside the kingdom to invest in Mecca and Medina, and by the end of the first quarter we will issue the regulations to invest in enlisted companies who are outside the kingdom, to provide more investment to real estate sector, to transform our dreams and ambitions to a reality. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, thank you so much for your insights. Mr. Majid, thank you for giving me the opportunity to moderate the session. Distinguished guests, thank you for attention and listening. Thank you so much. Thank you to their Excellencies, the panelists, and would like to thank Mr. Omar Al-Jaraisi for moderating this session.
السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have 2 consecutive sessions. The first session will be under the title The Hidden Wealth of Cities, and the second session will be under the title Sustainable Construction Strategy for Developing Renewable Tourism. Please welcome the moderator of these 2 sessions, Ms. Mariam Stale.
Hello, everybody. I know that was a wonderfully insightful, interesting session, but it would be great if you would take your seats again once you've had the chance to express your thanks and gratitude to those panelists so that we can kick off with the next of our sessions here today. How are you all doing? Good? Good morning so far? Yeah, well, someone nearly wanted to applaud then. I like that. Yes, excellent. It's such a brilliant chance to come together, isn't it, and learn and be inspired and motivated and hear best practice. So yeah, we have some wonderful insights lined up for you in the next hour or so with 2 different sessions. So what I'm going to start by doing is introducing the panelists for my fireside chat, which is coming up now, all about the hidden wealth of cities. So if I could ask Jane McGivern and Jerry Inzarello onto stage. So I have learned a new Arabic word, which is marhaba. Am I saying that right? Can we say marhaba to Jerry and Jane? Thank you. Fabulous. Okay, well, let's kick off. And yeah, I think we do have a lot lined up and in store. So please do take your seats, and we're going to share some amazing insights with you. So I am joined today by Jane McGivern, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Sports Boulevard Foundation, which is one of Riyadh's 4 mega projects, and it launched in 2019. Jane has an absolutely amazing track record leading global transformation projects and has more, I mean, I don't know if I should say how many years experience you have, because a lady never tells her age, right? But I know you have several significant projects under your belt and a few decades worth of expertise and experience, particularly around infrastructure and mega project management. So that's Jane McGivern, and we also are joined by, I think, a familiar face, Jerry Inzarello. Am I saying that right, Jerry Inzarello? Yes. Sicilian?
Very Sicilian.
Very Sicilian.
Sicilian Saudi.
A Sicilian Saudi, this is what we like. Jerry, if you're not already aware, is the Group Chief Executive Officer of Direa Company, and he brings a wealth, again, of international experience to this current role. And he has been tasked with developing and implementing the master plan to turn Direa into one of the world's greatest gathering places, restoring and reimagining the ancestral home of the first Saudi state. Quite a mouthful. Amazing project from both of you. So really, we do have two absolute powerhouses from the industry here with us today to share their insights, their experience, their expertise on this topic that we've called the hidden wealth of cities. And I am so excited to be inspired and learn over the next 30 minutes. So I think what I'm going to start by doing is kick off by giving both Jane and Jerry an opportunity to share a little bit about their highlights, the incredible destinations that they're responsible for, the projects that they're leading. So Jane, kicking off with you, in case anybody has been living under a rock and doesn't know, could you tell us a little bit more about Sports Boulevard and the part particularly that it plays to support Vision 2030?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Is it good? No, you're good. Just nice
yes,
and close.
good to go. Okay, guys. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. I have been doing this for about 4,000 years, so you are correct. But Sports Boulevard is the most amazing project. I would say that, wouldn't I? But it is the world's largest piece of genuine urban regeneration, and very sustainable for that fact alone. But on top of that, it is changing the fabric of Riyadh, enabling the citizens and visitors, anybody, to lead a slightly different lifestyle and have the opportunity to make different choices about their lifestyle. So at its heart, it is a completely 360-degree sustainable project. It's 135 kilometers long, very linear. It starts in Wadi Hanifa, where we are sister companies with my very good friend here. We come through Direa Gate. You may have seen a huge cycling bridge that is about to open that drops down onto an old utility corridor that runs for 35 kilometers straight, east to west, right up to Wadi Saleh, out by the airport. And the bulk of our activity is in that 35 kilometers, and that is very much urban regeneration. It's an old utilities corridor, so I apologize to absolutely everybody in Riyadh for digging up the roads and diverting all the utilities. I know it causes a lot of delay, but ultimately it will reduce carbon, it will make the city a better place and make the city a healthier place. We open our first district in a couple of months, actually, so we're very excited about that.
Yeah, really exciting, and having chatted with you and the team a bit about some of the ambition behind it, it's really so visionary and so enormous as a project.
It's a park.
Yeah.
It's an urban park.
And one of the longest linear parks in the world?
The longest.
The longest.
Linear
We are
park
saying
in
the
world.
longest. Okay,
yes, it is the longest.
Some
other cities have linear parks. Valencia has a beautiful one. It's 14 kilometers long. New York has a very different vibe in Manhattan with their High Line linear park.
Oh, yes.
Which is 7 kilometers long. And so I think we do top the scales a bit at 135 kilometers.
Amazing.
And it provides hundreds and hundreds of cycling routes, walking routes, and opportunities for everybody to exercise and improve their health.
Let me just ask, so those of you in the audience, obviously lots of people here from Riyadh know the city and the project. Who here has had the chance to visit any of the development that's going on for Sports Boulevard at the moment? Can I just see a show of hands? Yeah, a few people. Oh, yeah, okay, quite a number of people. It's exciting, isn't it, to see this sort of project coming to the city. And let's talk about another very exciting project, Jerry, obviously. Anybody who doesn't know about Direa, which is that extraordinary World Heritage Site, the UNESCO World Heritage Site. And this concept as well, where you're creating Direa, the city of Earth. Can you just tell us a little bit more, get us excited about this project?
Yes, thank you very much. Before I talk about my favorite subject, Direa, the only one Direa, I'd like to also give my compliments and congratulations to my great colleague Jane, because what she's doing with the Sport Boulevard immediately will change not only quality of life in Riyadh, but it is a gigantic amenity that many Saudis will have. And prior to the announcement of all the Giga projects, thanks to the vision of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, in Vision 2030 it stated that he wanted to get all Saudis and all of our visitors outdoors at least 3 times a week. That could be walking, cycling, horses, picnicking, just being with your family outdoors. So her great work, and we're all very excited, as Jane mentioned, we've already collaborated. And one of the things that I'm particularly proud of, thanks to the collaboration between Jane Sport Boulevard and Didea Company, is that from the King's Palace to the Western Ring Road is 9 kilometers. And by December 31st, this past December 31st, together, we've completed 9 kilometers that someone can walk, ride, enjoy right now. And, you know, we have Didea season up right now. And last night we had 9,000 people in Bijeri and in our pop-up that I hope everybody will come visit, called Layali Didea. And so many families stopped me last night. Yeah. Thank you so much, because they see the work that Jane and her great team are doing, and we had the opportunity to contribute. But to your question, Didea is the birthplace of the kingdom. There's not 2, there's 1 birthplace. It's the ancestral home of Al Saud. There's not 2, there's 1. It's the source of Saudi identity, it's the source of our pride, it's where the nation was born. So now, 2 years ago, in December, not quite 2, but 2 years ago in December of 2021, 2022, we opened the UNESCO World Heritage Site. We restored it, all praise to our wonderful custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have today, we wouldn't have the UNESCO designation. At the end of this Ramadan, we will have welcomed 2 million people to Taif. Extraordinary. And people are coming from all over the world now to see the birthplace of the kingdom. So it's already changing the face of Riyadh. But it's not meant to be a theme park. There are places for that, which we're an advocate of. Our mission is to celebrate our 300 years of culture and heritage, where all Saudis can be proud of where the kingdom originated and proud of their identity. 300 years is a very rich culture. So we're building 140 million square meters, 14 by 14, and I'm very pleased, like most of the Giga projects, not that we would have it any other way with the Crown Prince, but we're on time, on budget, and we'll be finished for the Expo by 2030.
Well, that is absolutely an achievement, and 2 million visitors in just those 2 years. Yeah. I can count myself among them.
Good.
I did go and visit in December. Did anyone else have the chance yet to visit?
Yes.
Any parts of the incredible Didea? Yeah, a few hands as well. It is absolutely spectacular. And it's interesting chatting to you both and hearing about some of these synergies which exist between obviously 2 very distinct, very different projects. But there is something really here with an emphasis on culture and history and heritage and legacy. It's not just building for building's sake. It's not just saying, what can we do that's innovative or different? It's taking the fabric and the pride in this place and in this country and bringing it to life and telling those stories. And Jane, am I right in thinking that that's embedded in the way you build through something called the design code?
That's absolutely correct. And again, I want to thank Jerry and his team, because they kicked off this whole identity of the real Saudi Arabia, and have done just the most superb job and set the standards for all of us. And so on Sports Boulevard, we created a design code all around architecture, design, feel, to make a Saudi identity. We want somebody to be able to look at a photograph of Riyadh and say, that's Riyadh. and there's no other city like that. And so we developed a design code along the Salmanic architectural principles, but we also looked at massing, renewable energies, the way that we landscape, the species that we plant, the way that we use water efficiently, and we implemented that not only along Sports Boulevard, but a kilometre either side of Sports Boulevard. So our design code impacts roughly, I think it's 18% of the entire city. And so anybody who wishes to develop in those areas, they will come to our design code studio and we'll guide them and help them to get the very best result for Riyadh, which has developed a little bit over the years in a sort of an urban sprawl environment, and that is now being sort of, as we redevelop, being corrected into something very, very beautiful, very sustainable. And Jerry kicked that off with his project. So we're just following on with that good work, and it's working. I mean, so, you know, we also have put some environmental requirements in our design code for sustainability. For example, we're delivering over 25 kilometers worth of district cooling, which is the largest district cooling project in the world, I think, which we will require any new developer to plug into. Yeah. But we're doing the connections now so that we don't have to keep digging up roads every time we want to do a new development. So there's been a lot of thought and process put into that, as well as grey water treatment and a different type of soil for irrigation purposes. So the design code will make and is already making a massive difference to the look and feel of Riyadh.
That's incredible, and maybe that's one of the big takeaways from this session, that, you know, all these people in the industry thinking about how do we do things better and differently and in sustainable ways, and with our, you know, an emphasis on culture and on preserving this amazing city. Maybe that's something that you have both helped to inspire people around, that they make sure that those principles are embedded. Because, Jerry, you're doing that. I mean, culture could not be more front and center of what it is that you are doing in Diriyah with the restoration and the preservation of the heritage site. But it's not just that. Diriyah is so much more. But telling the Saudi story and bringing that to life is so much at the heart of why you're doing what you're doing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, thank you. I think probably my favorite part of Diriyah, where I derive the most personal joy, and I've been doing this a long time, is in my 6 years in the kingdom, I've never seen more Saudi families at Diriyah at one time, by the thousands now. And this is beautiful because when you see 4, 6, 8-year-old children who now see these beautiful mud silhouettes and see them as their own, not as a destroyed city of mud, not as a destroyed first Saudi state that preserved itself to a third Saudi state now, and where they're enjoying themselves there, where it's not a relic. It represents who we are, what we believe in, how we feel, how we eat, how we drink, how we dance, how we sing. This is a beautiful thing. But I'll tell you one thing that I've been saying lately, and that is that one of the most under-known facts about His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, is what an environmentalist he is. If you use the word sustainability with him, he'll look at you like, that's not a buzzword. This is part of who we are. So all of the CEOs, all of them throughout the kingdom, were all committed to his #1 commitment, and that is quality of life. In other words, as the next 5 years, 10 years, Expo 2030, you know, World Cup 2034, an Olympic game at some particular point in our future, as the society becomes the powerhouse of G20 cities, what is the quality of life for all of our people? Will they be happy? Will they be fit? Will they be entertained? Will they have a high self-esteem? Will they have a high national identity? And he deserves so much praise for that, because it joins us all together, from the Red Sea to the Empty Quarter to Neom. It's consistent because of him. So like at Diriyah now, it's in the mud typology. We're making 185 million mud bricks by hand. Wow. We've already done 15 million. So everything's going to look uniform. So when you look at a Riyadh, 8 million people, they're about to go to 15 million people, a modern, dynamic powerhouse metropolis in the new model of a Singapore. What's the jewel in the middle of it? The cultural jewel, the heritage, the source of Saudi pride. That's Diriyah. And then connecting this giant metropolis is Jane's good work by giving people a reason to be outdoors and to be fit and happy and enjoy themselves individually or the time with their family and their neighbors.
Well, I think that goes to the heart of our topic, doesn't it? This idea of the hidden wealth of cities. You're both talking about people. You're talking about livability. You're talking about building with a people-centric approach, thinking about their needs, their priorities, more than just, I guess, buildings being buildings or real estate being, available for development or for investment or for retail or for all those things. It's about what do people need and how do we give people that sense of pride and livability and health and well-being. So, I mean, we can't talk about Sports Boulevard without talking about sports, can we really? And that sense of people and livability and bettering people's lives, because that's a really purpose-driven mission, Jane, isn't it?
It definitely is. And, the subject, the hidden wealth of a city, can mean anything to anybody.
Yeah.
But certainly to me, it's about people. If you look at a city as a PLC, then you're about the bottom line. What are you doing for the GDP of Riyadh, Jane? And we are doing a lot for the GDP of Riyadh, but we can't do it without the people that we need.
Yeah.
And the people need to have a great quality of life, and they need to want to come and stay and raise families and be in ownership of their city because it's such a fabulous place to live. And therefore, projects like Jerry's, which is a cultural jewel, it's a global cultural jewel actually, are absolutely vital. But we provide the sport. So across the realm of Sports Boulevard, we deliver almost 60 different sports. And the important thing is that it's not for elite Olympic athletes, although it is good enough to be for elite Olympic athletes should they choose to turn up. It's about grassroots sport. It's about engaging young people from the get-go in having a go, trying a sport, getting it embedded in their life DNA to be healthy and well, and giving them the facilities to do that. And we work very closely with, the Ministry of Sport and the Ministry of Health are our major partners and stakeholders, and we all have the same objective in this regard. And a lot of our sports are free for everybody. It's not about wealth, it's not about who you are, it's about you've got some, pair of shoes, you're good to go. Yeah. There's lots of things you can do.
And you've also done some really interesting studies into, or research into why people maybe do or don't do sport, like heat being a big thing, and you've integrated ways of combating some of those challenges in order to make sport more accessible, haven't you?
Yes, I mean, I know the general global perception is that Riyadh's sort of 50 degrees 12 months a year, which is of course nonsense. We all know we've got a great climate here and it's a very dry climate. I would probably say there's only 3 or 4 months a year that you sort of, consider the weather before you go and play sport. And I've lived here for 3 years and I run every day and I play tennis and I do all sorts of things, and it's much better than doing that in the UK, to be honest. So, we're trying to bring the urban temperature down, not only on Sports Boulevard, but I know it's a Riyadh-wide discussion. RCRC are heavily engaged in it. Jerry is doing a lot of great work with that by the use of materials. For example, we have trialled over the last 12 months several sustainable methods of construction that brings down the nighttime urban temperature. So our cycle tracks, for example, are of the right color, but built of a material that uses 25% less carbon in its production, and just changing the color of the asphalt materials that we're using will bring the urban temperature down in those areas by 1.5 degrees. And so the wider we can spread this word and the more use of these materials that we can use as a city, the cooler the city will become. And that involves correct planting and different methods of irrigation and lesser use of water and different species. And it's a huge subject. I'd come back for 4 hours and tell you about it. I bore everybody rigid about it, but it drives us, but we also need to be financially sustainable so that these projects they can pay for their operation and they can make a return to the city as well. So it's a very fine balancing act that we have to go through. We don't want to keep going to the government every year on completion and say, give us money to operate. That's a fail. We need to be financially sustainable and economically sustainable as well as environmentally sustainable. It is absolutely a brilliant project. As I say, we deliver 60 different sports. There's a clue in the title. And we're a very young, vibrant population, and our job is to capture people. As soon as they can walk, they want to ride a bike. As soon as they can walk, they need somewhere to ride their bike. Or go for a run, or use a gym, or climb a wall, or whatever it might be.
I mean, it's hugely inspiring in hearing about some of the innovative technologies and techniques you're putting in place around. I mean, we can't have a real estate conference without talking about sustainability, can we? And Jerry, I know, you mentioned already the word sustainability maybe, raises an eyebrow because it's about the Crown Prince being an environmentalist, it's about it being embedded in who we are and what we're doing. But I imagine you're also putting into place some interesting techniques around how you're constructing and creating Diriyah and the livability of that city too, aren't you?
Yeah, the Crown Prince, when he envisioned historic Diriyah, we've got 5 master plans going on now. We have something that we call affectionately inside DG1, which is the historical part of Diriyah. Then we have DG2, where the Kingdom Silicon Valley will be, where the media village will be, and where the entertainment village will be. DG3, of course, the whole spine of the Oasis, the Wadi Hanifa that Jane and I just talked about. And then we have a very unusual development, very high-end real estate with sprawling, beautiful resorts called the Wadi Sfar. But to Jane's point, we found a new component material that behaves exactly like asphalt, but we were able to color it in the same limestone color. So when you drive through Wadi Sfar now, there's no black roads. It all blends into the topography of Wadi Sfar. It looks absolutely stunning. It has the same safety and track record that urban asphalt would have, but it's much lighter and therefore much cooler, all made with components that are without carbon, So this is a smart thing, but I'll mention something that in 2 years' time, nobody will know, but it was one of the largest engineering feats in the world. And that is, with Diriyah 1, the Crown Prince wanted it to be the largest walkable, pedestrian-friendly cultural city. So Diriyah 1 is 4 times the size, walkable. In that, we had to put the infrastructure underground. But Diriyah is on rock. It's not on soil. And we don't use explosives for demolition. So we had a core drive, dot, 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 dot. Now, we drove the community crazy for 3 years with noise and dust, but we took out 8 million cubic meters of rock so we could have 40,000 parking spots underground, smart city technology, fiber optics, water, sewage, a whole spine system for tour buses and Uber. You can't believe it. When you look at it now, you go out there now, it looks like something out of the Pharaohs.
Wow.
It is enormous. And in order to take that 8 million cubic meters of rock, that was 700,000, not dump trucks, mining trucks of rock. What do we do with it? Now, here's where the Crown Prince is brilliant. What do we do with the rock? We took the rock, which is very beautiful, it's mustard-colored limestone, and we put it to beautify Riyadh. So now when you drive from Diriyah to the airport, a lot of that rock on that mustard-colored terracing that you see on the roads has come from our quarries. But what the public don't know, which is brilliant, again, the idea of His Royal Highness and that of His Excellency Ibrahim Al Sultan, is that by raising these beautiful planters, you have all smart city irrigation. and gravel beds. So while you recycle the affluent water of Riyadh now, you're recapturing 23% less evaporation because you have the gravel beds. So it's smart city, it's sustainable, it's beautiful, and it's functional, because now, if you have a gas-powered car by 2030, you won't be able to take it up to DG1. Only electric cars, right? But you can put it down and come the elevators up, right? So today it will be a very beautiful walkable city, like Fez, like Florence, like Siena, not dynamically chaotic like a Cairo or Rome. That's the Crown Prince's intention. But the smart city sustainability is below the ground.
And I find that incredibly inspiring. I didn't know. Did you know when you drive to the airport that some of what you see has come from Diriyah and is sort of the byproduct of that construction? I think that's amazing in terms of an example of collaboration, thinking outside of maybe just our own projects, because I do believe it's so easy, isn't it, to get myopic, to see things just for what we're doing or trying to achieve. And I think maybe we could all be a little bit inspired by this idea of more cohesive collaboration, looking beyond our own projects. But that's, it's an amazing way of viewing the techniques and technologies that you're putting in place to ultimately create a legacy for the whole city. And I just think that's a beautiful thing to do. Because, we've talked a bit about well-being and livability. You've talked about the 15-minute city, Jerry. You're not about sports per se, but you're absolutely about well-being and about people and about that ability for, I guess, people to tell their stories, to live in a way which has one eye on the future and is still rooted in the past.
Yeah, we're configuring our master plans to take care of 100,000 people. But in the jewel of that is the UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is pristine, and that work started in 1998 thanks to the custodian of the Tuali Mosque, our great King Salman. Thanks to his leadership and his love of Diriyah, nobody loves him more than him, maybe equal with the Crown Prince. But we got UNESCO World Heritage designation in 2010. So now when you come out to Diriyah at night, we have hundreds of our actors, if you will, young Saudis, who are part of the cultural experience, that nightly are doing the Arda and the Samba. Nightly we reenact stories of the Imams and stories of how life was 100 years ago, 200 years, 300 years ago. We play a beautiful film on the mud silhouettes, on the history of the first, second, and third Saudi state that people love, mostly the Saudis. Last night, I'm walking through Layali Diriyah, beautiful night, weather was beautiful, and Omanis are stopping me, Bahrainis are stopping me, Qataris, Emiratis, and what we're noticing now in big numbers, thanks to the Saudi Tourism Authority and our wonderful Ministry of Tourism, we're seeing now, instead of all Saudis going out to the other GCC, we're seeing the GCC countries come into us. This is a very good thing because people are festive, they're enjoying ourselves. Now, without going into the geopolitics, now is a very concerning time. But when people come to the kingdom, they feel safe, they feel happy, and you can immediately see quality of life. I will say this, we have a lot of work to do, and it's going to be very disruptive infrastructurally between now and 2030. That's a fact. But the city of Riyadh will be unrecognizable by 2030, in time for the hosting of 2030. It will be, it is already G20. It will be the new urban role model for the new G20 starting 2030, and the jewel in the middle will be its source of cultural identity and source of Saudi pride, Diriyah.
And what a beautiful vision that is, and also I think building it for the people, for the citizens, with an eye firmly on creating it for the Saudi population, for Riyadh, rather than just creating, oh look, what do tourists want or what do the external countries want, because they're still going to be inspired by it and they're still going to see the beauty and the heritage, and I find that really very moving. And I know, Jane, again, for you, that's how you're building it. Everything is about how do we better the lives of the people who live here. But could it be a blueprint for other developments? Could we take what you've done at Sports Boulevard and maybe embed a little bit of some of your principles into all of the projects that are maybe sitting in this room here today?
absolutely. And I think Sports Boulevard is, as Jerry alluded to, we cross through all of the other major projects in the city, or touch them in some way. And almost we're a source of connectivity. And if you, I mean, we're already doing the work to look at how do you expand that within Riyadh, especially after everybody did just a mega job in winning Expo 2030 for Riyadh, yay, which is great news.
Amazing news, yeah.
So we're all determined to be shiny and finished by 2030, but actually we need to connect in with the Expo site. We need to connect in with the transport systems. We need to make sure that actually we're a cohesive, together city. And Sports Boulevard is a network of, let's call it a network of health throughout the city for every citizen to enjoy, not just the people who live nearby. And I think that this is a blueprint for regeneration of existing cities and expansion of future cities. We are car-free, we're all about public transport. We have 3 metro stations that sit on our realm. We are, providing alternative methods of transport for everybody that visits Sports Boulevard, and we estimate that to be in the region of something like 10 million visits a year, even if that's just crossing the boulevard and sitting in the park for 10 minutes. So I think that Riyadh will lead the way genuinely across the globe for a properly thought through modern city for the next century. And I say that with no exaggeration. And the way that we do it is through the amazing Saudi people. Because for me, in my 4,000-year career that you pointed out, the thing that has amazed me more than anything is the people of Saudi. They are highly educated. They are very young and enthusiastic. They are grasping their future, and they are looking to their future, and they want this, led by His Royal Highness. It is an amazing vibe to sit through, and you can feel the energy buzzing in the city all the time. I feel privileged just to be allowed to play a little bit in it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Can I piggyback on that? Because
I think it's
an amazing thing. You know, one of the things that I said a little bit earlier about all of us know inside the Crown Prince's integrity on environmental protection and sustainability. We all know, it's a very well-known fact, of the devotion of Dedeya, for instance, and history within the king. We know this. He's a very acclaimed historian. The fact that the Crown Prince loves history as much as his great father is something. How you could be so forward-thinking and so forward-focused and still have an equal respect for the 300 years behind you. But I'll mention something that's happening in Riyadh now that in my 50-year career I haven't seen. And I think this is revolutionary in terms of how urban planning is done. A lot of times, you go into cities and you have power developers. And the developers buy very large tracts of land, and they determine what they want to do. And they're smart people in most cities. And they'll say you need some form of residential, office, retail, entertainment. But it rarely studies what the fundamental needs of the community you are in first. This is different with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, before he does a giga project, studies the needs of that community. Because you must bring that community along with you. They cannot be at the sake of the giga project. They have to be respected by the giga project. Now, land acquisition is very emotional, very difficult, you know, when you have to acquire land for the giga projects. But what's happening in the kingdom that I've never seen in a 50-year career is what will benefit the citizens of today first. Will their quality of life be better 5 years from now than it was 5 years before, 10 years from now? And I think that in a forum like this should be on the record, because in our urban planning, nothing is accidental by the Crown Prince. He's in every detail that way. But it starts with quality of life and community focused rather than development focused. Does that make sense?
Completely, and I think it goes absolutely to the heart of what we have established as the hidden wealth of a city. When we build with a people-centric, a community focus, when we think about the needs of those people that we're serving effectively, that's got to be front and center. And if we can put aside some of those other, maybe slightly more commercial priorities, that will come if we have the right planning and the right attitude and the right
14% of our staff are from Direa.
Say that again?
14% of our staff, and we're over 2,000 now.
14.
Yeah, we have over 300 staff who live and are from families of Direa.
Yeah. I mean, and you were saying as well, Jane, to me that so many of your staff are, local, young, passionate Saudi people with the desire to improve this city and its well-being for themselves and their families.
This is not just arbitrary targets. They are the best people. So they are absolutely the best employees you could possibly have. So we have about, we're not quite as big as Direa yet, we have about, I would say, 450 employees, of which I'm very proud to say that almost 90% are Saudi, and of those, 43% are female Saudis, engineers, architects, lawyers, very smart, a fantastic workforce actually. And I jealously guard them. They are brilliant. I see myself as somebody who's keeping a seat warm.
We have no quotas.
Yeah, exactly. We
right?
neither.
We're Jane's 90. I'm 85% Saudi. 39% of our staff are Saudi women. 16% of those Saudi women are in leadership, full KPIs, full salary, unlike some other places in the world. And 14% of the staff are from Direa. No quotas. Best person for the job.
Exactly.
Right?
They're just the best people for the job. And I rarely look outside of the kingdom now when I'm recruiting. So as more experience is brought in and left, we're finding we don't need to. So, the wealth of this city is definitely its people. But to come back to your point, if you start with the right infrastructure that serves the people and the communities, then actually the economic development comes, but more importantly, it stays. So it's sustainable. It's just economics.
Just is, yeah. Well, I'm going to leave those inspirational words ringing in all of our ears. I couldn't have said it any better myself, but the hidden wealth of cities is really people. It's looking at the people who help to create the cities and the developments. It's looking at the people whose lives and lifestyles and families we are serving in doing so. And it's really thinking about planning and developing with those community-first attitudes and mindsets. Jerry, Jane, I am inspired. Are you inspired by hearing some of those stories? I mean, give me some nods, give me some thumbs up, because I think that was amazing. But yes, a massive round of applause. Oh, Jerry is going to have the final word.
There's only one Direa, only one Sport Boulevard. Partners.
Please show your massive appreciation to Jane McGibbon and Jerry Inzarello for their time, their expertise, their inspiration. Thank you so much. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Miriam.
Always exciting. I thought I'd sit here because I keep twisting to see you all as well. That was fabulous, really interesting stories, and I hope that you definitely got a glimpse into some of the hidden wealth of cities. But we're going to move straight on now into our next session, which is all about building better and looking at making that case for regenerative tourism development. So the guest I'm now delighted to welcome onto stage is Mr. John Pagano. John, come join me. Fabulous. Do come in and take your seats. We have some more inspiration for you, which is very exciting. I know they're all a bit like twisty, aren't they? So, for those who don't know, our guest, Mr. John Pagano, you are the Group Chief Executive Officer of Red Sea Global, and you bring also a 4,000-year career. I think we're just going to say 4,000-year careers, so we don't dob anyone in with their ages.
I'm not as old as Jerry, just saying for the record.
Okay, so 5,000 years, 4,000 years, roughly in the multiple 1,000-year careers. We love it. But you've obviously got a wealth of international experience as well, all facets of commercial property. You've worked across Europe, North America, the Caribbean, which I want to talk to you about later because I lived there for a while and I've got a soft spot as well for that part of the world. And your experience really does look at every aspect of the real estate value chain. And now you're applying all of that expertise to these incredible development projects for Red Sea Global, which is really about creating a series of regenerative luxury tourism destinations in Saudi Arabia. Did I get that right?
I think you got it all. Well done.
Amazing. I think that deserves a round of applause. So
I
let's
think so
welcome
too.
John formally onto stage. Give him a big round of applause. Fantastic. Amazing. So we are talking about regenerative tourism and how those developments are different. And from talking with your team and hearing a bit more and studying and researching a bit more about Red Sea Global and some of the projects that you're doing, it's definitely a different approach to development. And I'm fascinated for us to dig in a little bit more and hear about all of that. So, a lot of people will know you, will know some of these projects, will have very familiar names attached to them. But can you really just explain to us a bit about what you mean? What is regenerative tourism development? What does that look like in practice? Why is it different from just standard development? So tell us a bit more.
Okay, well look, I think you have to sort of set the scene as to why regenerative development and so on. And I think you have to think about it in terms of the world, the planet is facing an existential threat from climate change, from loss of biodiversity, etc. And so people often talk about sustainability. I think now it's an overused term. Everybody wants to be sustainable. But when we reflected on what sustainability actually means, it means maintaining the status quo. And again, if you go back to my opening comment, the world is facing an existential threat. And so what we need to do, and what regeneration is all about, and frankly, it's a term we've coined many years ago, it's actually to try to improve the destination and make it better. And making it better addresses some of the challenges that the planet is facing, from, as I said, from climate change, from greenhouse gas emissions to loss of biodiversity, and that's what we focus on, and we're very proud of the work that we've been doing in that regard, because we want to set ourselves up as a beacon of hope and demonstrate to the world that there's a better way to develop.
Okay.
And that's the essence of what regenerative development is all about.
Well, let's tell everybody about this better way to develop. Maybe you want to just give us a glimpse into how practically you are using those regenerative tourism development principles to create some extraordinary destinations. Do you want to just give us a little bit of insight?
Yeah, so as I said, look, it starts by recognizing something that we have that I think is very unique. It's one of the last places in the world that is truly pristine, untouched, and we're the beneficiaries of the lessons that we've learned over time. I mean, we've, as humanity, have exploited our natural environment to a far too great an extent, and here we were presented with this beautiful environment, never been developed on before. We've got the most thriving coral reefs to be found anywhere in the world, on the 4th largest barrier reef system. And we've said, if we follow the standard business as usual case, we're just going to damage what we have. And so the approach that we took right from the very beginning was actually to take an inspired by nature approach, but led by science. And what does that mean? means that before we started digging and constructing, we actually spent a good deal of time understanding the environment that we had. We did a lot of baseline surveys to understand the ecosystems that we were operating within. And then we said, okay, how do we regenerate? How do we make it better? So we undertook what we termed a marine spatial planning simulation. We actually had published a scientific paper on the subject, which was the largest of its kind ever undertaken. And what that did was it identified the conservation value of the entire destination. And then we said, let's set ourselves the goal of not maintaining it, but actually improving it. So we set a target of 30% increase in the net conservation value of the destination over the coming decades, compared with leaving the destination untouched. So that's a pretty tall order for us to actually live by. And then we started the master plan. And through that course, we made choices that were driven by ecology and biodiversity, making sure that we protected critical habitats. You see us wear, the Red Seers wear a pin of the turtle. And the turtle for us is a constant reminder of the importance of the creatures that lived and inhabited this space before we did.
Yeah.
So that's what we mean. And so how does it manifest itself? We have developed in certain locations and not others. So we're only going to develop 22 out of a 90 island archipelago, leaving 75% of the islands untouched. We're going to limit the number of visitors to the destination by design. And by that I mean we're not going to overdevelop. So, and that's all to work within our so-called ecological ceiling. We don't want to stress this precious environment so that future generations can enjoy it. If we don't take these steps, coral reefs are going to disappear. The habitats, the hawksbill sea turtle, which is beautiful, but is also critically endangered, will also disappear. Yeah. And so it's taking these very important decisions, but led by nature above all else, and putting profit almost in the back burner. We want to be profitable, and I think that's important, because in order to be sustainable, you need to be. But you don't have to be profitable at the expense of the very thing that actually differentiates you and makes you so very special.
I mean, I think that's a really important kind of conversation to have, because we do all talk about sustainability. We do have all of these targets, all of these goals. It's got to be woven into the fabric of all of our developments and everything we're doing. But it can be an incredibly fine line to balance, as you said, kind of commercial success. And you're obviously not developing for mass commercial markets, but you're still, you have to make something that's commercially viable. But often I think we have this impression that maybe sustainable solutions are more costly, are more complicated. So how do you walk that line within your development? It's hard, isn't it?
No, it is extremely difficult, and the path that we're taking is clearly more expensive. But I think you have to look at the consumer and consumers' habits are changing. Consumers want to travel more responsibly. Yeah. And there's a far greater awareness of our environment than had been the case certainly before COVID. It's just everybody is aware of it, and survey after survey is telling us that consumers A, want to travel sustainably, B, and this really speaks to the commercial point, are prepared to pay more. And so we're leveraging that aspect of it. And as I said, I think for us, we're in a very unique position where we're not short-term focused. We're very much a long-term play. It's about delivering on Vision 2030, so we can take the decisions that maybe others cannot. And what we hope to achieve by doing that is actually changing the paradigm and leading by example. I'm a big advocate of our actions need to speak louder than our words. It's easy to say stuff. It's much harder to do it, and we're doing it on the ground today. We made promises 5-6 years ago that are now coming to realization. And what I believe and I hope is that's going to put pressure on others to follow this lead, because when consumers have a choice where they spend their money, and they have a choice like the Red Sea and Amala, then that will put pressure on others. And if that's the outcome of all of this, that's going to be fantastic, because it's the step in the right direction towards starting to address some of the challenges that we face.
Yeah, and I think it's finding those sort of practical, tangible methodologies or ideas or tools that we can use that enable us to maybe have a future focus and vision and not be a bit head in the sand about it and just think that it's someone else's problem. And I love that one of your tools is that future focus. how does it apply in the long term? It doesn't have to just be short-termist. And I think we heard that from Jerry and Jane as well, this idea about what are we building for the long term, for the good of people and planet. But people sustainability is an interesting thing, isn't it? And I know that's a big part of the promises that you've made. It's not just about environmental sustainability, it's about people too, isn't it?
Without a doubt. So ESG is a big, again, another one of those very fashionable things to be focused on. Again, we want to bring that to reality. And so environmental, for sure, we major on that, but we also major on social. And we've worked with our local communities to empower them, to allow them to benefit from the fruits of what we're creating. So I'm very proud of the fact that our neighboring communities are seeing economic growth. And I have a story of a young man that I met on one of our project sites who came to introduce himself as, and this really speaks to the reach of Vision 2030 and what it's all about. It's ultimately about creating a vibrant society and employment opportunities. So I met this young man, actually he wasn't that young, he was more middle-aged.
But not a 4,000-year career, right?
But not a 4,000-year career. But somebody who introduced himself as, I'm one of your small contractors that's now a big contractor. And I said, oh, that's interesting, where are you working, et cetera. And he was telling me the project he was working on, and it was great that a local from Umluj, which is a neighboring town, had seen his business grow as a result of the work that we were doing. But here's the more interesting thing. And he said, and I have 2 sons, both of whom are in your scholarship program studying international hospitality management at the University of Prince Megrin. So not only have we affected his family and his elders and his children, but his children, their future is also impacted by what we're doing. So we're spending an inordinate amount of effort on training and upskilling young Saudis to benefit from the opportunities that Vision 2030 is creating. And it's not just at the higher education level. We're focusing on all jobs across the entire spectrum, and tourism is a very, cross-industry type of sector, simply because it's not just hotels. You have to travel, you have to fly, there's airports, there's engineering, et cetera. And so we have a vocational program that we're working closely with the Human Resources Development Fund, who fund these programs, and we hire these people. We graduated our first 480 students in the summer, and all 480 students have found jobs at the Red Sea across our hospitality partners, from the airport to the engineering services to renewable energy. So again, it's working, and we're ultimately, between Red Sea and Amala alone, we're going to create 120,000 jobs. 60,000 direct, another 60,000 induced and indirect jobs.
So you really are walking the talk when it comes to the people's sustainability, putting that program in place. Yes, I think, I heard that you'd graduated more than 700 students in your programs already.
Yes, indeed.
And then that they're also getting jobs within your projects, which is simply extraordinary to have that sort of legacy focus.
And absolutely, and these are career, life-changing opportunities that we're creating. I mean, I neglected to mention that within Red Sea, we today are over 5,000 staff, but we have an elite graduate training program where we hire the brightest Saudi graduates, and these graduates come from, have studied obviously here in the great Saudi universities, but also in some of the best universities around the world. And the last intake, which was, I think, 70 students, which are going to, actually we have a ceremony in a couple of weeks, we had something like 60,000 applications for 70 places. So, but what I'm trying to do with the legacy is to give them the opportunity to learn delivering some of these giga projects, and that will serve them for the rest of their careers, because they're going to grow within the organization, ultimately inherit the organization, as I think it was mentioned in the previous panel. We're just keeping the seat warm. At some points, one of these bright young minds is going to take over this business and take it forward, and that's something we're very much lined up with.
Absolutely. I think it's an overused expression, but I love the idea that we plant the seeds for the trees that we will never sit under ourselves. And it sounds very much like that's what you're doing. You're saying it doesn't matter if we don't benefit, it doesn't matter if our generation, our current level doesn't see the result of this, because it's also about having this eye on the future way beyond 2030.
No, without doubt. We're helping to transform a nation, and this is the most exciting time and the most exciting place in the world to be. It's just, I can't think of anything before or after that will ever match what we're experiencing here today in Saudi Arabia.
No. So talk to me about measuring success, because it's obviously important, but sometimes difficult to measure success when the success we're building for maybe doesn't come to fruition for a number of, years or even decades. So how do you sort of keep that short-term focus but the long-term ambition in balance?
Well, look, I think, measuring success is, we deal with a very cynical world, and people, don't believe that, again, as I said, talk is cheap, actions speak much louder than that. So I think we start with the principle of data is very important. We start with our baseline surveys, and we documented exactly the starting point of everything that we inherited. But more important than that, we publish it. So we share that with the world, and then on an annual basis, we report against our progress towards the lofty goals that we've set, from increasing conservation value, et cetera, et cetera. I made a pledge 6 years ago when I first took on this role that we were going to create the biggest destination in the world that's powered by renewable energy. Today, that has come to fruition. We have built the biggest tourism destination powered by renewable energy. We've installed 760,000 solar panels to power the destination. We are completely off-grid, meaning we don't connect to the national grid at all. We have the largest battery storage system in the world to date at 1.2 gigawatt hours. So again, that's how we measure success. We've opened our first 2 resorts. We've opened the Southern Dunes, Six Senses at Southern Dunes, which is our desert resort. We've opened the St. Regis Red Sea, which is an island resort. Next month, we're going to open the Ritz-Carlton Reserve. We've opened an international airport that's now taking 5 flights a week, and that will grow as we open up more destinations. We have roughly, between Red Sea and Amal, 40,000 construction workers working today. And we built new towns. I mean, we have to build the place for people to live, to come to the destination and support us. Yeah. But we built resort destinations for our staff. We want to give our staff a quality of life so that they'll want to be part of the Red Sea vision. And so that's how we measure success.
Yeah, so
actions
again,
rather than words.
Yeah, absolutely, and community first, and this sort of focus on Saudi pride, and having these really big, audacious goals and ambitions that, I mean, I'm hearing that you also hold yourself accountable because you put it out there, and therefore, like you say, you have to prove that you are doing what you say you're going to do. So this is, I think, some imagery from Six Senses Southern Dunes.
It is indeed.
So talk us through a little bit, for example, the concept and the early stages of a project like that. I mean, where do you even begin when it comes to embedding regenerative tourism principles into a development as stunning and spectacular as this?
Well, look, again, when we started off, it was what we tried to do is to create a destination that was really multi-experiential, and because I think today luxury and travel, it's less about the hotel and the quality of the service. Everybody expects good service, so yeah. let's take that as read. But what they want is our experiences. So, when we decided where we were going to develop, we wanted to create a diversity of different experiences. And so Southern Dunes is a desert resort, and as you can imagine, Red Sea covers an area of 28,000 square kilometers, which is the size of a small country. I usually use Belgium as a comparison, and so you can imagine we've got millions of places that we could find a location. We spent weeks, months looking for different locations to find a place for a unique desert destination, and we found this location called Southern Dunes, which is in the dunes but also on a plateau, and it creates these dramatic views, and so that's what we decided we were going to develop.
Amazing.
And like everything else that we do, it's about working within nature, trying to embed the destination within nature. It's completely off-grid, just like everything else. It's currently operating with its own solar field, with its own, net zero mobility. So we got green mobility, electric vehicles. So again, we practice what we preach. It's all about creating these unique experiences so that a guest can have multiple experiences in one location. So people say, "Oh, you're like the Maldives because we have islands," and I say, "No, we're not like the Maldives because we have so much more to offer. We can offer you that experience, of course, but you can also have a desert experience, a mountain experience. You can have all of that all in one single destination. And then you've got the rich history and culture of Saudi Arabia and the warm hospitality of the Saudi people, which again, I don't think the Maldives or many of these other destinations can compete.
And from personal experience, I couldn't agree more. Not everyone in this room is obviously going to be able to build, develop, construct using fully regenerative tourism principles, because we're all in different areas of the industry, different aspects, and what you do is very precise, very specific, building not for the mass market, not necessarily in that sense. But are there some universal principles? I mean, you've talked about experience, having an eye on experience, but are there some other things that maybe everyone in the room today can be mindful of when it comes to any project that they might be turning their hand to?
Yeah, look, I think as society, we need to change the way we build. I think we need to build better. I think you made that opening comment in the introduction. And not everybody can do what we're doing, but start from where you are. There are things that we can all collectively do. I think this is a case now of people and companies taking collective responsibility for our future. And so eliminate single-use plastics. That's a good starting point. It's easy, right? It's reducing energy consumption. It's to the extent that you can incorporate renewable energy, if you've got the opportunity to do so, do so. Even if it's just using it for daytime power. I mean, what we're doing is extreme by going 24/7. But renewable energy is the cheapest source of energy in the world today. I mean, solar specifically. And so incorporate some of that. Every little bit will help us towards reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, which takes us closer to trying to limit the temperature rise of the planet. So I think we can all adopt those principles, both in terms of how we develop, but also in our everyday lives.
Yeah, and is some of it like maybe Jerry and Jane were also alluding to earlier about looking for those more innovative solutions, those innovative technologies? I mean, this thing to do with reducing the temperature of the city by using certain building materials, or what we do with our grey water, or they're more traditional sustainable approaches, but you must be doing some really innovative things as well. I mean, do you have any little secrets you can share with us?
Well, look, we are. So a lot of what we do in that innovation space focuses around the environment or climate. So as I said, what we've done on the renewable energy front has never been, the technology exists, but has never been done before.
On that scale
on
as
that
well.
scale, but also put together this way. Nobody has run 24/7 on renewables using batteries, and it had its complexities and challenges. We're striving for net zero in our mobility. So we have a fleet, we have the largest electric bus fleet in the kingdom. We've built the largest EV charging network in the kingdom that is powered by renewable energy. So when our electric vehicles drive around the destination, they are genuinely net zero because the energy that goes in is renewable energy. We're looking at innovative ways to grow coral. So we've got floating nurseries that we've developed over the years and have had a 97% success rate. Wow. We've got laboratories where we're fragmenting corals, and it was like an accidental discovery by a scientist who was cultivating coral, and that was all going well, and whilst he was picking up a piece, he dropped it and it broke. I was like, what do I do with this? Anyway, so he just put it back together and he just put it on the table, and he watched it, and as he watched it over time, it was growing much faster than the other corals. And so that led to this so-called microfragging technique, where you start to cut a piece of coral and you can accelerate the growth of coral. And you might ask, why are you doing that? Where, as you may recall, I said earlier, we have the most vibrant coral reef system in the world today, but we're not complacent. Coral reefs are under threat. So we're using technology to help protect ourselves, build resilience, and also share the knowledge that we derive from these exercises with the rest of the world. We're planting mangrove trees. We created mangrove nurseries to help propagate mangroves, because mangroves are great at protecting us from sea level rise. They create incredible habitats.
Yes.
We're looking at different mobility. So we're experimenting with hydrogen mobility, where we've got vehicles, cars, buses, and heavy transport vehicles to, again, look at different solutions to providing net zero, because EVs have limitations in terms of range, where hydrogen might offer alternative solutions. So we're using ourselves almost as a test bed, as a proof of concept. In fact, I had a meeting yesterday with the Civil Aviation Authority, looking at now trialing advanced air mobility, which is using electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft to get around the destination so that we avoid using, fossil fuel driven.
Yeah, more traditional mechanisms. Oh, I mean, I love an accidental scientific discovery. I mean, they're very exciting. But you also said something really pertinent, which was that you take the time and make the effort and commit to sharing your findings, your learnings. And I mean, I get the impression that collaboration and partnerships are a really important part of what you do as well. Not only choosing the partners to then run your destinations that you've developed, but maybe partners to think about how we do things differently. And is that something that we can maybe encourage our audience around today, that partnership and allyship is such an important part of doing things differently and doing things better?
No, without doubt. Look, I mean, we hold ourselves to very high values and beliefs, and when you choose a partner, you want to choose people that are like-minded. And so the partners that we've chosen to work with to date include partners like Aquapower, who share our values, share our commitment to the environment and renewable energy in that specific case. So we're not motivated by money, we're motivated by alignment of values and interests and beliefs, because I think that ultimately leads to successful outcomes, which is why we've had the success that we've had.
Yeah, and I think that comes across in bucket loads across all of these sessions in a forum like this, which is this alignment of purpose and vision. I mean, Vision 2030 can't get bigger as a vision, can it? And the belief that it can be achieved, and how we do that with the people and the pride that they have with an eye on the future. So eye on the future, John, you made a decision to come and do this incredible job. You saw the potential, you're a real visionary. You could have probably had all sorts of opportunities, but from where you are now, with an eye on the future, what's next?
What's next? The agenda keeps getting bigger. So, we've opened 3 resorts. We're going to open another 2 this year, another 19 resorts next year, but we're already on the drawing board with phase 2 of Red Sea and Amala. And I've got another dozen or so projects up and down the kingdom where we hope to continue to promote our approach to regenerative development across the entire spectrum, not just the higher end of the value chain or of the hospitality chain, but actually looking at more affordable mid-market options so that it's much more accessible to the wider population. I think that's certainly what's next. And as our new name, Red Sea Global, which we announced last year, gives us should signal our intentions that actually, what we're doing is so special and unique that we think we can export it more internationally, and looking at opportunities around the globe to promote the Saudi approach.
It's absolutely amazing. You are truly an advocate for building better. And I think, yes, the regenerative tourism principles are really, really inspiring. And I think we can all learn a lot. And even just in some of your approach, some of your attitude, some of your willingness to learn and be open to the possibility and open to the new. And I'd love to encourage everybody, while we have you here, thank you for sharing your expertise. But I guess if someone wants to grab you and make sure that they're leveraging that learning and that knowledge that you've so willingly and openly shared with us today, then I'd encourage everybody to continue having these conversations, because that is really what I believe will help us build better. But a closing word for the audience from you, John, if there's something you'd like resonating with people that they're thinking about, that they're considering as we go into our next sessions, what would that thing be?
Well, I think that for me the message to everybody is actions speak louder than words. Let's not just talk about it, let's do it. Let's build better, let's build differently. Because without that, I think the future doesn't look so bright. And then lastly, if I can add a second last word.
You may have to.
Red Sea is open for business. So you can book at St. Regis, you can book at Six Senses, you can book at Ritz-Carlton Reserve. And I encourage you to come and see and experience what Vision 2030 is all about. We are the first of the Giga projects to fully open our doors. We're now selling residential real estate as well, so that you can actually own a piece of it as well.
Well, we're very, very grateful for you sharing your thinking and your successes and your potential futures with us. So thank you so much. Everybody, a massive round of applause. Mr. John Pagano, please. I'd like to welcome now, please, our moderator back onto stage. Mr. Mohammed Tomehi.
سيدات والسادة أهلا بكم من جديد جلستنا.
Gentlemen, of course, the next session under the theme of real estate sector in the Gulf, GCC region in a promising future. I mean, please will share with me the appreciation for the balances, Miss Amna bint Ahmed Al-Rumehi, and the Minister of Housing and Urban Planning in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And His Excellency, Mr. Salah bin Hamd Al-Bati, the CEO of the National Housing Company.
Thank you for being with us in this session, and I hope that we get the opportunity to discuss all the topics regarding urban development and planning in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia through Her Excellency the Minister and Mr. Al-Badi. Let me start with you, Your Excellency, Minister of Urban Development and Planning in Bahrain had strides in the past, and I want you to put us through the picture over the development that in the Bahrain, this kingdom that had historic presence in the Arab and Gulf states. It might be different regarding the space compared to GCC countries, but you have something quite special about you. Talk about that, Your Excellency. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and all officials and organizers of this forum. In each visit to Riyadh, I can see something different in Saudi Arabia. So wish him all the best and success. And I hope that they enjoy prosperity a year after another. Bahrain is one of the countries that has a fast pace of increase in population. With this increase comes a lot of challenges, like providing proper accommodation and residence and health opportunities and education to Bahraini family, and these challenges come with each country wants to enjoy more prosperity and provide it to its citizens. And I think you have this alignment between Vision 2030, between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. Always citizen is the center for development, for everything that is good accommodation or housing sector is one of the first few sectors that saw rapid improvement since the 60s of the last century, and we are among the first countries that had requirements. The first one was in 1979, and we draw the bold lines for maintaining urban identity and finding harmony between cities. Bahrain Kingdom is small in size, but it's rich in heritage and development authenticity. Any development should be related to maintaining our authenticity and heritage. The design of houses was different, like Bahrain and Muharraq has its own unique sculptures and its own identity in urban planning. As I mentioned, we had regulatory requirements in the 70s, and it is going through continuous development according to the Economic Development Plan 2030 and with a strategy of construction. The construction strategy is the roadmap that shows how to classify each region in Bahrain and these are balanced with the requirements for the year 2030. We are reviewing these strategies because we have higher ambition, and what we have achieved now exceeded what we have for 2008, and today we are trying to update these maps. Going back to your question, our historic identity, our heritage identity are very important for preservation. I just want to take this opportunity to highlight two important projects we are going through. First, we have the project of developing Muharraq city. Muharraq is not a stranger to citizens of the kingdom. It's part of the success of Bahrain kingdom, and it was the birthplace of many leaders. So this project of developing this city is characterized by high coordination among government entities. We had a plan, six verticals we are currently working on. There is a vertical regarding updating regulatory requirements for Muharraq given its richness in heritage, how to unify front waters, how to... We received even some urban furniture and grass. There is quite special identity. Before moving to Mr. Al-Bati, having property for development, does it pose an issue to you? The mechanism of the development will always have accompanying challenges. But as my colleague said, in the face of challenges, you have opportunities. So this type of process we are doing is very important to engage as many experts as possible. I'm talking about the private sector here. So the preservation and how to overcome such challenges will be based on direct coordination for everyone in their specialty. We are in the beginning of this project and we have a deadline, tight deadline, and I hope that we can rise up to the aspirations of our leadership. Definitely, this challenge will create something special and will lead to excellence and creativity. My question to Mr. Al-Bati, since 2016, when the National Company of Housing was known as investment arm for Ministry of Municipality, Rural Affairs and Housing. Over this period, the company has developed and it has billions of budget, and the spaces became larger and larger. How we can talk about this relationship that have led you to be the largest real estate development company in the kingdom? Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. The company now is in a good status in Saudi real estate markets, and this is definitely down to some factors. The first one is the great support that the company has received from the leadership and for the initiatives in housing, and with a follow-up from His Excellency the Minister in the phases of establishing the company and the enablers we had when the company was established. We had high targets in the housing program to increase the rate of ownership of houses, that increase the pressure and the burden to change the work model and start with the requirements to achieve ambitious targets. And today the company, through a partnership with highly qualified partners such as contractors and developers, to execute projects over this period. We developed more than 100 million meters, and we had more than 62 contracts exceeding 60 billions. The company is at the forefront of the companies in the Saudi market. We developed projects, whether properties or selling residential units, developing final outcomes for residential units. And we have targets for more numbers in 2025 and 2030. Your Excellency, inside the ecosystem of the company, how do you deal with this aspect regarding the model that is used in the administration of the company? Do you think you are an investment arm for a government, or do you think you are an investment company that focuses on sustainability and achieving profitability to support your development projects? The company want to inject real estate development offerings, and recently we have had other targets, not just handing over residential units, but improving quality of life and other aspects in real estate development. That necessitates taking many perspectives into consideration to work according to models that achieves these models and keeps the price of selling residential units according to capabilities of purchase for those who are purchased. And we want to hold partnerships with service providers, whether providers, developers, contractors, and that facilitated achieving large figures reaching to more than 62,000 purchases. We want to sell 300,000 residential units, exceeding more than quarter trillion riyals, and that requires a lot of effort between the private and public sectors. We want to reach larger segments. In 2022, the average price of villas was 940,000 riyals. We were able to reduce the price with increasing quality. That requires working differently with the private sector and to maintain this average and to improve quality of life, to hold partnerships with commercial companies to provide entertainment opportunities. And we announced some shopping malls, and we will continue providing special products taking into consideration quality of life aspects while maintaining good price. In our projects, we sell for each segment, but there is a discount for beneficiaries of housing support. Increasing quality, we will talk about it in the upcoming question. Your Excellency, you mentioned Bahrain still maintains its specifications, and each region has a unique construction. The relationship of the private sector is always looking for profits and to increase profits. Dealing with the private sector and maintaining the identity of Bahrain, were you able to balance between both? That requires a lot of efforts, thinking how with the development to maintain our identity, especially how to pass it to our children, how to pass it from a generation to another. This responsibility is a national responsibility, not just at the public sector, but private sector. And we have experts, whether engineers, designers, or real estate development companies. And that what made this concept deeply rooted is to maintain the heritage and identity. And having such policies written and clear to everyone, whether international or local developers, to have an easy access to these rules and regulations that show all these details. Your question is very important, how to strike a balance between this and try to provide highest quality services to residents. We have a challenge to increase the number of requirements for population. Whatever we provided as a government, we will still lag behind and not up to the aspirations for the people. We had to leave the comfort zone and think outside the box of how to provide these services to citizens as quickly as possible. Each time we had to think we would reach the same conclusion, to have a strong partnership between the private and public sectors to meet the aspirations of citizens. We came with three-dimension strategies. The most important two pillars was the partnership with the private sector rather than providing ready houses in places. Citizens decide how to provide funding to for them to use it to build in the place they want with the size they want, and there is a resilience and flexibility. They can take the house they wanted in a month and less than 2 months. We are talking about traditional services like 20 years of waiting. With the services we have, we passed one of the issues that citizens can take what they want rather than going on waiting list. We couldn't have done it without the partnership with the private sector and the aid of the largest commercial banks and development with the planning and real estate sectors. How to offer residential units that can serve the segment. We had a program for lands that are owned by the ministry and open for auction houses, and those who have the largest bidding can provide these areas. These areas were 70 houses to 100 houses that can fit the financial capabilities of developers. We reached that after conducting trials and errors to reach the right formula for the number or that the developers can take and construct and make it as a profitable return, and they can find houses that can fit the funding we have, and we want to be successful in providing residential units in a very short period of time. That was an equation we could solve, and that was in reality an SL project where we built 132 residential units, and we did the marketing, and everything was done in 30 days. And this is an achievement for the housing sector. That was the key to provide more land. Today we have 8 projects in the pipeline with the preparedness of housing sector. We have reached an equation. We haven't reached the required figure, but we found the right path. We just need to move quickly. This leads me to a question to Engineer Al-Batai. When we talk about the National Company of Housing and how it developed and the increase of the property to be given, it is said that the National Housing Company was born with golden spoon these areas, and this privilege given to the company are not given to other companies, and there are semi-government companies that didn't enjoy the same privilege. Is that right to call for you? And regarding the challenges that developed properties at such as some points that had to be referred to the increase of projects, does that mean reducing quality level? We are talking about very important deadlines you should achieve within a very short period of time with numbers that may look impossible to some people. Thank you. If these lands had been dedicated to the company with a previous model, then you would have said something correct. But today, privatization of property is different. It takes into consideration clusters. There are aspects to increase the cost, and the final product is a residential unit, and the final price is more than the demand. There is an added value that the company is working on, and some other commitments like providing full services and others. These commitments the private sector didn't work with. There was developing areas without providing services, so the final outcome is different. It's integrated urban community, and the final product has more value than the value of the property. For individuals, we should maintain a specific price so we don't sell higher prices. We have a role to control the prices, and these criteria actually are not for increasing the profits, but increasing the benefit for citizens, residents, and others. So if lands have been dedicated not just to our company but others, we try to create added value and develop different urban communities. And criteria of quality of life in general. In these two areas, we try to strike a balance. As for the important aspect, we try to qualify developers, and we attracted other regional international companies to execute that and to ensure the quality of buildings. The timeline will not be an obsession to us. That impacts implementation. Is this an excuse for being late or what? I said handover will not be an issue given the reliance on partners and the factories. So we have transformed real estate development to an industry to ensure quality. The second part of quality to improve the quality of life with larger spaces like open spaces, we have reached 15-meter as open spaces for each capital, and we increased the greenery with more than 10 million meters. We take into consideration is of to improve quality of life standards and increase the price while maintaining it as much as possible. All 47% of Saudis are willing to work with what's required to achieve. All these aspects are taken into consideration. We will continue working on that, whether entertainment events in 2024. We have more than 150 activities inside the neighborhood too. That's brilliant. Time is still running out. I want to make use of the time. The uniqueness of Al-Bahrain does it that prevent coordination and collaboration with GCC countries and the kingdom when it comes to urban planning. No, it's quite different. We are here, thanks. We are working on that, and integration and trading experiences doesn't stop, and that confirms we are taking necessary steps. There are many steps, and we ensure that we saw it. We want to improve it. Yeah. Exchanging the field visit is very important between Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, and the experts exchanging is ongoing, taking advice and recommendations. And I would like to underscore that all the plans we are following for execution are according to the results, and that's what the kingdom's experience has affirmed. So specification here will not hold us back to finish. Finally, Mr. Al-Bati, there is a requirement to have high level quality of life. We don't talk about just a residential building, but cities that have high quality. I wanted to put us in the perspective of figures. We have ambitious targets, and usually we have 100,000 residential units in 2023, and this year 2024 will be an exciting year. We don't just want to put residential units on sale, but it will be important year for children to reach the other years. We will have other investment opportunities in 2024. We have investment of more than one city, and we will have more investment in other also we are working with international experiences and China to improve industry. We have Talat Mustafa, and it will be different projects and orbises that will add to development and diversity of residential units. There is a great demand, and we have noticed that there is demand for smaller orders. We have noticed that on sales, the existence and of services that prompted those who want to buy, given this demand on that. These figures can be almost impossible. Can we achieve such ambitions? Can what may look impossible to reality? Yes, with the support we receive, we achieved these goals and we achieved many of them. The goal is clear. And the conclusion of this session, I would like to thank Ms. Amina Armehi, Minister of Urban Development in Bahrain, and Saleh Al-Bati, the CEO of National Housing Company. And I would like to thank you for attending this session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the great mix between industrial and real estate developments, which will host Khalid As-Salem, Chairman of Jubail and Yanbu. This session will be moderated by Naif Al-Aliani. Please welcome the panelists in this session.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Hello everyone and good afternoon. I'm very happy to be at this forum for real estate future in its third edition 2024, and amongst those taking part and those who are watching us online, it's my privilege to host His Excellency Khalid As-Salem, Chairman of Royal Commission of Jubail and Yanbu, to talk about the integration between industrial and real estate developments. Hello and welcome. Before we talk about integration between industry and real estate, let's first talk about Jubail and Yanbu.
نفخر فيها دائما ونراها نموذجية من عشرات السنين. ما هي الخلطة السحرية التي فعلتموها في هذه المدينتين لتكون بهذه البنية التحتية، بهذا التشجير، بهذه المستقبل أيضا حتى السياحي فيها مميزة من كل النواحي؟ ماذا فعلتم في هذه المدينتين لتكون بهذا التميز؟
أولا نبارك
first I would like to congratulate my colleague Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for the success of this forum. We are partners always with this blessed ecosystem because, as you mentioned, we manage not just industrial cities. I think the magic recipe is the vision, a vision that started in the era of King Faisal, God rest his soul, and King Fahad when he was governor. They are the ones who were behind such vision for comprehensive management of such cities. The Royal Commission is making comprehensive management in healthcare, education, growing trees, so it's easy really
يعني
to
تنسيق بين
have a
جميع هذه
coordination
القطاعات من إدارة بمبدأ
between
الإدارة
different
الشاملة.
sectors with a
الشيء
comprehensive
الثاني
management
هو
concept.
احترام
Secondly,
المخطط. يمكن
respecting
سمعنا
the
عن
master plan.
المخطط
We have
الاستراتيجي أو
heard about
المخطط
the strategic master plan
المدينة، المخطط
or
العام.
the city's master
يمكن
plan.
سمو الأمير تركي بن طلال تكلم عنه
Maybe His
اليوم،
Highness
والتمدد
Prince
العشوائي في بعض
Turki bin
المدن.
Talal mentioned,
بنيت
and
هذه المدن على
these
مخطط
cities were built
احترم
on
جميع الأنشطة. طبعا بدأ بالنشاط الصناعي،
something that
ولكن
respects
أخذ
the local
بالحسبان
community.
قبل
It
50
started with
سنة
industrial activities, but it took into consideration
يعني
50
التمدد
years ago
السكني،
the
وأيضا
residential
الاستثمارات
expansion
التجارية
and
والسياحية
commercial
والطرق المستقبلية،
investment,
وحتى سكة
future
الحديد،
transportation,
وارتباطها أيضا بالموانئ
and
اللي
the
أنشئت
link
في ذلك
between
الوقت.
the railway and
واستمرت أنا في رأيي
the sea.
العامل الثالث للنجاح
The
احترام
third
هذه
factor,
المخططات على مر السنين، يعني على مدى 50 سنة مع تغير
this
قيادات
continued
هذه
while
الهيئة
there were some changes
المباركة،
in the administration of
إنما استمر
this
هذا
commission,
المخطط يحترم
but this master plan was
ويطور
respected and
عليه ويضاف
developed
عليه حسب يعني
according
أي
to
تطورات تطرأ في
the
المدينتين.
updates in the
اليوم
two
احنا
cities.
ندير
Today
يعني
we
مساحات
manage
2175
spaces for
كيلومتر مربع
over
في
2000
أربع مدن
kilometers
صناعية،
in
الجبيل
4
وينبع
industrial
وراس
cities,
الخير
Jubail, Yanbu, Ras Al Khair,
والجيزان.
and Jazan.
لذلك
Therefore,
لما بدأنا في ذلك
when we
الوقت،
started at
طبعا ما
that
كنت
time,
موجود في الهيئة الملكية،
I wasn't
كان
I wasn't
الاستعانة
working
ببيوت
at
الخبرة الرائدة
the
في
Royal
بناء
Commission,
وتخطيط
but we
هذه المدن.
leveraged those with
وهذا كان
experiences
له
in
أثر كبير
this
في
city,
أن
and
تكون
that
هذه
had
المدن
a great impact on
يعني تخطيطها
making these cities with the
آخذ
planning
بالحسبان
taking
جميع
into
الأنشطة
consideration all activities, future aspects and activities, and to be with the state-of-the-art technologies at that time. For example, the infrastructure has channels underground. Those who come to Jubail or Yanbu, the excavations are not as many as the ones in the other cities. There were some channels, for example, when the telephone from the copper to fiber, the wires were transformed into fiber optics using technologies with enough time. This is very important. So today what we see in Kingdom's Vision 2030 and what Ministry of Housing is doing is that we can see and how we can see the progress we make in the infrastructure. Maybe I visited Khuzam. It's a model for its establishment and planning, and it took into consideration humanization of cities and to make it more accessible for places. In the master plan of bigger cities, when we have a new chairman, he tries to solve issues. How were you able to stop such efforts and to follow exactly and meticulously this master plan? First, these master plans are adopted and approved, and it's difficult for someone to change these master plans drastically.
And for instance, for all of us, when we think about, for example, coming up with the, or constructing a residential, complex near the industrial zone, industrial city as well, it doesn't work. Even the engineers who are working with me or the engineer architects will never accept, for example, starting a project closer to the industrial, zone, industrial city as well. The other thing that we need to take into consideration, for instance, we need to think so much about, term solutions. Today, we're working with the board of directors and the chairman and His Excellency the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, working all together. Very closely as well about the new expansions. For example, just like requests for lands, so as to actually to let them join the Royal Commission as well. In addition to giving the approval on such kind of master plans and of land expansion as well, with the and to us to know exactly where shall we, locate the factories or the plants as well. We, such as the proposal which is based on, constructing plants or, substituting plants away from the beaches and away from the seas as well. The seas. Now, what about the national strategy of industrial strategy based on the Vision 2030? We're so proud of this vision, which is led by the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources. Well, now the real estate sector is enhancing such kind of industry as well. What has been given by the real estate sector and what has, enhanced this, your strategy through the real estate sector. As we know all, that real estate sector is one of the most important players in establishing and constructing cities with the concepts of the real estate sector, the main concept as well. The advanced, actually, as we mentioned before in the planning phase, or in roads and building or paving roads and building roads, even the quality of roads as well is taken into consideration, in addition to the standard and specifications of building roads as well, and the railroads as well. Railroads. Where we determine or identify where, for example, such kind of railroad will pass by. Is it going to pass by, for example, in an industrial city of or any? All of these kind of plans have been considered, by the real estate sector today. For instance, the number of population in Yanba and Jubail is 250,000 people. So we have two cities right now for the time being. That's the reason why we always say that the industrial sector, for example, like any other sector in the rest of the world, it's always it's always organized in far places in the unpopulated places. They're always just given places far away from the population, and these regions for the time being have become very attractive commercially. Even within the touristic point of view or perspective as well. That's the reason why our trend and our attitude in Jizan is completely different. Our approach in Jizan is completely different from, because with the vision and with the enhancement of the goals of the vision and with the open door policy, we came to hear about the tourism sector and how to grow, to growing, a larger scale as well. Now we try, for example, to cooperate together. For example, building a factory, you have to know, takes 3 years. If we are waiting for opening plants that would take 3 hours, we're going to be late in building these kind of cities as well. That's the reason why. That's the reason why today we started, for example, partnerships with real estate developers in different areas. In Jubail, for instance, we have 1,900 residential units as well. Under construction, for example, after signing a contract with a Ritan company for housing company, and in addition to other companies, as well. With the same time, we have 1,100 are going to be offered in Yamba as well. With based on partnerships and principle with real estate developers, and 5,000 units are going to be offered as well in Jubail later on in the. We're gonna have a great opportunity for open the door for building more houses and more units as well. We started this with a company which is owned by the Royal Commission. The Royal Commission owned companies to enter into partnerships with other developers so as to reduce and mitigate risks as well. We have other large tourist projects, and we have great destinations that we are going to expect as well. Seven company in Yamba, seven company has been achieving 60% out of construction stages. We have great resorts as well with the investment funds and with the public fund. We have a partnership with private sector, partners that we announced in Yamba and Jubail City and Jizan as well. For if I talk about Jizan, finally we came to sign with the crews, and
and a memorandum of understanding, and with tour companies as well today. And for the time being, we have the tourism development fund that's going to be a big, great enhancement and optimizing the financing of a number of projects as well. Today, for example, even if you look at the situation where we look at the plans, I mean, all the construction projects and all the housing projects depend on the modern construction, modern building through advanced factories. But I mean, through the use of advanced factories, which are playing an important role in so many cities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These regions and these provinces as well. There is we have an agreement with the Ministry of Housing so as to support. I mean, for example, everything that's related to the rental, so as to enhance such kind of factors to produce the construction materials for the real estate sector in an advanced way. So short time ago, you talked about the real estate developers. Do you have specifications or standards that you require or you ask the developer, for example, that are related to the industrial cities? Or, for example, you have a very simple model like any other cities or like any other uh, developers, for example. Do they find difficulty in the implementation process, for example? I mean, actually, we have specifications, we have standards, we have methodologies, we have very strong specifications, strong standards. That's the reason, for instance, we have life cycle of houses can last for 50 years and have been built 50 years ago. So, and they're still beautiful. And I actually stay in the rest house, for example, which dates back to 150 years. It was actually, I mean, his Prince, one of the princes used to live there. I mean, and we change air conditioners, but of course, still until today, for example, these units are very strong and very durable as well. So the Ministry of Housing has been actually developing its methodology in dealing with the modern construction. I mean methods, as mentioned by my colleagues, like the CEO of the housing company, National Housing Company, Mr. Mohammed Al Batay. Al Batay has been speaking about the value of the residential unit as well in an attempt today to reduce the cost because, for example, because the staff or the employees will pay for. So it's to reduce the cost for the employees in a way where we can use, for example, the different advanced methodologies of construction, which have been actually initiated by the Ministry of Housing, being allowed to use such kind of things by the Ministry of Housing, and that we offered such kind of methodologies to companies. I mean, the industrial companies. I mean, like Sabic, like Aramco, and at the same time, they welcome such kind of methodologies and precast. We used to use precast as well. It was the most important principle in the construction process. Now we have specifications, standards. We have the Saudi Code of Construction, which has been playing a strong role that we depend on it. Before, for example, specification was not available, not existing. That's in the Royal Commission, for example, at the beginning, at its beginning, they depended on very simple specifications. Jubail and Yamba, they are industrial cities. I mean, they have 250,000 employees as well. And in addition to those people who are coming from outside the cities, such as, for example, the cars and the big number. I mean, for example, how can do you think the humanitizing city, for example, has played an important role to reduce the crowdedness and the traffic? I think this is one of the visible parts of the master plan. The roadway or highways. The highways, for example, you don't find, for example, any exits, for example, on both sides. For the time being, for example, many people, if you, for example, drive on a highway that you wouldn't, for example, enter a service or where you can find, for example, shops and on the side of the road, but you can get to another high road. I mean, for for so. Um, most of the roads, the internal roads, for other roads where you can see many different shops are on both sides of the roads, but in highways you wouldn't find that. Sometimes actually we meet some of the investors and we explain to them. They ask some entries on the roads. Let me say in short, to get a shortcut. We say no, we don't accept, because if we started in this as well, so we're going to cause confusion, make confusion. We need to respect the master plan. One of the most important things that Chile has been very initially emerging. We didn't drive through, so we didn't type drive through for the time being. Now we started, for example, to conduct studies on traffic and related issues where we can open drive through, because because as our young generation or young sons and daughters like, for example, to stop for a coffee or something like that. So, for example, now all the master plans were, for example, designed this way for the time being to cope with the developments and advancements in the field. So, try, for example, make a drive through. When a developer comes to you and he wants to develop a place, for example, and then you give it to them. I mean, do you, for example, do you lay out the infrastructure for everything? So, or just you give them the lands, or and the real estate developer comes to construct or build up the whole thing, or there has been some sort of difference now for the time being. And what's new today is that we have a new approach, like many other sectors, that the private sector must be the partner. Yes, before the government, for example, used to give the Royal Commission very big, allocate big budgets for developing the infrastructure, and then the lands will be distributed to industrial companies later on will actually will build a partnership with a contractor to start the construction process. But sometimes they get stuck. Neither the industrial company has experience in construction, nor the contractor sometimes. So, but for the time being, we have our company for services, for construction services, where it can enter, for example, with the land, and with the developers can participate in the difference, where they can together puts their designs and the costs of construction costs, and accordingly we found out that the big number of the units, or the residential units, for example, such as the housing company, national housing company, where we can make our prices much better than the companies, for example, when they build their own houses. So for the time being, there is a very great appetite that comes from the companies. We are signing numerous contracts as well, and where places are developed. And for the appraisal, actually, as for the appraisal, real estate appraisal, is there any suffering, for instance, when somebody finds a land and wants it for, for a plant or a factory, or is it easy, or it's within reach? How, for example, can help somebody who wants to build up a factory? Now we're using automation, and this year, for example, we'll have all this investment services in one platform, an automated platform, so where, for example, have all the services in one shop, in one stand as well. He can apply for the land, and he can finish all procedure through this platform. And before, for instance, Mudun, the authority of cities, or the authority of cities, they can provide all the electronic services. And now, for the time being, for example, we are on the same track as well, so as to electronize all our services. And as for the pre-ready or pre-made, the pre-ready factories, how, for example, you can balance between the construction and the industrial construction as well, to build, for example, pre-ready complexes and pre-ready factories, where they're going to be, for example, given to young investors as well, with enhanced, and instead of building, where you can actually bring the machines as to build. Finally, let's talk about the future, for example, of the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yamba. And what about the future, approaches, and in the real estate sector, or in the industrial sector as well? As for, let me answer you, saying that the industrial sector has great level of growth. It's growing, fast growing, and praise be to God. And for our industrial company in the Royal Commission, for example, let's actually talk about billions projects in billions, projects in billions, and one of the projects that we have in Yamba, for example, in an amount of 38 billion Saudi riyals, and another project that you built 27 billion. Billion Saudi riyals projects as well. These industrial projects as well. We are rehabilitating, for example, the lands. We're preparing the lands, and we provide all services as well on the grounds, and we try as well to. And the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, in addition to the main goal, role of its actually, entities work together. All the entities of the Ministry of Industry were looking all together to attract investment, and we are enabler, a very great enabler in such kind of domain as well, in regard as well. Then we are dealing with 100,000 people as well. Those who are going to be one of our main targets as well. That's the reason why I need, for example, to prepare for them very good infrastructure, entertainment projects, and tourism projects. And praise be to God for tourism. It's being developed right now in the two cities, Jubail and Yamba as well. I think that Chile and 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 and, and and we're going to have a great launch as well. So we're going to start a very big tourism project in Jubail, and we're working with our partners in such kind of domain as well. Jubail and Yamba are not only cities for, for people, not cities for people who are working in the factories, but it will be open for other people, different types of residents, for tourists, for visitors. We know that they lack some of the tourism infrastructure or the tourism potential, such as restaurants or hotels. And for the time being, we're working on this. We signed a number of agreements and memorandum of understanding with big companies, well, for the 2 years upcoming years. So we expect that the factories at the same time there, for example, are going to be much double more than we talk about today. There, as for the volume investments, what's going to be large. We have 1 trillion, as if I want to tell about 300 million. The 300 billion, 1 trillion 300 billion. This is the full investments as well in such regard. So you're expected to double the number of these investments as well within the coming 10 years. And what we have done, for example, in the last 50 years, for example, I think that Chile with the vision of 2030 is going to be accomplished in 10 years. As regards the role, as regards the role of the industrial, sector as well, in addition to the commercial and real estate and the tourism, sector as well. As for attracting people, inhabitants or residents, for example, you talk about 250,000 is going to be developed, going to be doubled as well. Do you think, for example, do you think this will be? Do you think the green initiatives of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will attract as many people as possible, for example, so as to live, not only to work in Jubail? This is one of our main targets. This is one of our main goals as well. For those who are not working in Jubail and Yamba, they can stay there, they can live there. Most of the retired people, after finishing, for example, and when they reach the pension stage, for example, they prefer to live in Jubail and Yamba for the quality of life, for the medical services, for the education services, actually to knowledge. Let me tell you something very important about education. The education is, it's as for we receive, for example, most of the graduates from the institutes and the faculties who are graduating from the institutes of Remember have been recruited, but in amount of 84%, compared to other percents of other provinces, as well as regards to the number of graduates who are recruited in public or private sector. Thank you very much for your great efforts, general efforts. Thank you very much, for coming and for having you this important session. Wishing you all the best. Wishing you all the best for the panelists and speakers. With this, I come to the conclusion of my, moderation of this important session with Excellency from the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Let's. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and now with a meeting with Dr. Mohammed Al-Salman, the CEO of the Real Estate Registry Company. Please, for example, make for the stage. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having it today for the Real Estate Future Forum as well. This is the platform through which we participate in everything that's related to the real estate issues that we have today and the great potentials. It's a promising future. Within, for example, the great shift and transformation taking place in our kingdom as well. So looking forward, in this important sector, we'll too coping with all the different types of successes in all fields and all domains as well. That's the reason why. And with these great transformational projects as well, that come from the Vision 2030. National and the national registration right statutory company as well does its best, for example, to improve these services as well, and through, for example, having a great shift as well, and into to contribute to the GDP. I mean, in amount of 750 million. I mean, Saudi riyals as housing loans as well, and to 2023. All of these figures are the figures that we're looking for. No, until we reach the level of maturity, we are beyond this. We want to achieve 1.5 million as residential units is going to be built by the end of 2030. 70% out of the houses ownership, which we're looking forward to achieving as well through the Vision 2030. 70% of the houses, I mean, ownership for Saudi citizens, 1.2 billion meter square. I mean, built squares and areas as well that we try to achieve as well. Very amazing plans. And if you talk about the plans, they are very mega big and large. I mean, projects as well that require investment from different entities and from different places as well. We have what we can talk about in 2023. We have great achievements as well. The interest rate was very high, which really negatively impacted the housing or loans, and this did not stop, for example, transaction deals as well. So reach, for example, 179,000 deals in 2023, and we are not satisfied with these numbers as well, because they're not giving us I mean, what we're looking forward in this important sector. The value of the transactions and the deal will reach 200 billion Saudi riyals. They are very big numbers and large numbers, but we're looking forward to achieving more and more. And based on what has been actually mentioned before as regards the future mega project in the Kingdom, such as NEOM, such as the Square, such as the Red Sea, the Globe Red Sea, there is a great expansion to enhance the foreign investments in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which are going to be our focus and our great attention as well. The real estate registration or register as well does its best to co-base, I mean, with the technological transformation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, based on three pillars. And these pillars, for example, were generated to serve the country, for example, with 2.2 million kilometers square, for example, and in amount of 800 million, I mean, real estate lands and piece of lands as well, to build an integrated, construction based on enablement, empowerment, for example, and sustainability and prosperity. This is what we try, for example, to achieve as well. The enablement, empowerment comes through the digital transformation, through, for example, making use of artificial intelligence, in addition to the geospatial survey, and improving the quality of data. And in general, let me say in slang, I want to say in slang Arabic, I would like to focus on the importance of this important, issue. Especially, it's going to be very useful in decision making of the best investment. It has to be value added based, and it has to be up to the needs and requirements of the partners. That's the reason why in our company, for example, we get in the registration company at the beginning of 2023, so as to kick off the strategic partnership through the continuous connection channels to understand the sector and understand the requirements and needs of the market as well, and at the same time adopting, embracing, and incubating the technology in a way that will facilitate all their, for example, procedures, and to achieve excellence and development in the public performance in the private sector as well, to achieve the strategies of the 2030 vision as well, to achieve, for example, the percentage exceeding 70% of houses ownership by the end of the stage, which is related to this important vision 2030. As regards the second pillar, which is the most important pillar as well in the whole sector, is sustainability. Sustainability is the pillar, the backbone, the lifeblood of any, for example, economic infrastructure. Actually providing the infrastructure strong and robust, and enhancing, I mean, integrity and transparency as well. So double the wealth, the real estate wealth. It's an indispensable principle. We cannot do without it, through producing new products as well that will enhance the GDP and the increase of the financial injection as well, so as to be very attractive to investment. We heard today by their excellencies the big numbers that they talked about through, for example, the capital market and tourism and the Ministry of Labour, in addition to the great role of the Minister of Justice, the main enabler as well, and this great journey of the development sector, in addition to the support of the General Authority of the Real Estate, which is the official regulator of the real estate sector. And based on all of these kind of things, I mean, the National Registration Company does its best, for example, to modernize the map and to develop the map. We are based on the heritage that lasted for years and years, and from one technology to another technology, until we came to this current development advancements in which we are going to benefit from, based on this such as this the geospatial technology and artificial intelligence, so as to analyze, for example, the map of real estate which is available here, which can be seen here in the kingdom. So what is the main goal of us? Ours is to have a high level of accuracy of data, unprecedentedly, to achieve, for example, integrity and transparency, or and to analyze reality as well in comparison with what we have seen and what we have, and to prove the rights of people and owners as well, and to remove the double standards that you are facing in real estate, and, for example, to come up with the regulations, for example, and with the great coordinates that are not ignored, and finally to launch, for example, the base for all of these great purposes as well, to enhance the role of the foreign investment. And any foreign investment, even if it is coming locally, at the same time it requires, for example, an undisputed property, without any double standards, without any double regulations, and that's the reason why all of these pillars of integration is to be based on, applying the best practices and technologies like fintech, for financing. At the same time, we are doing all of these kind of facilitations and measures and procedures that actually urge the real estate sector to work sustainably and in a much better way. We are going to come up with great proposals, suggestions, and solutions to compete with other developed countries, God willing, to facilitate all of these procedures and measures by adopting the latest technologies, such as the smart data, in addition to geospatial survey services. All of these services have been proven in our company, for example, to be the pillars of our work in our company, and the infrastructure that has been established so as to provide services to register the property, in addition to focus on the new products as well. There are numerous creative ideas so as to enhance our cooperation with our partners, and you will see high level of maturity of our company with the support of the General Authority of Real Estate, in addition as regards producing, for example, new products, a new generation of products that will enhance, for example, the financial liquidity and the real estate sector. That's the reason why the registration company started, for example, the pilot, for example, or a sandbox, and cooperating so as to achieve, for example, the required goals within the coming few years. God willing, resulting in a very rich environment to open the horizons and the flow of foreign investment, and to enhance the regional and the local investments. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is going to be the cornerstone and the eye through which the whole world will see new opportunities of investment to enhance their incomes with local, regional, and foreign investments, and in a very amazing way. Our main pillar, the cornerstone, through which this forum enhances, is to increase the contribution of the real estate sector in the GDP, as mentioned by Mr. Med Al-Haqail, that that percentage is exceeding 12%. This is not very little. As for the housing program, has been contributed to more than 157 billion Saudi riyals as a contribution to GDP. What does it mean? All of this, additional jobs, economy, business, trade, development opportunities, very amazing investment, and attracting foreign capitals as well, based on these important opportunities in our blessed country, and through the development of services, systems and procedure measures, cope and pace with the great Vision 2030, which we are all about, for example, to make the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia among the highly developed countries, advanced countries as well, and even to contribute in the competitiveness to attract these capitals as well, related to the real estate sector and real estate investments, to connect more than 120, more than 120 industries, for example, when we build hospitals and hotels, the hospitality, the health sector, tourism sector, are all playing an important role, all come from one fountain and one source as well, that require what we call high level of integrity and transparency as well. We are talking about, for example, a few steps from now, to achieve a great and to lead great transformation through prosperity, enablement, empowerment, and prosperity and sustainability. This will never happen, but due to your efforts, developers, operators, partnership is the most important pillar to achieve success. Thank you very much. With this, I come to the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you very much, and good peace and mercy upon all of you.
تحية طيبة وبعد. الآن مع جلسة مشاريع لمدن.
بسم الله.
It's no longer an option. It is more commitment from all the projects and different organizations in Saudi Arabia. Al Medina is not an exception. At Al Medina and mega projects in Saudi Arabia, we think that commitment is a project that represents a model in Saudi Arabia to be followed. Also, it is an effective project for surrounding community. At Ru'a Al Medina, we try to build a project that simulates the urban community. We started from the heritage and cultural environment of Al Medina Al Munawwara. We used all materials during construction, materials that are manufactured locally that stimulate Al Medina Al Munawwara environment during design and construction. We took care of the environment impact and not impacting the surrounding area of Al Medina. But the most important aspect is the impact on the surrounding environment and building a community culture, whether inside Ru'a Al Medina Holding Company or through civil surrounding civil community. We think in Ru'a Al Medina that to produce a sustainable environment, we should build a culture, internal culture that supports sustainability of this environmental culture, and we should define certain standards that adheres to sustainability. I think this is a very important thing we should look at. So at Ru'al Medina, in the phase of the infrastructure and our strategic plans and practices, what come after the construction, we want to ensure the continuation of environment practices with the life circle of the project. Thank you. So my question to you, Engineer Khalid Abbas, and you are the Vice Minister for National Projects and Chairman of Capital, Administrative Capital in Egypt, and you won Forbes for top 100 CEOs of the year 2023. We are very proud of you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, what is the role of smart cities technologies to live in new urban communities? I would like to thank the organizers and His Highness the Minister for this invitation. First, let's agree that the target is not smart cities, but smart cities is to provide high quality of life for visitors and residents of the city. So everything in the city is for the good of the citizen. Using modern technology can help in aspects of sustainability. When we use technology, we use data that are collected in control rooms, centers. We can study these data and can make data analysis and use them, like using irrigation. How do you control irrigation and the temperature and the pollution in the air? How can we detect it and address it by having sensors in the parking? If we have ITS, with same thing can be applied to transportation. We can control the traffic, and the ultimate goal is to reach a better quality of life for citizens. Also, in smart cities, it's better to leverage community engagement, how citizens can share decision makers, and that can make a sort of integration with residents. Green spaces is also green cities can smart cities can have greenery and green spaces, and which the families can enjoy and take part in. And the good use of sources data can help you to use your resources efficiently, whether electricity or water. You can make the most of such resources in sustainability. We talk about also the green energy and renewable energy. There's an example for 30% of renewable energy in the capital from the solar panels. We have regulations that 50% of spaces should be covered with solar panels and renewable energy to make use of reduction of emissions. Everything for technology is to provide quality of life for residents and nationals alike. Then we have economics that give work opportunities with the private sector of partnerships and opening areas for providing job opportunities, because these are new types for construction and city management. As a company, this is the first company in Egypt to manage an entire city with the concept of a private sector. All of that is with the aim of integrating technology into smart cities. That's lovely. Thank you, Your Excellency. سؤالي لك يا بنجامين، أنت المدير العام وشريك في BCG، وأنت تقود الفريق العقاري في المدينة، فأنت مهندس مدني بالتعليم ولديك تجربة.
Cities and real estate companies in Saudi Arabia and in the region. You also lead the sustainability work of BCG, in the built environment. You are a perfect fit for this panel discussion, and thank you indeed for joining us. My first question to you, from your perspective at BCG, what is the role of cities in the transition towards a more sustainable future? And what are some of the most effective strategies cities can adopt?
Thank you, Mr. Osama, and also thank you to the organization team here of the Real Estate Future Forum for as well inviting us as BCG. Look, the question is very, very important. I mean, when we really, let's maybe take a step back, as every good consultant would say, and when we really go back into history, cities have always been these dynamos of human innovation. That's where universities have been set up, that's where ventures are being started, and so once again, cities can really take a role in innovating into climate and sustainability, right? And maybe something that very few people would know, but do you know, for example, that the city of New York, residents in New York, they essentially emit 30% less than the national US average. So cities are actually also sustainable. It's the best sustainable way to live. Now, we know that cities can do a lot and can put a lot of strategies in place to improve the situation. Maybe let me first say this is already happening. If we look at some city networks like C40, but also the European Union, who's recently announced that they will help 100 cities to become climate neutral or net zero by 2030. So big ambitions are being set on cities, even ambitions that are higher than the national targets. And the same can happen and should also happen here in the region. Now, at BCG, we see basically 5, let's say, strategies or 5 topics where cities should focus. And let me start with the most boring one, the one you would probably expect the least, but that's urban planning. Good urban planning can change tremendously the sustainable character of cities. We know that denser cities, cities that are more walkable, where people use more public transportation, that have more efficient housing, are the most sustainable ones. And you know what? There's a windfall. They're also the cities with the highest quality of life. And so in the end, there doesn't have to be a trade-off between quality of life and sustainability. They can really, really work together. And I think many people here on this panel probably are great examples of that combination. So the first is indeed urban planning, but it requires long-term planning. It requires political courage in many cases, and as well it requires regulatory changes. The second is around public transportation. We're speaking today here from the city where 90% of trips are basically done in private cars. And the question is that sustainable? It's definitely not. More than 20% of overall global emissions are based on private transportation. So this needs to change. We cannot build our way out of this with roads. And so again, cities have to really invest much more in public transportation than they have in the past. I mean, again, to give you an example, the US budget, even today, spends double the amount of money on highways than on public transportation. So once again, this is not our way out of the situation. The third element is really around our built environment. And again, buildings today represent roughly 30% of our emissions as well. And we're still building the same way we're building, with the exception of the panel, I'm sure here, but we're building the same way we're building 50 years ago. And so again, we have to really double down on new technologies in terms of cooling, in terms of low carbon materials, in terms of passive design. And here maybe I stop for a minute because, and I'm sure many people here in the audience know that the Kingdom has announced a pipeline of roughly, there's different estimates out there, but some estimate up to $1 trillion of investments. This is a real opportunity to really change the game there, right? And to potentially even build new capabilities, new expertise, even new competitive industries for the region. And then last, but I'll talk a bit about, the fourth pillar really is around utilities and a much more conservative use of our resources. especially in a region here where we have a lack of water, where we have, luckily not a lack of sun, but we have to be much more conservative with our resources, look at circularity principles, and bake this into design, into the operations of our cities. And finally, I would say resilience and adaptation. Climate change is a fact. We will have more extreme weather events. We will have more higher temperatures, especially in this region. So we will have to adjust our infrastructure here. And once again, as I mentioned, cities should be at the forefront of that innovation. And cities have actually most of the resources available to change these things, with public engagement, private sector engagement, and a long-term thinking.
Thank you indeed, Ben. That was a marvelous answer. I appreciate it. Now we go ahead with أستاذ إبراهيم العلوان. أنت العضو المنتدب والرئيس التنفيذي للشركة العقارية السعودية. حياك الله. انضممت لنا متأخرا لكن حياك الله. حدثنا عن تجربة الشركة العقارية السعودية في ضمان يعني الاستدامة أو استدامة المدن.
First of all, thank you so much for sustainability topic. It's one of the topic despite its importance, but many developers don't take them into consideration as the priorities in terms of the priorities for a reason that the private sector always looks at profitability as the most important factor, and the short term look at projects. So that makes sustainability and the benefit of sustainability and application of its concepts makes it looked at as a cost, extra cost, that may not be justified at some point. But I think that with the look of companies that have longer term than the short term look, that look at how beneficial it is to apply sustainability and its concepts. Today I talk about that as the Saudi real estate company as master developer, that I have the cities or master plans. So if I have sustainability programs, they are very important because they build cities. But I am a part of an ecosystem that is the economic ecosystem. Today, the Saudi real estate company develops and invests in neighborhoods that have been built and projects that have been adopted by large government projects such as Roshan neighborhoods today, like Sidra as a neighborhood is built according to systems, and they focus on sustainability since day one. So as developers, we may ask the question how to develop part of this neighborhood in a way that helps sustainability. Sustainability, as you know, it's multiple. There are aspects since the first day, which is planning as design, how to build residential complexes and units, or even commercial units, in a way that enables the project to have a possibility to be sustainable. Sustainability can be applied to different areas like financial sustainability or the average age of projects. Some projects, because there is no financial sustainability or the short average cycle, it may take 10 years. Then after 10 years, the use of the project might be demolished and used. So these are against sustainability. How to make this one live longer? We are interested at the company to make sustainability part of the ecosystem of the neighborhood and the city. One of the most important points is transportation, mobility, and traffic. Let's say today, inside neighborhoods or even commercial complexes. This is part of our lifestyle. Maybe it's similar to the American lifestyle. You say 50% of shopping malls, you have buildings and transportation. Now we started to change that car shouldn't always exist nearby human beings. Now we should invest and think about investing more about making use of public transportation. Today we have like metro station. How can I leverage my existence in this location to build an area where I don't have cars, where cars can be parked at different location. So the area of the location can be a center for human beings and should be human centered. This is one of the aspects we are thinking about how to leverage the concept of land for human beings. So making sure that we have the land for human beings in the first place. Also, in sustainability, we think about making use of daily light and good materials. All these help projects to leverage nature and lighting, and how can we use materials efficiently to provide the office or home spaces less consumption for water and electricity, and the landscape and greenery, how to use agriculture that can be livable for a longer period of time, to use less water, to use nature. We are talking about nature of Saudi Arabia, to use trees that may live longer. So here you can look at it from different angles in terms of execution first, and your relevance to mega projects and the network of transportation. This is part of our look at investment in sustainability. Thank you so much. Following up what His Excellency the Engineer Khalid is adopting concept of sustainability is regulatory, or is it a necessity for competition for developers? It involves all the above. There should be some regulations. At the capital, we launched some advantages for green buildings, as what Mr. Benjamin said, that urban planning is very important to include all areas. We talk about smart infrastructure, roads, landscape. So this number one, it's a competitive edge for companies, and we have youth rate exceeding 50% if they look at sustainability and greenery and smart from different perspective. Developers now may not look at that in the past, but now developers want to take sustainability in the heart of what they do, and to have landscape designed in a specific manner, and resource management is taken into consideration. So that can be underpinned by regulations, but with competitive advantage. Now we have public transportation that help people to reduce using cars. In public transportation, we use electric buses and electric vehicles, because that contribute to reducing CO2 and emissions, so people can engage with the local community and conserve it. This is the basis quality of life for citizens and visitors. This is the ultimate goal. People at the past look at higher cost. It's in the initial stages costing a lot, But if you look at the long term in terms of policies and developers, you will find that will be for the good of the people if it's planned properly and the master plan is designed properly with different requirements of sustainability. It will save some costs because it's hard to modify things later on. Thank you, Your Excellency. Back to you, Engineer Nasser. Why is sustainability? Why Roa Medina holding company takes sustainability in its all projects? That's a very important question, and we asked ourselves this question at Roa Medina before we decided sustainability. We wanted to design the visitor experience Al Medina because it is the first capital city in Islam and a city that all Muslims aspire to visit at least once in their lifetime. The experience of a visitor was very important. We wanted to design this experience, how to enhance the experience of visitors. We found that sustainability and its applications comes at the forefront of priorities. For example, accessing from one place to another to the Grand Mosque of the Prophet doesn't exceed 20 minutes, and the corridors should be wide enough to allow visitors to walk in shaded areas. The real estate development that is going inside the world, we increased the open spaces. 63% of the areas are open spaces, and there will be green spaces. We also took care of cooling and cooling stations. Most of carbon emissions in cities and real estates come from cooling. We will establish central cooling system that applies highest level of sustainability and reduces carbon emission. Also, central collection of waste. Ru'al Medina will not be like other places. Collection will be manually, and we will rely on the central smart collection of waste. And as part of our plan at Ru'al Medina, we have applications of smart cities, and we were keen to use that. We always look at the ultimate goal, which is the experience of visitors and reducing maintenance costs. Then we define what are the applications we want to apply. We will have sensors around the city to measure the need of plants of water to reduce the use of water. We have treatment facilities of water to be used for the cooling center and to use them in applications of irrigation. We rely heavily on smart systems to manage energy efficiently, so hopefully we'll be proactive in dealing with any maintenance issues. Our indicators will sense requirements of maintenance, whether in terms of maintenance or consumption of energy. In short, Ru'al Medina looks at sustainability as a main goal that aims to the objective of the existence of Ru'al Medina, which is improving the experience of visitors to Al Medina Munawwara. And we aim to be a role model and an example, not just on the level of Al Medina Al Munawwara city, but on applications of Ru'al Medina around the kingdom. مستر أستاذ بن إلى جانب النواحي التي تحدثت عنها، هل لك أن تعطي أمثلة
initiatives that you have encountered in your work?
Absolutely, and I was actually reflecting, on this question because looking around here, maybe on the screens, we see a lot of flashy buildings that represent the future of real estate, but I hope that our cities will actually look greener than this, and maybe less flashy real estate. So hence the importance of green infrastructure, right? So what do we mean with green infrastructure? You know, for decades, we've been paving over the nature in our cities, basically. We've paved over rivers, channels, lakes, etc. And I think we're moving back from that and understanding the importance of actually having nature into our cities, not just for nature's sake, but also for our own sake. And there's been many studies around the benefits of green spaces for more active lifestyles. I think the panel has already mentioned that multiple times, but even on the psychological mood of people, of being close to a green space, makes a huge difference. And actually for real estate developers, higher profits from view premiums as well. So this becomes tremendously important, and I hope indeed our future cities look much greener than what we sometimes look them at. Maybe two examples of projects why green spaces can be beneficial, not just purely from the green aspect of it. I think one is, the city of Bangkok, for example, in Thailand, has suffered for decades of flooding, And the main reason is because everything was just asphalted. Every river, every channel, everything was asphalted. And the city itself is also actually sinking, which made the problem even more difficult. What they did is basically opening up some of that asphalt back and giving it back to the city, giving it back to nature, creating again more parks. They created actually a large central park, which was fed by smaller rivers that were opened up again. And actually, what they've noticed is that not only helps this obviously with the flooding, clearly, but they've also used this as an actual reservoir to retain rainwater that they can use. Plus, on top of that, they've created an actual central park in the city that was dying for more green spaces, and where basically, people come together. And the last point is they noticed actually the temperature in the city dropped down around that area, so it's much more livable in the summer months. So again, this is one example of how green infrastructure shouldn't be just there for the sake of green space, but can really have a lot of economic benefits, lifestyle benefits, health benefits, psychological benefits for our residents. Yeah. So that's something we really need to consider. Looking at the kingdom, we are doing a lot. We're not doing enough. Thinking about, we're in Riyadh today, I'm thinking about King Salman Park, Green Riyadh, Wadi Hanifa. There's a lot of developments that are pushing towards it. But I think these are concepts that can be exported to all the cities in the region to really drive much more green infrastructure, green spaces for the benefits of the city.
Appreciate it. Thank you indeed, Mr. Ben. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. نيابة عنكم أو معكم نشكر المتحدثين. شكرا جزيلا. شكرا. Thank you indeed.
With that, we conclude the session, and we look forward to seeing you in other panels in this lovely event.
الكرام حياكم الله في هذه الجلسة بعنوان القيادة الفعالة.
Leadership, efficacy, and excellence in real estate projects. Aib Al-Qahtani at Sumo will talk about this, and it will be moderated by Mr. Imad Al-Farahi. So welcome them at the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. At first, I would like to welcome Aid Al-Qahtani, Chairman of Sumo Real Estate, and I would like to thank you, distinguished guests, to talk about examples of real estate. And everyone has seen recently Saudi Arabia is currently waiting for international events, and it's conducting giga projects that started execution to move on. uh, the real estate should cope with the developments, with all the changes at all sectors in general. We will talk with my colleague about the role of effective leadership, about the future of real estate, how it can be. Among the points is the role of leadership and impact in the indicator of real estate market and the challenges it will face, and the model of real estate. We will go through that quickly, my distinguished guests. First, let's talk about Saudi Arabia, that it's going through a breakthrough on the leadership of real estate sector. What does it mean to lead the future of real estate, and how can that be done? How that leadership can be executed? Thank you so much. Hello. I would like always to start. Thank God, thank God, thank God. We praise Allah Almighty that we are in this great country, and we thank God for the leadership that has been that we are blessed with, for what it's doing in service of this kingdom, including Vision 2030. We are happy and thank God for Ministry of Housing and Real Estate Authority. Thanks to the leadership of the friend, the creative, His Excellency Majid Al Higel, and his distinguished team. Without this team and without what you have mentioned, we wouldn't have achieved what this excellence in Saudi Arabia. We talk about the future of real estate and effective leadership. If we go back in the future, the effective leadership in the past, not just the character of leadership and leadership of this sector in the past took interest only in one person, on the charisma of that person, and you find that this person is leader, but he only has two. This is the market. I think with the new trend leadership, this type of leadership is leading as one team, as and the real estate market in the kingdom. And I was saying this since 3 years ago, is going through its best era in terms of the world. I don't exaggerate. The real estate industry, thanks to those in charge of regulations, is booming. In the past, there were no requirements, but now, given specialization is necessary. Everyone in the past was a specialist. They are the valuer, the marketing agent, the specialist. But today there are conditions to make them qualify as marketers. The developers have requirements. The people in charge of valuation have requirements. Let's say the future Leadership requires some aspects. First, vision. The leadership that leads the market should have clear vision. First, to study the market and to study regulations, and in Saudi Arabia to study Vision 2030 of all sectors take will see it as a constitution that achieves the future. We find that everything we have promised for the kingdom is moving faster to achieve these requirements. First, we need to focus on the vision as leaders, the vision of the kingdom, and the regulations and the region. The leadership of the future would not be achieved without the human resources. I will tell you a story I always mentioned when I started my life in real estate. I met some people. I know that you know that we are linked to mosques. There was an Aramco employee who told me and said, "You are the graduate of King Fahd Petroleum and Minerals." He said, "Are you a real estate specialist?" So it's rarely that those graduates of this university go to SABIC and Aramco. But today, real estate companies, the best are graduates, not even the second and third ranks. We always touch upon human resources, reading the market. The last thing is defining where you want to work on. I always tell you that effective leadership requires different entities. Today, when I visited the exhibition or cityscape or our exhibitions, we have distinguished youth and special companies that promises with a promising market. Real estate development industry is coming, and we need impactful leadership to deliver for upcoming phase. I'm quite sure will be one of the best periods in the world, and I think all the colleagues are in touch with the countries and they look at Saudi Arabia and look up to it over the upcoming phase. Details of leadership, if you are at real estate marketing, different real estate development, that will be different. To, for those who invested and managed in Riyadh are different from other cities like Mecca and Medina. But what I mentioned are fundamentals that should be an effective management. Dr. Ahayeb will try to abide by time. I know that you are a good speaker and you have wide experience in real estate sector. The role of effective leadership you mentioned, and you have given us a glimpse for its role in change and impact on real estate market. There should be challenges despite the sector, though you described it as its current best state. Let's start with the challenges. Challenges at the market. We are emerging market. I think the first challenge for real estate is human resources. We have shortage of human resources. If you go to any real estate development company, you will find the challenge in finding human resources in all specializations that require development and marketing of real estate. So many of those who work these areas, they go to Aramco and they go to companies, but we still have shortage in human resources. This in return, we could solve these issues in the Institute of Real Estate. There are colleges and universities for real estate, but we require some time to face this challenge. The second uh, The second challenge is the cancellation of sukuk. we find issue with challenge with that. This challenge is underway, and we cannot deny the role of the government by allocating committees. SAC is a very important document. If it loses its power, you will not find even a foreign investor who will invest with you. The third challenge is the late ownership of non-Saudi investors, and the more it is late, the more it impacts the market. If we come up with the good regulations, this will be good for the market because it has to be announced in Mecca and Medina, and we are waiting for a positive decision. I think these challenges are met with some movement with entities, but will not find the fruit of that work until later on. As a private sector, over the past 4 years, the kingdom in real estate authority, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Hajj, they are faster than us, faster than the private sector in development, especially in technology and information, and this is very important for us. So the Saudi market, I think now is 60% of the infrastructure is ready. I invite all my colleagues to take part in spreading this culture because Saudi Arabia today is has projects worth of trillions. We have a competent market. It has positive aspects and negative ones. In the past, we said that and we studied that real estate is about location, location, location. Today, I think I have changed this concept. Marketing, marketing, marketing. You have to market. So today, you may have a prime location. If you don't market properly, you will lose the this for this project. And if you market well, and you should be in line with that with the media sector. We need the media sector and different entities to be part of this. I lived in the booming by the end of the last century. What we see in Saudi Arabia is double the beginning of what we have seen in Dubai. I'm quite optimistic for the kingdom. We are on the track now, and today we have signed a partnership with one of the good companies in its countries. If I go to any country, they say, "How do we start our investment in Saudi Arabia?" This is a good indication. We can face these challenges, but we need the collaboration between the two sectors, the private and public. The last thing, the media, we need to market Saudi Arabia properly. We have to work more in marketing Saudi Arabia to the world, and part of the excuses is regulations are not ready enough to make me announce in all the world and different channels of the world. Just quickly, you just mentioned marketing, marketing, marketing. Let me ask you, what makes this special real estate project good execution, or the concept of innovation, leadership? If you can talk about it briefly, the role of Sumo and the experience you have and you gained by working in this sector in Saudi Arabia. Honestly, my experience at Sumo had some challenge because it's a different model. At the model we have in Sumo, Sumo is the first company to be enlisted in Scot market as provider. It's not just as asset developing it. Then when the Saudi market improved, and we are happy that Emar followed the same, that we know Emar and we invested in Emar. We can see Emar and Emar for development. I think the service provider for the next market is the potential, the upcoming potential For the qualitative projects, I think we should start where others ended. The market, like Riyadh, has a shortage with Vision 2030 in the regard that Riyadh will be e- e- economics of city. We want Riyadh to be one of the top 10. That requires a robust infrastructure like MBC and Arabia channels. First, they had shortage in compounds and accommodation. So the behavior of consumer today and thinking differs from the past. That requires gated community, gated compound, all services. It requires lifestyle, and we should the real estate should cope with the requirements of the changes in the market while meeting two aspects, quality and how technology should be used. The world today, if you ask me, there is one day, and I would like to remind you, real estate will be here. Here. I don't have to go to you and others. You just make deals and pay. And we started to integrate technology into that. The market is coming. We need to be ready enough. The world is coming, and we have two products. I will just show you the vision of Saudi Arabia. We are proud that the first real estate marketing established in London as an international company, and we promise you that in the 10 upcoming years, we'll be in 30 countries as a specialized real estate marketing. We have two products. I don't have it in the world. Mecca and Al Medina. Muslims everywhere will come to Saudi Arabia. And secondly, honestly, I say that we don't lack anything from Century 21 or Remax or XYZ. We have human resources, promising markets, and vision. We are following the vision of leadership between ambition and challenges. We have insistence and power to reach that. Thank you, my distinguished guest, Aida Al Qahtani. You are the chairman of Sumo company. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, distinguished guests, we are continuing with the sessions of today, and now a session under the title Facing Challenges of Real Estate Development by Resilience and Innovation and the Model of Kitifan for Projects. The guest is Sheikh Nasser bin Abdurrahman Al Thani. He is the chairman of Board of Directors of Kitifan for Projects. This session will be moderated by Miss Lara Habib. Please come to the stage. Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege to be with you to moderate this session with Sheikh Nasser Al Thani, Chairman of Board of Directors of Qutaifan for projects about the role of resilience and innovation in facing challenges of real estate sector. Qutaifan company is in charge of developing Qutaifan land in Qatar that has park, theme park, residence, and shopping mall. A huge project that started working in 2018, and a project of this magnitude has been through challenges with regarding to handover and some fiscal challenges of design. Mr. Nasser will share his experience in this area and how to deal with such challenges. Thank you so much for your presence with us, Sheikh Nasser. I just gave a brief overview about Qutayfa, I want more information. How much has been achieved in this project? Thank you, Ms. Lara. First of all, I would like to thank you for hosting us at this forum. As for the project of Taifan Island, the idea started in 2018, execution started in 2022. We were hopeful that this project shouldn't exceed a year and a half, and this is the plan we originally had for the projects we wanted to execute in the initial phase. There were two phases for the project. The first phase is building pillars of attraction, the house, the mosque, the shopping mall that would help and serve any investors who want to come to the project. And for anyone who is conducting feasibility study, it's written in the best manner possible. But we haven't seen a project like that is achieved with the same idea. There are always challenges, and this is quite normal in any project that may take 3 to 5 years. And always there are some changes, whether in the market or the shareholders in the project. As a real estate project, many aspects impact us, like design, management, and at the same time, over different periods, even government entities issue some resolutions and change in requirements. So to be up to date, we have to change, and this change impacts real estate development if it's not ready for change or to harness the project for such changes. This will be a reason for the failure. If we started to work in 2020, you started with the year of the pandemic and that impacted you. We started in 2018 as an idea, and we started initially in 2018 and 2019, but the first contractor in 2020 was in April or May. We started in the pandemic, and I thought that we were past it, but when there were the shutdown for the best 2 months, everyone thought that we were living a normal life, but we didn't think that the pandemic would continue in terms of repercussions for a year or two, especially for the countries that exported materials of construction, started with shutdowns for factories in China, or logistics, or the costs that the contractors had in the first phase. So we had to deal with that. We had to change how we think in financing projects, how to think about studying different phases of the project, not just the issues in COVID, but the idea that people wanted villas that are separated and being away from shared and common accommodation. that had an opportunity to find investors who didn't exist in the market. One of the companies that leveraged COVID to our advantage. We had part of our project for residential villas. We thought that we would start them in 2021 or 2022 after the first phase of the project. But as the demand increased in COVID, we changed our methodology to start selling the units later. We had an issue with the delivery of the infrastructure because it wasn't scheduled, and the economic situation of the others was tough. But thank God, in the last year, in the July, we finished with the first phase of handover for the owners of the property to build their villa. You developed some villas, and there are some residential projects that had its own developers. Why this option? Why? Where you had two options. As real estate development, we started with tourism project, and the target was the water city, and Marial received two certificates for the largest structure of water skiing and the largest number of water skiing. The idea was quite recent, inspired by petroleum and gas. If you come there, you feel that as if you were in factory or on old facilities for oil production. This idea is quite special, and it represents our heritage and the basis of our economy that established countries. After we finished that, we established the required aspects for the mosque and the infrastructure. Then we sell other aspects for the project for sale. The target was to establish the main attraction for visitors, and others were for the private sector. The topic you mentioned regarding financing the project and how you changed during the pandemic. You are a government company. We are owned 100% by the government, but we were established on commercial aspect. There was money allocated and other costs for development. We obtained some loans to execute the project. It's reciprocal from the capital. The water park is the basis for this project, but it wasn't inaugurated before the World Cup. Why? The World Cup was an ambition. When the World Cup was mentioned, I talked about this in the last edition of this conference. The plan we had was unrealistic. 18 months to establish the land island out of nothing. And it was a dream, really. The World Cup was always an obsession and a goal, but unrealistic goal, as we know. But we tried with the pandemic and with the circumstances we had. We couldn't achieve that, but we could achieve it in a period of 3 months and a half, 3 years and a half. What is expected in terms of the number of visitors in the water uh, park? We had 500,000 visitors, but these numbers of the studies that we have self-sufficiency and sustainability for the project financially, but we are quite positive after the official inauguration. Now we are in the pilot inauguration. Once we open it officially, we will increase the number. I think you have the branded residence and you were amongst the first who introduced branded residence. You collaborated with Elisab, the designer. Why to resort to that option rather than dealing with the hotel itself? Our role is not to develop branded residence. As a developer, we sold the lands we had to other companies, and one of the first few investors, and we are proud of, is Dar Al Arkan company. They suggested the idea of developing the lands bordered by the sea, and they submitted 4 to 5 names to form the branded residence, like fashion companies like Alisab, and there was another idea like the furniture and car designers. So we decided to go with Elisab since it's a name, and thank God they established the project and they started marketing, and its presence on our island was a good addition. In your opinion, what is the future of this sector in Qatar? Branded residents around the world, despite the sluggish growth of real estate in the world, but with branded residents, that was different. Why? And do you consider that there are areas for growth in Qatar, especially that we talk about Qatar, that it has the highest income for per capita, estimated as $70,000 per capita, because the rarity of branded residents for anyone to own such facilities will have their excellence amongst owners. But for real estate market in Qatar, we saw during and while the World Cup improvement, and we thought there would be slow order base, but until today we can see developers who are building new real estates, and the demand is already there. There are some advantages for owning a property in Qatar. Until today, we don't have any taxation, but to foreigners, it's a free zone. In addition to permanent residence to him and to the family, in addition to other benefits to investors, that was encouragement not just for Qatar but for others to own and to have their own property in Qatar. Sheikh Nasser, the question is, with such projects that have been launched in Qatar in preparation for the World Cup, what is the fate? This hotels, the number of hotels was significant in the last year. We talk about 7,250 rooms were handed in 2022 in the year of the World Cup. In the first 6 months, 1,300. Now we have 39,000, but occupancy rates had dropped down. We are talking about 53% of occupancy rates. Is Qatar ready to accommodate and can it handle these numbers of rooms? This is a tough question for anyone to answer, but I think the answer is yes, it is able, because the good infrastructure that is good for having these rooms during the World Cup, not just the hotels that were operated, but many real estates and many residential real estates have been in operation, and many residents of have been transformed to permanent units. The infrastructure exists. The airport is there. We have another airport, the old airport will be operated. We have the Saudi. We receive 70,000 people going to Qatar and vice versa. So the land ports are available. Different options are available. In addition to the World Cup was a promotion for the country rather than the benefit of the World Cup itself. Today, the area has been marketed properly, and people in the past didn't know whether if Qatar is one of the backward or improved countries. What's Qatar? Thanks to the World Cup, and 4 billion around the world watched the World Cup, and today there is awareness. This awareness would take some time. As for the tourists, we have seen the companies to obtain licenses and permits for aviation to come. We saw the operation of the hotel and we met 6 companies, and each one promises with 50,000 and 1 million tourists annually, in addition to 2019 when we started with Rixos as the operator. We were introduced to, and there are 6 million tourists. We are talking about the double of tourists. We have 6 million and we'll achieve more than that. So a lot of ambitions, and the infrastructure is ready for receiving. Quarter of the tourists are Saudis. Tourism from Saudi Arabia is the largest tourism market for us, for Qatar, since the authority of tourism noticed that whether today Saudi holidays are a good opportunity for us, and the near location and traditions helps for tourism exchange, as we see in Qatar today. I think the one from Ad-Diriyah talked that Qatari, Kuwaiti, Emirati, many of them are in Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, and that is something that's not strange. And do you think that they will be one of the main investors for Khaliji? Saudi, I'm talking about Saudi. Will they be investors? The first investor was the Saudi investor as a bulk investment, and until now there is a possibility and desire from both sides to exchange investments to invest in Saudi Arabia or vice versa. Let's talk about the retail, because you had markets during the World Cup. We have seen malls, especially luxury malls, that have been opened in Qatar, but occupancy rates are backward, and there are malls that give free rates, and they contribute to designing of the malls. Do you think you will resort to such options? Is there many retail markets in Qatar? For the commercial sector in general, there was a great change since the beginning of COVID. People got to know online shopping, which existed, but it had gradual expansion, and many markets didn't focus to be in e-commerce platforms. One of the issues that real estate sector is facing is office sector. Many professions became offshore, and they leveraged other countries, and the demand was less on this. And when it comes to flexibility, investors should use office and use other facilities. There are other facilities that are not here, especially private warehousing. It's underserved and it's not in Qatar or even Saudi Arabia to have a place to host when the developer pays for the cost of decoration and preparing. That existed before, but in the past it was for large investors like large companies. We wanted to attract for these malls. We were providing these solutions. We saw the malls and its attraction for things, but for us as a project, the commercial part is quite simple, and we provide tourism, and we will have occasions on the water canal that is built, and it will attract people. We can see how people come, and at the same time, as Qutaifan, we didn't start in attracting investors before building all the incentives that attract tourists for their success in the future. What are these incentives? The presence of the hotel, the water park, and at the water canal, we had a parade inspired by Pearl Discovery and the petrol and gas story and Pearl. We will have daily occasions after the shutdown of the water canal to reduce the congestion. As you saw in the World Cup, the time of departure is the most crowded. So we made a parade. It will be in the so it's very important to have a show all around the year. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm going to moderate the next session. The second session. The next session, upcoming session, is going to concentrate on sustainable development and innovation in the real estate sector. Ladies and gentlemen, why it's very important to talk about such important issue today? Because the construction sector is one of the most important, one of the most affecting, and most pollution-causing sectors. At the same time, one of the least pollution-reducing sectors. Well, according to the United Nations, this sector is responsible for 37% out of the carbon emissions. And of course, this is a great boom in construction, especially towards the approach of living in the cities. Well, the whole world, every 5 days, is adding a number of buildings that is in the size of Paris city. That's why it's very necessary to find very fast solutions to make the sector more friendly, environment friendly. If you really want to reach, for example, net zero, carbon zero by 2050, carbon neutrality. We're going to discuss this topic with one of the most important, specialists in Mohammed Ammar. The founder, the founder of Emar. Property as well. We're going to ask him about his opinion in regards to as regards, for example, the real estate opportunities. Mohammed Alaba, our next guest, Amar Properties as an example to talk about one of the most important topics of today: sustainable development and innovation, and the coherent relationship between the two
terminology. Welcome to this session as well. I came to introduce the title, which is related to the real estate. I know you very well that you have other commitments. Mr. Mohammed, of course, to what extent, sustainability today is a great priority in your current and future projects as well, or under construction projects as well. If you try to be very honest and honestly speaking, we don't have to mock one another. It still is very difficult as well. For sustainability, it's not an easy far reach. It's not within reach. People dream. Still, for example, using cement is very essential. It's very important. The most important, construction material. The use of plastic and products as well in our place, in our field as well, is very important, and it's very crucial as well. Both cement and plastics are very crucial materials we're using in our, construction industry as well. That's the reason why I laugh a lot, and I laugh, saying that the West has been working for 200 years in the industrial field, in industry, in agriculture and real estate. They built cities, and for example, when our turn has come, a lot of people, for example, start to criticize us and saying that this country or this city, for example, is they didn't care about about nature. That's the reason I started to criticize us as well. I kept on saying to them that you have been spending 200 years, for example, building and causing, pollution. Give us the chance. That's why I always talk to Western leaders about this. And so international laws and this, I still believe in the importance of nature and how to preserve nature as well and environment. So when we think about it, by the end of the day, we say that we can say that Titanic, when it started navigation 1912 of the last century, and that's the reason why, for example, now we can see the diesel and pumping as well, and everything thrown in the sea as well. And when in 1914, when it started, for example, the first air flight as well, we didn't have any flight, we didn't have any aircrafts or planes or anything before the Western people, So when our turn has come, for example, they start to criticize us and they started to make laws against us, saying that we have to stick and abide by the laws regarding, for example, the reduction of pollution. But of course, we have a lot of controversial issues, more than application as well. So we have still a lot of theoretical topic to talk about. For instance, there are some solutions like clean energy. Do you use the clean energy in your project as well? For instance, solutions can be done by the laws, the government laws. Which are related to the tax or laws that help you, for example, get support or get supported financially. But some other countries actually like China, for example, which has been creating a very great and technological advancements, when it started, for example, to build a lot of urban communities as well, which is environmentally friendly. But if you look at our situation for the time being as well, we are spendthrift even. We are exaggerating a lot in using electricity. We are spendthrift, we're in the landscape and water resources as well. If we try, for example, we are doing our best to review everything we're doing. For example, we want to reduce our addiction, for example, in the use of such kind of materials, as covered by Al Arabiya channel as well. We started, for example, to build the first edifice on building in China. Within 6 months, we are going to install it in Abu Dhabi, which is going to be 100%. It's going to be recyclable building, and we can actually reuse or recycle the building again in the future as well. And it's made of stainless steel. I mean, I mean, where the air inside the flats in such building is much better, 100% better than the air outside. For example, there is 90% of saving electricity or 100% saving of electricity efficiency. Energy efficiency. In addition, as for the dust as well, which is one of the most important, the remarkable problems and challenges is zero dust, zero noise, and if there a high level of isolation as well, without cement, and at the same time it's used by it consists of 15 floors. Within a month it's going to be installed as well. It's got pre-made, pre-ready-made. Are there extra costs for you? The cost is the same. If it's compared to other projects as well. But in my opinion, we're still at the beginning. You can imagine what's going to happen in this technology in the future within 5 years from now. Or if there has been, if instead of having one edifice, we can build 40 buildings or 40 edifices as well. So the costs will be changed and will be better. I mean, there will be better methodology, and we are going to see better ways for using such kind of technology. Are you ready to use such kind of technology in other projects? Can we use this technology in villas, in luxurious villas or luxury villas, or we can use it only in buildings or edifices as well? For the time being, for example, now we would try, for example, to reduce the problem, the tension as well. And the worst thing that we are facing with apartments, and we try, for example, to solve 50% out of the problem that we're facing with apartments or the blocks. But as for to what extent this topic project is going to be successful, if we design the house upon the need of the client, I mean, so we didn't find any difference. But the thing that we need to take into consideration is saving electricity or energy, the cleanness of air, 100% more than the air outside. You can imagine that's going to be improved. I mean, especially we are facing from, a high level of dust in our region. So, in addition to this, if we are, interested in environment, and all our children are, we need to encourage our children, and we encourage, for example, we instill such kind of principles in the minds of our children. I mean, sometimes it's very hard to use aluminum or concrete. There is a way, for example, to make it more sustainable, to make sure that these construction materials can be recycled, or all the way these materials are produced with using clean energy. Are you open-minded? I mean, for such kind of options, we have numerous options. If within the last 5 years, abroad, a company in China had the greatest choice, which is based on having buildings that can be composed of 30 or 15 floors, with their ability so as to reuse the building once again and recycle it, with saving electricity and energy, and with the zero use of cement. And what about, for example, the other construction materials, which are biomass, for example, biomaterials that can help absorb temperature? You have wood, timber, you have bamboo. All of these kind of construction materials which are recommended to be used, for example, to mitigate the carbon emissions. I think in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia there are a lot of factories in which collects actually and assembles all the palm trees, branches and stems, so as to recycle it into plates, and from which we came to make houses for the social house as well. It was a pretty wonderful and amazing experiment and experience for all of us. If we, for example, if we came to build houses out of wood, so it would be different from building a house out of concrete as well. But at the level of the social housing as well, we can use such kind of environmental, construction materials, for example, in dividing as dividers, for example, use them sometimes in our these posts as well, to divide the areas and spaces in flats and apartments. We still have technology. We have still very progress as well. There's another option. There's an option, for example, the option of reducing the carbon emissions as well. Like 3D printing. You started to use this in Dubai in one of your projects as well. What can you tell us about your experience? It was very difficult and big failure. We came to face a lot of failure. What was the problem? What makes the cause? The house was beautiful that we came to design, for instance, through the use of 3D printing. But 3D printing, for example, we need well, no, we need. It's a newly emerging topic. All 3D printed, for example, they break out in 5 times a day and stop working. So the printing, industry is still emerging. Technology is still emerging. At the same time, it's very slow. At the same time, for example, it still uses cement. And in addition to this, for example, when you make walls or produce walls, the walls, for example, must must be exposed to plaster to make it smooth. We didn't have any solution for ceilings as well using the 3D printing. So the 3D printing of walls. I mean, f- I mean, so it was very high cost for all of us. For example, with the fixing the walls, because our people, for example, or our fellows in our country, for example, we wouldn't be convinced of the 3D walls as well. So plaster based. So, for instance, if the normal villa costs us, for instance, let us say 5,000 for meter for one, this costs us. We made it very beautiful. It cost us around 1,000. 10, uh, and I'm sorry, I'm translating from feet to meter. If the meter is 5,000, then we came to make it 10,000. It costs 10,000. But our problem, in addition to the cost as well, the problem is that the 3D printer is at the beginning. It's a crawling industry, for example. But in the future, for example, we can develop it in the future, but needs time. So if you look at the plans of Dubai, the 35% out of the buildings, for example, must be 3D printed base within 2030. Up to 2030, we need to reconsider this again, review it. I think this is very difficult because technology hasn't been yet advanced, but still there are a lot of investing companies in 3D printing technology, for example, such as well as we do the same, but with a very slight improvement. But this is another option. This option is considered as the most valuable, option in the construction process, which is transfer current buildings to newly restored building. Are you think about this option? Based on our nature of our work, we have lands and we build in our lands. And then, however, yes, what you are saying is very correct as well. So we can actually sometimes in Jeddah, like in the old city of Jeddah, and I think this is very excellent work for him to restore some of these old buildings as well. We have in Dubai city, we have the old section of the Dubai city has been restored and has been amazingly restored. Has been, and I think this is up to the authorities which are responsible for the ownership of such old districts in old cities as well. This is beautiful. This is something we look at the European example. When we look at the old districts in European communities have been restored. We see them that have been restored or regained sometimes, as we see in New York, for example. There were many buildings were restored. Restored in New York City. Most of our properties, for example, are lands, and we design and we build from scratch. And in addition to many other new trends in construction industry as well. If we want to talk about today about the role of governments in enhancing developers, so for transformation for the time being, for example, in addition to the 3D printing solution, sustainability-based solutions, is it costly? Will the client be in charge? Of that kind of costs as well? Will be actually covering all of his costs? Will be able to cover the costs as well? If there is no if there are no laws from the government, from the side of the government, for having regulations to organize the work of the real estate developers to work on this, and wouldn't have any improvement in the field. So everybody, all who are concerned about such kind of issues, I'm concerned about it. That's the reason we have been starting this for 5 years in China, and governments are playing an important role in making laws for 5 years. They give us a period of time, 5 years, and they tell us that really find solution in 5 years. But after this, 10% out of the building must be friendly, be environment friendly, and after 5 years as well, another gradual percentage as well has to be allocated for the issue of environment friendly solutions. And we are on the way to achieve this. So you're exercising great influence on individuals and establishment companies, so as to find solutions and use very friendly construction materials in a friendly environment. Do you have any estimate? How can we change, for example, current project to make it more friendly? Environment friendly. For me, in my perspective, if we look at if you look at the districts and the buildings that we have been constructed in, we started, for example, to reduce the number of trees so as to reduce the irrigation amount of water, and we reduce lighting so as to reduce the cost and mitigate costs as well, and in mitigate depending on reduce, for example, depending on energy and for energy efficiency. If we, for instance, if we focus on this approach gradually, so as to take care of the environment and we can save. To reduce costs, isn't it? We can make saving. We have to respect as well environment as for using water resources and energy resources. Mr. Mohammed, let me actually move to another topic as well. Today we are in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and you have a great a business here and a great project as well through I'mar, for example, in the economic area, Medina economic city. What about your plans here? Let us talk about your plans in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia based on your partnerships and being in Jeddah and being in King Abdullah economic city. And in my perspective, well, due to the clear policies in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we can say that we're going to push our efforts forward as well in any sector as well. We need, for example, to focus on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia because there are a lot of opportunities here, and we are concerned about commercial malls in addition to hotels. We have 2 hotels under construction in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You have 2 hotels. Yes, and yes, for the time being in Jeddah. No, no. In Riyadh, we have 2 hotels under construction, And I think Saudi Arabia needs more and more investments as well. The same thing applies to the real estate sector. For example, Saudi Arabia is very rich in mountains. I mean valleys, hills as well. But you have government policy that builds everything for you, the infrastructure. I mean, based on the economic growth that will help the investments to grow, and due to the great tourism-based projects as well, or the public policies and laws that have a great return and a great directly and indirectly on the growth of your business you have. So we're now looking forward to investing within the next month, that might reach, for instance, an amount of 6 billion Saudi riyals, God willing. I mean, new investments in amount of, or estimated at by 6 billion in real estate sector. I mean, in the field of in the field of hotels, and I mean, in addition to recreation as well. Could you provide further details? No, no, I'm sorry. I mean, is this project going to be, I mean, financed? I mean, we Abu Dhabi Hills, in addition to public investment funds, who are we have great mutual investments with the PIF and in Americana, and in food and in restaurants, and we have great partnerships with the fund in King Abdullah Economic City. There's going to be a new wave of investments. I mean, there's a question. Here comes the question. But for the participation partnership with the fund, which is competing, for example, here in the real estate sector, is A'mar able to compete in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as it did in Dubai? I think, yeah, as holding general, I mean, a general holding company, we don't have any leniency policy. We take things seriously. This is what I can say. For 20 years in Dubai, we were competing for public companies, for government companies. I was always kidding with them, chatting with them, telling that really that's your. That's, I mean, you are very lucky. You have free land, free fees. I mean, free lands, and but our results were much better than yours. And so I think that really, yes, I mean we have great men, great staff. And but the government, for example, does the government has a share of ownership, 10%? No, they don't help us at all. They have for actually they would never help us. Actually, sometimes they can tell us that, that you are very good, doing great job, so you don't need any help. Good people don't need any help. If you are a very good student, you don't need any help from the teacher or from anybody else. So those for public or government comments, sometimes they come to us telling us that you're doing great job, so you don't need any assistance. I mean, this shows actually who are the boys, who are the men as well. Is this competition very pretty good as well between Dubai and Saudi Arabia? Is it fair? Is there any fair competition between Saudi Arabia and Dubai? So if you look at, honestly speaking, if you look at the Arab world, we are 400 millions. I mean, people, Europe, 400 million, the European continent. Europe, the GDP of Europe, for example, is 19 trillion. And the Arab region with oil, and the GDP is 5 trillion. Can you imagine, of course, without oil, we might reach 1 trillion. Look at the big difference, for example. We might be very blessed with that. So, even, so for example, look at the 19 trillion, and in comparison of I mean, with the oil, 4.5 trillion. This means that our cities, we are sleeping. We are sleeping, and we are lazy, and we are dormant. I mean, this is what we are hibernating. I mean, you have London, Munich, I mean, Rome, Barcelona, I mean, Paris. Yes, yes, how good you are. I mean, this is the most beautiful, yeah, the most beautiful city. We have Dubai. One day we had Beirut. May Allah bless, may Allah help them to regain the glory of Beirut. So that's right. That's the reason why we need here, for example, to pass to increase the 5 trillion to 19 trillion, to stand equal with the European continent as well. Competitiveness moves the whole world ahead. However, we need to take into consideration, I mean, all ideas, thoughts. When you look at the number of tourists who are coming to Europe, for instance, look at the number of tourists. 600 million tourists come to Europe. 600 million. But for example, of course, do the, look at the number of tourists coming to our region. We wish you could reach 25, for example, and we could hardly reach 24 or 40 million. That's why Saudi Arabia, I think, must do more and more make tangible efforts to increase the number of tourists as well, to reach this much more than before. So I think in the private sector, for example, we don't want, for example, compete with the public sector, for example, only want them to modify the laws and regulations. And the biggest and largest beneficiary is the private sector. This by the end of the time. That's the reason why, if Saudi Arabia, for example, hasn't been moving ahead, making tangible efforts, we want Egypt as well. We want Egypt to move ahead, to move and to become very active. You want them to be jealous of what's going around, jealous of Emirates in Saudi Arabia, for example, our people in Kuwait as well, our best friends as well. I mean, in Iraq as well, we must ask Allah to help them because really they are facing very critical situations as well. The beauty of Beirut, we want to regain it back, restore it back again. Libya, and during the glory, I mean, the glorious age. So that's the reason why, for example, so I believe that, since Saudi Arabia started to move, um, and you became very competitive player, doing great job as well. And Saudi Arabia has a great growth. I mean, before the great movement, the great transformation, the King of Saudi Arabia were very happy with the 10% that we achieved as well. So we need, for instance, to look at a bigger number, larger number than all of these numbers that we have heard about. But is there? Can we compare? The Gulf countries with Egypt, or like Egypt, Libya and Lebanon, who are suffering from economical problems as well. So can we compare such countries with Saudi Arabia? May Allah bless, and may Allah bless our rulers and governors as well. When at the beginning of our journey, and at the beginning of our journey, since we explore oil, there wasn't any movement, any transformation at that time. I think it doesn't mean that because we have oil, for example, has something to do with the growth or with change or transformation. Bahrain has great growth, the fact that it doesn't have much oil. So, in my opinion, my perspective, it's a matter of, let us out. Let's ask, what type of leadership, what type of management, what type of administration has a great momentum, has desire to improve, for example, in the life conditions of their citizens as well. They care about their people, about their citizens as well. So those who are doing great job, for example, to improve the life of the citizens. I wish I could see a better Arab world, and look at this great Saudi example to take the lead and to lead the Arab country as well, so as to increase big figures and numbers as well. We need to make Saudi Arabia actually provide a role model as well, so as to improve the income of 400 million people in the Arab world, to have economic growth, to have knowledge, and the knowledge that has been actually acquired in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia within the last 10 years. Was was tremendous. In every forum, in every conference in Saudi Arabia, I always attend all the conferences being held in the conference. Why? Because I started to learn. The over increasing innovation taking place in the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We need to learn to take the lessons from the experience of the kingdom of Saudi Arabia and His Royal Highness Crown Prince. Prince Mohammed bin Salman actually has actually been a great example for all of us. Has given us the great model. Mr. Mohammed, for example, in your perspective and perspective, what do you think about what's going on in the real sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia based on your long experience in Dubai? Today, for example, you mentioned that you're building hotels. If you look at Riyadh City, everybody knows that there aren't enough hotels so as to for the future expectations and needs as well. And to buy 150,000 hotel rooms, and there is a big difference of growth in this field in the hotels sector from today until 2030. For example, there will be big numbers of hotels rooms, but most of them from 4 to 5 star hotel. Is it required? Is this what we need? For example, now you have a three star, and in Dubai, for example, we came to understand this issue as well. It started, for example, to provide 4 star hotels, and we came to understand this fact as well. So, what do you think about that? When I see when I am in board of Saudi Airlines and I compare this with the Emirati airlines, when I always see, for example, 20% of business and economy classes, 20% difference, and most of our people in the economy and hotels, for example, this is the reverse, so the opposite. We see the opposite. We see the opposite. We, for example, we like to go to 5 star hotels. Why? Because it has a greater, it has it's had the good for the ego. Everybody is very proud of receiving very excellent services. Whenever you ask anybody, for example, what would you like to build, 5 star hotel or 3 stars? Say 4, 5 star. And why? Because everybody wants to be proud, because that is. But but the whole thing depends on, for example, on your tourism policies and I mean, are you ready, for example, to receive tourists for 5 or 4 star, or you want, for example, to increase the number in you target the clients of 5 star hotels. It depends on your policies. What type of tourists visitors you want them to come to your country, and you want them to arrive here. But you cannot change the formula or the cohesion as well between the Saudi Airlines and the Emirati Airlines, or for example our people in Qatar. I mean, 20%, for example, business, first class, 80% economy. Yeah? Our experience and I mean, for example, through the 18 hotels that we have, for example, is excellent. We have a great element, but we came to design our hotels in a way so as to, for example, so as to double hotel. I mean, where, for example, we can actually offer it with 290 Saudi riyals, for example. But if we provide a room that will cost us, for example, $100,000, so at the same time, we have to have the art of design, and courses will design the course as well. It depends on the market, the desire of the clients and customers in the market. And at the same time, owners of hotels are very clever. They understand, they study the market. And however, most of them, for example, they prefer the 5 star hotel. Of course, why? Because they want to be very proud. They want to show off. That's it. But of course, for this topic as well, I'd like to share with you a number for tourism as well. As you know that the number of the world the global tourists is 3% out of the global population of the people of the world population, for example, 3%. And then so this is the future growth in tourism is going to be 6%, annually. But if you look at the percentage of Americans who go outside overseas as well, there's a big a dreadful number, 70%. Europeans, 50% of the Europeans go out for tourism, out of the 400. But the big calamity and catastrophe, we have 1.5 billion, but 1.5 from in India and China. I mean, China, for instance, reach, for example, 10% of the population who go for other countries for tourism purposes. So we still have a challenge we need to develop. But in India, for instance, 2%, 2% out of Indians who go outside for tourism. So in general, this field and this domain has a great and promising future because of the low income in India as well. So in the last few minutes of our discussion as well, what do you expect for the real estate market in Dubai? What happened in 2023 is going to continuation of the momentum and unprecedented, levels of great deals, real estate deals. The continuation, for example, of higher prices, were 20%, which has been 20% last year. What do you expect, for example, in 2024? As a matter of fact, honestly speaking, I said before that all of these prices, and I call them very fancy prices. That, for example, a house over the sea is an amount of 300 millions, of course. Now this is very exaggerating. We are exaggerating. But if you look at the normal people and the normal different types of apartments, like a flat, for example, in 20,000, I think I feel satisfied. I don't want to see very fast growth of prices as well, because that's going to be very doubtful. If you look at the growth that we have seen in 2023, the growth was estimated by 28% in the volume, but the price, for example, for us was very high, from 15 to 15%. To 2023, towards the growth was very strong, 30% in sales. Has been estimated by 30% in sales. And what happened in the United Arab Emirates, during the Corona pandemic, and the great medical services provided during the pandemic. The rich people of the world started to think about coming. I have, for example, money. I'm shut up at home and feel as if I were a prisoner. And this is very so. For example, when he came to Dubai, and when they tried, for example, to come, so they did not return back again. So I don't believe it, for example. And I was surprised, for example. I have a friend who has got a real estate company in Czech Republic, for example, in the amount of 10 billion, and he bought a flat and a house in Dubai and moved to Dubai. I'm sorry, he had a real estate company. Yes, he had a real estate company. He has it, and he came to have a house. And so, and the Indian the Indian businessmen as well started, for example, to move to have offices. I'm still saying, for example, I'm still seeing very difference in prices, but the price is great. It's great, but it needs to be reasonable and rational. So still the market is very stable. Are you expecting, for example, that higher prices in real estate in the future? I don't think there will be high prices, but the rise is going to be gradually. Associated with inflation in some regions. For example, prices might be very higher than other regions, but the current prices are very good for real estate developers with a margin of profit as well, and the volume is good as well. So I don't say very big spike, very big boom, for instance, in price as well. You see, there is a correction of certain kind of sectors. There are 40,000, for example, residential units will be delivered within the coming years, and this year's as well, with an average of 15,000 to 30,000. There will be oversupply. For example, it is different from one building to another building. Buildings are looking over the sea in Dubai, for example, and those who sold in crazy prices, I think they will be affected. But those foreigners, who sold, for example, with reasonable prices, with a marginal, profit, a good reasonable marginal profit. We have Amar Beach as well. People, they sold with crisis prices, well, but we came to give affordable prices with a fair marginal profit, and very good price for the buyer. This will never be affected as well. It depends from one building on a building, from one building to another as well. Russians, if you look at the Russians, they got out of your market as well because of the decline in the currency. This affected, for example, their purchasing. For example, the currency has been down by 30%, and the marginal profit is 60 as well. So, for example, people can sell. And look at the Chinese. What about the Chinese? There is a slow growth, for example, and they represent 12% of the market as well. Sometimes you might see 10%. Other nationalities, India, Emirates, United Arab Emirates as well. We have a very strong purchasing, status quo in London as well. Many people, for example, have got passports and British passport, not mainly originally from Britain. They might go and come, and those foreigners who are living, for example, in London, they come to debate. One final question, Mr. Mohammed. For example, our time is finished, has ended, but we came to talk about the current real estate investment opportunity in the real estate sector in Dubai, and I know that you have investments in Amman and legal health. You have a great investments in Ethiopia. So, for example, which market you're looking for the time being to expand or to, upsize, and you might see good opportunities. We came to buy a lot of lands, in big volume, because the market is pretty good and pretty wonderful and amazing as well. There is a lack of lands in Dubai as well. I concentrate on Eastern Europe and Eastern Europe. And all of these buildings were covered in Albania, Croatia, and Serbia, and Hungary. Latvia and in Belarus, and we covered all of these countries. We have a great project in such kind of currencies, and the margin profit in such countries is much better than the Arab region. What about the risks, acceptable risks? In EU, for instance, then it's very reasonable. Risk as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Alaba, for such a great, enlightenment and a great, contribution, such important session. So thank you very much.
بدي ادعي للجلسة الثانية ونرحب.
Moving to the upcoming session, we would like to welcome Mr. Talat Hafez, the moderator of this session about the role of statistics in supporting real estate sector in a conversation with Dr. Fahad Dosari, the chairman of General Statistics Authority.
بسم الله.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, distinguished guests, I would like to welcome you to this panel and the role of statistics in supporting real estate sector, hosting Dr. Fahad Abdullah Dosari, Chairman of General Statistics Authority. Welcome, Your Excellency. As you may know, the importance of the data and the detailed statistics that can inform decision making, whether in real estate or other sectors and activities, and they help in proper and sound planning. From this standpoint, this session will focus on the importance of statistic data and the role in supporting the growth of real estate. We will focus on population and economic statistics and building strategy for real sector. Two, the contribution of General Statistics Authority in the development of real estate sector. And finally, the importance of integration with other sectors concerned with real estate to support decision making. Allow me to welcome Dr. Fahad once again. Let me start, Your Excellency, with the first question by providing a brief overview and introduction about the role of the authority in providing data. Thank you so much, Abu Nada. I would like to congratulate the organizers of the Future of Real Estate Forum, and I'm very pleased to be here in this forum. As you said, that there is a basic role for General Statistics Authority in Saudi Arabia in providing data and statistics and indicators of high quality to help decision makers in making proper decisions. I would like to seize this opportunity to talk about the transformative role that the authority has been going through. We focused recently on providing excellent environment of high quality inside the authority based on digital transformation that helps us in collecting data to advanced analytics and high quality of analytics, in addition to innovative methods to spread data and disseminate data. Digital transformation was one of the priorities we worked on recently. We found significant improvement in digital transformation that culminated into measurement and the evaluation of this authority was 37, that the digital transformation is on the right track, the presence of clear strategy and having procedures that are clear. We obtained a certificate that shows the movement inside the authority. But today I want to focus on what has been done in statistics area. We focus on statistics content to provide diverse data based on surveys, and in addition to using registers and records, in addition to other sources of data, thanks to the support of board of directors, we have designed a transformative plan we will focus on 5 products that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia would need, 39 of which will be new products launched for the first time. And we will finish working on them by this year or the upcoming one. As for the details of the products, they also help decision makers. Let me also take this opportunity to announce a report that has been published last week from World Bank. The Kingdom was ranked progressive in statistics performance. The last report in 2019, the Kingdom's ranking was 63. From 63, we achieved 18.8%. Now we have reached 50, and with the transformation that is taking place, we hope to reach level. And I want to talk about transformation, whether and the requirements for statistics, given the importance and significance for details and the high quality for decision making and following up the diversity of data. Maybe this is will focus on supporting economic statistics, spatial statistics, and resources. It's not a pleasantry to the authority. We have seen the products and our ranking isn't G20, is 15. The journey of transformation. I think in a year or two, it's just short until we reach that there was a strategy and some regulations. General Statistics Authority has been through many phases over 65 years. One of the objectives of Vision 2030 is increasing transparency and providing high quality data, and that necessitates the authority. We don't have so I hope that to be by the end of the strategy to be one of the best organizations in terms of achievement. We have seen the use of technology widely in the kingdom. We have the required infrastructure that helps the kingdom to reach that level. For one of the tools to help us to achieve success, we have defined some trends to help us reach our ultimate goal. First, quality of working environment. The existence of special statistics authority is this what we have defined, having clear KPI, clear plan for each talk about the importance of partnerships. The existence of statistics and methodology. Now we are trying to discuss how the figure has been disclosed, so researchers and those interested who want to know how such data are produced, things can be clear in each product to evaluate our components. This is and invest in. And also how to progress, and finally how to have innovation and spreading figures. If we don't have clarity, if we don't have ease of access to numbers published by the authority, it should not be published properly. Let me conclude this aspect, the transformation. How how could it be achieved with the Vision 2030? Vision 2030 has many elements. I will focus on the presence of transparency, one of its light of we work with the other entities to provide indicators to help with the follow-up of the KPIs and help in one of the roles of the authority is to assess its contribution on the previous years. This is what currently work on because digital economy assessment will be launched soon. In measuring impact and achieving objectives from this conference in its third edition, and most of the audience are specialized in real estate development. The last edition, there were use of counting and interactive maps and satellites. How can that be used to serve developers, type of residents, number of family members? How can that help me to take a decision? Thank you for such a question. Maybe the first experience as a new president is counting the number. I'm proud of the work of counting people in 2022. As I said, self-counting, and I would like to thank all citizens and residents alike in Saudi Arabia for their valuable contribution in the counting and surveys in general. In addition to, without their contribution, the Commission wouldn't have achieved that. The self-counting was something very for the increase of self-accounting. Administrative documents were used as complementary data for what has been done. This is the source of data. Before we started, when we used the comprehensive counting, we found 12.4 real estate units, including 8.2 million residential units. We try to link each family with residential unit. This is the work that has been done. The quality of work was a crucial part. We reached up to 95% of the counting. Today we are at this count. We are able to attend and witness data. We have launched a dashboard, interactive maps. The interactive maps is available at the authorities website, available to everyone. You can reach information with details. For example, we can define and select this, and this can be detected by the interact, and to get the number of population and the average of age. We have launched phases. We will have a phase for counting services and health indicators, education indicators, and facilities. The income we will have help to launch the data in October. We have studied how families spend their incomes, and this is one of the and for the governorates and regions at large. So there are some details. We will launch the center of data. Many of the indicators that we can publish, given the confidentiality of information, will be available in the govern the detailed information while maintaining the information. Basic ways to help them to take decision. But if you allow me, I want to talk about other indicators, and these are very important for those who want to invest. The idea that there are details of the activities in Saudi Arabia for business sector. We can calculate the investment in Saudi Arabia. These indicators would give us the contribution of construction and this is showing the results of movement in this sector, and this is another proof that economic diversity that is in Saudi Arabia, and with an increase of 68% compared to the last year. So you can see the tremendous growth You can see how the capital gives you indication for construction in the future, hopefully, or even before the last point. Can and the materials are available in a way that support decision makers in this area. In the future, we will have an indication. We want to finish by the end of this year. We started collecting data, and hopefully it will be ready, which is the matrix of construction. Today, as a foreign investor, what can I make use of such information? Maybe I will focus on a point, the independence of authority. Thank God we got through and receive support to ensure independence. For high data, and this is one of the roles assigned to us. And the transformation now, one of the five factors, and we are working with different areas. Let me talk about a point here. One of the projects we currently work on, the dashboard and interactive maps, providing information in a way that facilitates anything. They can receive information about what they want to. Before we conclude this point, a lot of information. How can we evaluate the awareness of statistics? How can we evaluate their information in a way that's easy? If you allow me, I will answer this question and move to the last theme. The strategy is my top priority. Buildings. We have divided sectors between the private sector and public sector because the public sector provides the recorded data we need and we provide them with indicators. The private sector I want to show the relationship between the private and public sectors. Last month we had meeting with Chamber of Commerce and Union of Chamber of Commerce, and I'd like to thank private sector and its representatives in discussion that was open. The goal was I think they will need us for the upcoming quiz. I think that has to do with the statistics development. We have heard some piece of advice and requirements, and we are proud of it between us and them. I think we are supported in innovation. Statistics work is constantly improving, and we should invest in innovation of collecting data and calculation. And Saudi Arabia has significant improvement and development in many areas, and it's important that we contribute to international standards and the international community and what is happening. The fourth sector, one of the most important sector, which is families and Egyptians. And hopefully this is one of the priorities we work on to improve and enhance the statistics. You have a lot of stakeholders like government entities, private sector, end users for such data. How can you mix and communicate with these partners and improve them so they can improve? I think any didn't, that's right. Let me give you an example. Now we are working on a product which is the GDP to have all activities in the kingdom. We have something called table of presentation and use. It shows everything in the GDP until the year 2023. We were covering 18 activities. The last year we jumped to 85 projects. By the end of this year we will have 490 total activities. If I'm an investor or user of such data from the public or private sector, I will make use of such details to know my contribution. If I'm an international investor, I want to know the promising investment opportunities. We started with a comprehensive survey of economic institutions. We have million destinations will be visited and will update activities to get details. So their support and we support them with what they need. We have many examples. We worked with the private sector, with the Union of Chamber of Commerce. We started visiting some regions in the kingdom and would like to thank the governors of regions to support the work of the sector, and we want to visit the and this is part of this communication they hear for us. The last question before I conclude: the future of statistics in the kingdom. What's happening? The future, as I said, we are now building for the future to get this. And that can be improved by improving the quality of work and the innovation and methodology of collecting data and calculation. As you mentioned, surveys is effective instrument, but using recorded data is something important, is a main source in addition to other sources of data, and this is a part of the future. We used satellites for the first time in finding the number of people, even interactive maps and dashboard. But when we collected the data, we used the satellites, diversity of that this household, is it inhabited by a family or not? We obtain details of electricity consumption for the last 6 months, so we can know whether if this house is inhabited by someone. What I want to conclude is statistics work is always improving, and today at the General Statistics Authority we are quite keen to provide information with high quality and with high trust. I will give you a week because you need to do your homework and the World Cup and the upcoming events. You will do a good job. Thank you so much for your excellency. But just to recap, the statistics in the kingdom, not just a compliment to His Excellency, but we have seen a breakthrough in line with Vision 2030, and one of the most important sector, but real estate sector is growing rapidly, and His Excellency Majid Al Hagel pointed out that its contribution increases with more than 10% today, as you mentioned, developers and the things will improve, including the outcome and the income of the family, even the preference or residential and offices and commercial spaces. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
السلام عليكم مرة أخرى.
Hello, once again, I would like to welcome Hussein Sajwani, founder and chairman of Damak Real Estate Company. Welcome. Thank you so much and welcome. I'd like to welcome you again to this session in which we discuss the future of real estate with Hussein Sajwani. Mr. Hussein, there are challenges that lies ahead facing real estate recently. One of them is the interest rates have raised and increasing, and that impacted real estate offices. Today, situation is different. Today, interest rates are stable. They will decrease in the second half of this year. There are discrepancy in growth. America is growing. Europe is falling. What are the opportunities for investment around the world? As you mentioned, that the world is not stable and equal and identical. There is a crisis in China, and the state companies are falling down. Some of them have been jailed, while in Gulf there is booming in Saudi Arabia, and the UAE prices for real estate are good. In America, there is a real crisis when it comes to incapacity, and people started to like working from home. But in America, new offices that youth would like to work in have demand and have higher uh, prices. but some of the old offices are obsolete. Villas in America have demand. There's increase in prices, and there's shortage in supply in villas. Europe, they don't face prices in office, but the rest of real estates in Europe differs from one country to another. Europe is facing issues not in real estate. It faces initial issue in foundation, like the relationship and the attitude of employees. Unfortunately, democracy is hurting them to some extent. It hurts in economic growth. You mean the culture is different from here. I will. Americans, Europeans don't work. Americans work. Europeans work. And now in Arab countries they work, but Europeans they don't want to work. They want 4 days a week. Christmas break is a month at least. I thought that 1st January they will finish, but they take a full month. That leads to uh, a bad economic performance. Since you have investments in Miami, London, Maldives, and other investments, if the MAC wants to widen the scope, to what market do you go? Today we have continued 2 years. We focus on Dubai. Dubai's market is promising. Dubai has changed significantly before the COVID and after COVID. With the change, we found rich families in Europe go to Dubai. Why these families go to Dubai? I had a meeting with more than a family. I invited them to dinner and lunch. These families visited Dubai in a break, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. They lived in Dubai 6 months, and schools were online. The daughters and sons and wife pressed the family, let's go to Dubai. Security is falling in Europe. Burglaries, robbing, safety is not there. Taxes are increasing, and many of the wealthy families of Europe go to Dubai. Don't forget that Dubai is small compared to Europe. You have more than uh, half billion Europeans, half a billion Chinese, half billion Indians. Rich Indians want to have apartments. It's just 2 hours away. So many people want to go to Dubai. We think that Saudi Arabia is a promising market. It's a large market in its beginning, and we are focusing on it. And we hope soon that we can sign on other projects outside Dubai. The most important market is Saudi Arabia. Other than Saudi Arabia and real estate, we focus on data center, and we started with Saudi Arabia, data center in Dammam, Riyadh, and now we will have 3 to 4 data centers in Asia, Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And how profitability differ from a place to another. These are two different areas. In real estate sector, we focus on development. We purchase lands and we build. We take the interest and we go to build another project. So data center doesn't give the same profitability or off plan, but there is a rate on long run. We work at 10%, 5%, but as a benefit for the lease, it's less, and you deal with solid customers, and sometimes you face troubles with uh, tenants who leave and don't pay the full bills. Do you have roles in giga projects in Saudi Arabia? Do you have serious negotiations? This is our hope. A company like us, we will not go to 50 villas and apartments, and we are in contact with mega projects and wish us the best because we are working so hard. We want to have an agreement with any organization that is win-win. Some people said you have been looking for a year. We may take longer than that in the agreement, but for it to be clear and full agreement, and two sides would benefit. Because if the agreement has one part, there's no benefit. If you can join villas, we know that you are spread and known for villas, and the costs can be less than expensive villas. Today in Saudi Arabia, we started to see some slow sluggishness in the prices because villas are more expensive now. Do you think there should be a focus on the main product should be villas represent 13 to 15 higher than the income of the family. This is a high rate compared to a flat. So, do you think Saudi Arabia should change the model of the nature of available villas? Saudi Arabia is a large and a huge market. It has a shortage in apartments and villas. The government now has bigger projects in apartments and villas, such as Roshan, and there is a great demand, and there are different walks of life. There are those who can't buy a villa with 5 million riyals, and there are affordable villas. At Damak, we focus on the high end, and in Dubai, we left apartments and cheap villas, and we focus on luxury end because we have a very important focus on brand. When we started in 20 weeks, 20 years ago, we want to expand the company, and the company reached London, Miami, Maldives, Indonesia. So profitability is very important, but more important than that is maintaining the brand. The brand is very important to us. So we will not make any compromise for the brand. We want to reach a good solution. We want to focus on high end. We focus on the quality because we have experience. When you sell cheap apartments, you don't find good return, and we do, if that doesn't don't like if the customers don't like, they go to social media. In 2009, we joined some projects that were low end, and we stopped, and uh, we focus on the high end. Since you're talking about the brand, you are let's talk branded residents. You are more than one of the real estate developers. You focus on this aspect. Dubai is ranked first in terms of branded residents around the world. The question here, we started to see that in Saudi Arabia. Do you think that there are opportunities of growth in Saudi Arabia for such type of real estate? Why you are interested in branded residents in Dubai? The idea is quite simple. As a customer, what do you want? When you want to buy Louis Vuitton or Hermes, you pay 4 times more. You are ready to pay for the brand. The customer in Dubai are ready to pay for brand. And I was the first one to come with Fendi project, and I was in negotiations with Versace. I saw their project in Australia in the Gold Coast, and I saw their apartments and hotels. They the first one I started was in Lebanon. I met Fendi in Dubai and Riyadh. So brand in Dubai is wanted. I think Saudi Arabia will take the same turn. The customers want the brand because in the brand they are quite comfortable. If Fendi is there, the quality will be high, and that will reassure them. And there are brands with Trump the former American president, maybe the upcoming president today, the relationship with Donald Trump, how was it over his presidency? Did the commercial and trade relation change? Our relationship with the Trump Foundation, it's a company managed by Trump, today by his son. We had one project for golf course, and they have 5% of the income. It's very small, not that large. But personal relationship, we have the relationship, and sometimes we see him, we greet him, and therefore do you think that he will be impacted by a second potential term for Donald Trump? All the world, who are we to be impacted? The whole world. Now Europeans hold consecutive meetings. I was in Davos. They are concerned how to deal with Trump once he comes again. This is an issue that the world will have to face. Mr. Hussein, I know your time is limited. Let's conclude with a future outlook for this market. There are trends. We focused on the branded residents and their trend. There are adoption of technological solutions that change real estate. At Damak, to what extent do you adopt technology, and how much of sales you have online that shapes your sales? If you ask me, over the past 10 years, what are the things you haven't done that you would regret? That I didn't manage the company in automation, and there were 2 years I'm fighting a war, a ferocious war with my own employees and with my own managers to transform the company technologically. I want to transform them from normal to AI immediately. Undoubtedly, this made we established transformation department, and we have 45 employees. We are spending a lot. We spent more than 250 million Saudi riyals on technology and transformation. We have 350 million riyals. So goal number one is, and two and three is transformation. Without it, with the size of the company, we cannot expand. We have top priority how to make automation for everything from A to Z. And you have online sales. Yes, we do have, but now we appointed a company to make a revamping. And I will be honest with you, one of the challenges is that I don't understand the technology like youth. And luckily, my son's kids, Amir Abbas, and when you say online, it's not a matter of selling, but how to design the website and how the website could be interactive, and how the services of post sales and CRM and handover, so we can create a program since they make click until they receive the apartment, have online services. We started 6 months ago. It's not an easy process, and there are international companies for project management, software management, and it's quite complicated. It's not easy to sell immediately. Thank you, Mr. Hussein Sajwani, for this comprehensive overview for the real estate sector. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we will leave the floor to the session for the impact of the technology of real estate. Thank you so much.
كثير التكنولوجيا على مستوى.
I mean, now let's talk about technology and the future of real estate as well, with the participation of engineer Wael Al Ghamidi, and Wael is actually, and Mr. Majid Al Harbi as well. Welcome to the final session. Was going to be discussing a very important talk about, technology in the real estate industry, real estate sector. The impact of technology on real estate future. السلام عليكم، مساء الخير جميعا. إنه ليشرفني بأن أكون متواجدا معكم في ذيك
moderate this panel and have this conversation with two amazing gentlemen, and you'll get to hear as well about some interesting insights and knowledge about what's happening from their perspectives around technology impact on the real estate industry. But let me set the context. First of all, a quick introduction of myself. I started my career within the UK public sector as a career civil servant, and then moved to the region about 2000, and have been ever since over here working with different organizations. Telecommunication was the first sector that I got involved with, and then a little bit with the banking side and with the real estate as well. So now I work for EY, I lead our digital government practice, and I teach also innovation and digital at the Paris School of International Affairs in Paris. And I spend most of my time working with organizations over here focused on how the technology world that we are living in today, which I like to call the digital world, how can we leverage this? How can we leverage what's happening in this really interesting digital era of ours, where everything is starting to move to the online world? The subject, obviously, of today is the potential impact of technology on the real estate value chain and ecosystem, and we'll try and explore that together on what this means. From my perspective, the emerging technologies like the metaverse, digital twins, generative AI, IoT, and AI and other business models are really shaping the whole real estate industry. And we see a huge amount of disruption across the whole value chain, whether it's planning, development, marketing, sales, operations, maintenance, etc. So with me today, we have two CEOs, very diverse organizations, very dynamic CEOs, who will share from their perspective, what does technology impact look like for them on the real estate industry? And each one is working in that industry from a different dimension. So let me first get Engineer Wael to introduce himself. If you can please, maybe in a couple of minutes, tell us about yourself, your organization, and also share with us one thing that you're really passionate about. For example, for me, I feel my purpose in life is to make a difference in people's lives. So I'm passionate about sharing knowledge, sharing ideas, and giving time, especially to youth and others. So something that you feel you're passionate about other than your day job, that will be really interesting to hear. I'm sure the audience would love to know you as a person, what specific area is of real passion for you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good evening, everyone. I'm honored to be with you today. My name is Wael Al Ghamidi. I'm proud to represent Dawiyat. Dawiyat is a digital infrastructure operator in Saudi Arabia. At Dawiyat, we are trying our best to advance the connectivity, the digital infrastructure, to enable the digital economy in Saudi Arabia, as well as to position Saudi Arabia to be a digital hub in this region. We are offering services all the way from FTTH, which is high-speed broadband, 1 gig and beyond, all the way to the hyperscale data centers. So all the technology that Muhammad mentioned about it, from IoT, generative AI, and so forth, that's a good place. That's where we can find them hosted in the data centers. As well as from passion perspective, I'm a little bit different than you. Actually, my work is my passion, but I would say I have this mission that's I want to see it and to be realized, where I believe we have a very powerful tools called digital infrastructure, whereby we can help to provide connectivity, high speed, not only in the urban area, but as well as to the rural area in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a huge country. We have more than 1.5 to 2 million people and households are live in these kind of rural area. So my passion is to provide such kind of services and bridge the digital gap there.
So if I was to put that in one word, basically, or one sentence, what you're looking to do, what you're passionate about is bridging that divide and making sure everyone has an equal opportunity to
provide, frankly speaking, equal opportunity in terms of growth, business, access to health, education, as well job.
Great. So we have one thing in common. We both want to make a difference in people's lives. So
I'm a little bit more specific, I would say.
Exactly. So if we move on, if I can ask you, Majid, you are the CEO of a very interesting company, and as we go along, we will hear a lot more about this. But if you can do a quick introduction of yourself, what's your role, and the organization you work for, and again, one thing that you're really passionate about that you feel that sets you apart from others.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, and looking forward for an interactive and informative discussion today. So myself, Majid Al-Harbi, representing CEO, representing CADA, which is an investment platform or a marketplace that we like to call it, which came from a very basic idea of connecting investors with investees who are providing a wide range of investment options. What I'm passionate about, I've worked in the corporate banking side for years, and it was connecting people together and joining forces of very smart individuals who have high capabilities and come out with the best outcomes. So it must be joining forces, and we are joining forces in CADA by bringing investors with investees. So this is something of my interest, of course.
Amazing. So three of us are looking to make a difference in people's lives. You looking to unlock their potential. I'm generally looking at that, and Anthony Weil is looking at, from a connectivity perspective, how to make sure they have access to the best connectivity so they can excel. So that's great. So we have at least one thing in common amongst us, and I'm sure we're going to have a really good, interesting discussion. Let's start with one opening question, and I'll ask both of you, and maybe start with Majid, the reverse order this time. From your perspective, the subject obviously is impact of technology on real estate. What do you see as the impact from a technology perspective on real estate? What's your point of view, what you think is the major area that is impacting real estate?
I think if we look at the last 5 or 6 years, government agencies were spending a lot of capital in digital transformation. And this digital transformation allowed us access, and a huge access, to data, which is a game changer. So I think in the last 5 years, it was about collecting data. And I think for the next 5 years, where AI will interfere more on these data, and I think digital and technology will play a major role on easing real estate investment projects in terms of construction, in terms of risk assessments. As we heard from Mr. Fahad Al-Dosiri today, even the cost of construction will be available. So I think data is the game changer, and technology has influenced the investment side. So if we look at the 360-degree point of view of real estate projects, we have data to make a decision, and based on the risk assessments, we have digital transformed government agencies where information are available, And last but not least, the most important, which is capital, and we have more fintech companies joining into the marketplace where they are playing a major role in financing these projects.
Interesting, and I think you're absolutely right there with data being at the center of everything. And with that being the key element, I'm going to turn to NJ Weil. For yourself, what do you see as the greatest technology impact or technologies that are impacting the real estate sector?
How I see it, and I seconded what Majid said about the technology impact, it is 360 degree, frankly speaking. And let me take the value chain from the user want to go and I'm talking about the consumer, the normal man. When he want to look for home, house, apartment, say, or villa, he want to find an easy way to find it. We just heard from Damak how important is actually the automation for their business, and they have a big project, 2 years they will spend just only to do the automation and online in terms of ordering. We saw Roshan doing that. That's technology, that's digital technology. If I take it from building and inspection, we can see a lot of IoT application that help in terms of inspection and ease and reduce the time and increase the quality. If I take it, as Majid said, from the investment, how you can inject the money and investment platform, marketplace, that's do the same. If I took actually from smart home, smart building to have your home easy for you to do and to use, and where you live and you want to relax, that's as well technology are impacting and we are seeing. All such kind of services, we are seeing it, all need infrastructure and smart and digital infrastructure based on reliable connectivity, based on data center, where you can host all such kind of services to serve and to provide to business, to consumer, and so forth. I would say city planner, he will need digital, he need data to take a decision, design, projects, demand, how to maintain and supply the demand. All these are fundamental for the future cities.
And I think you're absolutely right. Both of you have put your finger on the most key element, which is going to be data transforming. Because if it's not for decision making, as you said, it will be for being able to understand what's happening to your built environment, whether it's your home, whether it's an office, and particularly linked to that, that will help us with the sustainability agenda. We know that 40% or above contribution towards the greenhouse gases is from the built environment. So it's a fundamental shift towards how to live better, smarter, and reduce our carbon footprint. Anjali, while I want to look specifically around the advancement of telecommunications infrastructure, because that seems to be, for me, at the core of this whole transformation. And particularly I want to see the kind of services that you provide as an organization. How is really that going to influence the design and functionality of future cities, which we have, in especially Saudi Arabia's point of view, we are in the process of revolutionizing the way we look at cities. So interesting to hear your perspectives from that point of view, please.
From telecom perspective, connectivity is essential. It is like any other utilities. Electricity, say, water, and so forth, gas, or so forth. So you need to design the requirement for the connectivity day one. And here I'm looking for the full picture. From the house, where is the consumer will sit and live, all the way to the roads, all the way to the park, the school, the mosque, and so forth, which is the neighborhood we are talking about, all the way to integrate this neighborhood to the other neighborhood and the overall integrated of the city. So fundamental infrastructure, very reliable infrastructure with high speed of connectivity is a requirement. We are seeing many of the houses today in Saudi Arabia, and this is one of the Dawiyat mission, to have 1 giga digital society to provide 1G in every household, in every home in Saudi Arabia. And actually beyond that, that's what our aim for. Then connectivity alone in the home, in the business buildings, in the government buildings is not enough, because it's meaning nothing without services. Therefore, most of the services we are getting them from Europe, from US, and so forth. We want to bring them to Saudi Arabia. We want to bring the cloud service provider, the content service provider, the digital service provider to our data center in Saudi Arabia, raised in Saudi Arabia, to short the distance between the need for the service and providing the service. Therefore, Dawiyat invests a huge amount of money just only to build data center, more than 144 megawatt, to make a home for the content, the cloud provider to host their services as well as to attend to their customers. This is not enough, frankly speaking, as well as when we're talking about the future cities, we want to talk about what about the environment? What about the energy efficiency? What about the quality of life and living in such kind of communities and cities? All these application of digital in terms of IoT, that's help. How to manage the traffic, how to manage when you go to the school and ensure about the security of your children in the school or your family in your homes. Yeah. All such kind of application, that's all fundamental in terms of the future cities that we are expecting to do.
So in essence, you are creating the backbone that in the physical, if you would think of the physical world, the bridges, the roads, the connectivity, flights, etc., you are building that backbone that will enable the whole digital society or digital country we want to be.
I would say the following. As the country in Saudi Arabia, we have the best roads, we have the best airlines, we have the best airports. All these, that's what we live today and yesterday. Tomorrow, everything it is digital. So we'll have the digital aviation, which it is actually the fiber. We will have the digital road, that's as well the connectivities, the fiber. We will have the airport, that's the data centers. So everything we live yesterday about it, and was the infrastructure to take Saudi Arabia to this level. The digital infrastructure, that's where we'll take Saudi Arabia to the digital economy and to the tomorrow.
Yeah. So in essence, and I'm coming to you now, Majid, if Wael wasn't doing what he's doing, you wouldn't have the business that you have.
No, we wouldn't. So we want to keep working, and we want to keep the flow of investees, as we have many investors now. Everyone wanted to invest in real estate or real estate related sectors. But unfortunately, most people, most common companies did not have accessibilities to investments. So I think there will be a huge change on the real estate and the real estate investment using technology in the next 3 years.
So tell us about the company that you are running.
Okay.
Yeah, what is it, and how should we be thinking about it in the future as well? Because I'm very impressed and very excited about your future. I'm sure everyone else would want to know about what your organization's mission is and what are you trying to solve for very uniquely.
Okay, so in order to jump into the solution or the innovation of CADA, we have to step back and check the numbers of the real estate investment and the private real estate investment funds in Saudi. Since 2022, the assets under management from fund managers stood at 61 billion. Now Q3 of last year, we're speaking at 143 billion Saudi riyal. So with this growth came a growth of investors. Investors jumped from 3,000 investors to 60,000 investors, where more real estate owners, developers are shifting to regulated funds due to the many advantages it has, and we will not discuss this at this stage. But at the same time, investees and fund managers were overloaded with investors. So they could not just keep the base because there was too many investors coming in to invest in opportunities. So the fintech came on in the last 3 years, and there was some magnificent, let's say, applications and platforms, but we still see there's a big space in it. So CADA was invented to bridge the investees with the investors in an independent marketplace where everyone can come along, join forces, and invest in a single opportunity. So we are planning to be the marketplace purely, allow smaller investors or smaller capital investors to join in with larger institutional investors. We have a few cases where we expect a single ticket of 470 million riyal will be shared with a ticket of 1,000 riyal. So it's the power of sharing and joining forces together. Important thing is we don't want to be the middleman where we come and collect the money from the investors and then invest on their behalf. We wanted to make sure to stick as a marketplace. So investors who are investing in the products offered by the fund managers will not send any of their investment amounts toward the platform, nor it will send it to the fund manager. The money will go directly to the invested fund. So it's more of a regulated, smooth process. We lowered the onboarding process because when fund managers had this growth in the real estate, onboarding was an issue. So we did the onboarding with the integration with many government agencies, and it has been lowered down to 2 minutes from downloading the platform until being able to invest and checking all the investment opportunities within the platform.
Amazing. It's a lovely, I would say, cycle of life over here.
Yes.
That you are able to, through your platform, hopefully spur the growth of the real estate industry, because it will enable the real estate industry to have access to capital that they need to build, which in turn will help then give business to, while for creating the infrastructure. So there's a good coexistence between the two business models.
It's like we wanted to make sure that investors will have the direct access to investees.
Yeah.
And investees, they need investors as well. So it's a win-win situation for everyone, lowering acquisition costs for investees and allowing investors to invest no matter what their capital is. So I think it's a brilliant idea. It has been on the work for 4 or 5 years. Worked really hard on it to keep a pace on an investee side point of view.
So I'm going to keep an eye out, and maybe it's going to be one of the unicorns for Saudi Arabia, inshallah. Coming to yourself, Engineer Weil, I mean, you've had tremendous achievements in the, obviously, telecommunications sector. You've done tremendously well. But scaling up in Saudi Arabia, I'm sure there's many challenges. What are those challenges, and how can we overcome them if we really want to scale up fast?
Frankly speaking, I will talk about how was to serve real estate 3-4 years back. 3-4 years back, when you have a project as a real estate developers, you go and you try with a different telco operator to do shopping for your project, to convince them to come and to connect your project with the connectivity, with the services, so later on whoever will live in this compound project or so forth will enjoy the services. And it was a nightmare, frankly speaking. Sometimes two operators, they will come to you, sometimes, and that's the most of the time, it's zero. So a collaboration between the real estate sector as well with the telecom sector, it was actually the success. And that's to happen, you need the private sector in that side of the real estate, as well as the private sector in the telecom. Nevertheless, without a clear policy, regulation, and direction by the government, that won't work. That's where we saw Mumra and Housing Ministry, as well the MCIT, the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. They work closely as well with the regulator to facilitate such kind of opportunities and to smooth it. And today, you will find the real estate operators, real estate developers, they know which operator they should talk to, and to smooth the things. Today, as Adawiyat, we signed more than 450 agreement with the different the largest, I would say, real estate developers. We invest more than 830 million so far. We are expecting to invest $1 billion next year. And as Majid said, and I love that, in his platform, investor to do investment that's take 2 minutes. Unfortunately, we cannot beat the 2 minutes today. If you are in your home and to get a services, that will require 6 hours.
Yeah.
But we will do our best to
2 minutes
to try
for
to make the 2
registration.
minutes.
We advise them to read the opportunity,
Yeah.
of course, and do it.
But this is how we were, and where we are today.
Yeah.
Collaboration was essential between the government, private sector, and both sectors.
I think without the whole ecosystem partners coming together, all stakeholders, if they do not, everyone pull their weight and do their bit, we can't move forward fast enough. So it requires everyone. For you, Majid, the one thing I'm curious about is, obviously, there's a lot of regulatory space, and there's a whole momentum, a fast momentum around the real estate development. What does the picture look like with regards to the regulatory state around the real estate, and particularly around the financial side of things?
To be honest, from an investment side, I think the Capital Market Authority has done an excellent job in the last 3 years. And the numbers talk. When we say there's a growth of 200, 300%, 400%, investors, everyone started to trust the concept of real estate investment funds. And even large investors who are in the market for 30, 40 years and who are doing things on their own and in their own real estate Saudi style now started to shift into the real estate investment funds. So I think personally it's very smooth. We just need that bit of connection to go live and to join forces together. Of course, the regulation will continue to change and improve in a way that it will serve both investees and investors. At the end of the day, it's important to protect the investor as well as ensuring no restrictions on investees.
Very interesting and very useful and interesting insight. And one thing I just realized, it didn't take us too long. I mean, the 30 minutes just flew by.
Yeah.
And we were having such a great conversation. I think we could have had another couple of hours and still continued. So to stay on time, we'll have to wrap it up. But to wrap it up, I want you to share, if you don't mind, your kind of one final thought that you feel the audience should be aware of or should keep in mind, maybe with Engineer Weil. If I can start with you, please.
From my point of view, real estate development, it is not just only the foundation of it is only bricks and mortar. That's not true. It's about the fiber, it's about the connectivity, it's about the data centers, it's about the overall ecosystem. It's about to have to use material that's more environment friendly. We are talking about energy efficiency. That's all are fundamental now in the future real estate, in the modern real estate we have today. Not anymore traditional. We need to think for tomorrow, for the next generation, for our children, and how we want them to live.
Absolutely, for generations to come. And Majid, what's your final thoughts you want to share?
I think my final thoughts, it's we should join forces. We should give everyone the scope of what they are good at. Developers should focus on development, not finance. Contractors should focus on construction. Fund managers should focus on the full aspects of the fund. Investors should focus on investing and ensuring that they have a big return coming back from their investments. So I think by joining forces is the key, because nowadays we have many solid arms and we just need to get them together. And I think the new vehicle of real estate investment fund did. So it's now a time, I think, for opportunities and for investment.
So collaboration has to be at the center. Partnerships have to be at the center, absolutely. Well, I'm left to really basically wrap up. Thank you, the audience, for being with us today and listening to this wonderful, interesting discussion. Thank you, Engineer Weil and Majid, for being with us. And thank you to the organizers for inviting us and giving this opportunity to talk about this very interesting subject. I want to wrap up by sharing some key takeaways for me. I was taking some notes as we were talking. One, I think technology has a big role to play, and especially bringing efficiencies across the entire value chain of real estate. I think they came out quite important element, and data being at the center of that. Second, I think communication infrastructure is key to enabling the whole digital economy and the sustainability side of things. And KSA, for me, the third one is really that is a great opportunity to pilot many of these emerging technologies and putting themselves on the map of the world for being a leader in taking emerging technologies to the heights that it can be taken. And finally, digital platforms like Kadia, I think is going to be the future for us and the potential unicorns for us in Saudi Arabia. And finally, you mentioned PPP models. I think collaboration, these kind of things are going to be a very key for us. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for listening to us, and thank you for being with me today. Really appreciate your attendance.
It was a
Thank you
pleasure.
so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm so happy you're here, people at home in the live stream. A warm welcome. I prepared a very tough ride for you, so I hope you're ready. I will tell you a little bit. I have 12 hours of material for real estate. You can see it 30 years in 30 minutes. It's gonna hurt a little bit. Hopefully you're happy next week, okay? So there's happening so many things. Please don't think he didn't mention that, he doesn't believe in it. No, I have to pick and choose from the many chapters what I think is most relevant for you and your future business. Okay, I hope that is very clear. Important to make a statement. What my mission is today, I'm going to strap a rocket to your mind. So I hope you have a seatbelt. We made seatbelts for you in the chairs, but it's going to be a bumpy ride with a lot of trends. I'm going to speak a little bit about social, business, geopolitical, mainly technology trends. People always ask me, do you believe in technology? I do. I just want to make one thing very clear before I start. I believe in human intelligence too. Because I think people are very intelligent. I believe in technology and AI, but I also believe in human intelligence. So don't think everything is going to be technology and people will be out. But I have important trends for you that I hope that you can coin to beat the competition and to help this area to be what it's supposed to be, the global hub for a lot of people. I will show you why I feel that. Okay, are you ready? Okay, let's go. Very important, I have to do a little introduction who I am and what I do. More important, why I do what I do. In the brochure, of course, it's always fantastic. I'm a marketeer in heart and soul. I sold 5 businesses and I invested that money in 24 social startups. Now, of course, the brochure always looks fantastic, advertising. The real story is, I come from a poor upbringing. I lived in foster homes until my grandparents took me in home. And my grandmother said, you already been kicked out of professional football and out of university. And she called me Silverback Gorilla. She said, listen, I know that you're going to make business. One thing, he and I are watching you. I want you not to compensate for your poor youth. You're going to give 80% of your income and wealth to other people that need it more than you. Do we have a deal or not? I say, yes, Grandma. And that was my promise, and if you are a man of your word, you need to live up to that promise, I think. So I want to take you first a little bit on that ride. So I'm a little bit of a misfit. I had a very slow start in life, and later in life I discovered that you have to work really hard with discipline and focus, and that took me a little while. So I'm a little bit of a slow starter. What is very important, half of my youth, I fled away into space. That was my safe haven for a while. I watched sci-fi movies. That was my safe space. I could dream away. Now, I'm 53. What I have learned that space and science is basically very interesting for the new world. And why is that important or relevant for real estate now or in the future? I will show you a little bit. I wrote a story 7 years ago that is difficult. If you're a futurist, people mostly say, no, he's crazy, out of this world, weird ideas, because people have difficulties with imagining the future. If you look at space, I wrote space mining. We mined planet Earth, we mined the oceans. There is trillions of dollars in space, helium, raw materials, water, and a lot of materials. So I wrote, in 10, 20 years, space mining will be bigger than the entire crypto industry. Well, I got a lot of enemies, but the predictions are still on. Space tourism is not so big. Space mining is going to be incredible. So it's difficult for us to see that maybe with helium-3, we have energy for the coming 300-400 years. Jeff Bezos is going up, Richard Branson is going up, Elon Musk is going up. Why are we all suddenly so interested in space? So that is an industry that will be very big, and those technologies will be applicable for the world today. What we did, I said, if we have the birds in the sky, Starlink, can we please use the satellites to monitor the oceans, overfishing, coral reefs, deforestation. We have the birds in the sky that can protect the lands and the seas. So suddenly all that future is now working, so we can apply technology to do good. I think that is very interesting. I heard before also, very interesting for my topic, purpose-driven leadership. And what do I mean by that? Purpose-driven leadership, I would love to give you a few examples, because I think that you're going to be very successful, and I hope that you're also willing to share that wealth with the people that need it more than we do. That is for me a very important start. For example, Serena Williams, the famous tennis player, she is now an investor in 60 social startups. Social enterprises or startups, people, planet, prosperity companies. Not only the P from profit, but only prosperity and other things, which is beautiful, of course. Well, I can do the SU here. Cristiano Ronaldo, for me, we were preparing a story, for me, for years, heart and soul. He gives back to humanity and society. And he's mobilizing more than 600 million fans to do good. Can you imagine the power of the crowd? That little piece is $1 per fan per year. Rolling Stone magazine took the story. $1 per fan per year could be now $613 million per year. We couldn't build football schools in Arabia or in Africa. So we need new role models, in my opinion, people that not only go for their own wealth, but that they have a heart and a soul and they care. For me, very interesting. Social entrepreneurship, you probably know him, Boyan Slat, the social entrepreneur. He said, you know what? By 2040, I will have the oceans plastic free. We said, what? He said, yeah, I'm going to try it. He started with crowdfunding. He crowdfunded $2.5 million. He went to $25 billion. He's doing it. A little detail, if we don't get to education and if we don't solve poverty, the people will be polluting the ocean for another 100 years. So we need to also make sure that we get to a real solution. But this is people that I really admire. What is very important, the real world is almost ahead of our science fiction. It's a quote by Keanu Reeves from The Matrix. And you will see two groups in my story: the deniers, people that are denying technology, and the people that believe in the opportunities. So it's very difficult, and I will give you examples. What is very important to me, because in real estate and in many industries, the senior leaders, the captains with the 4 stripes, they are my age, 50 or older. I think what is very important, that we go back to our inner child. Curiosity and imagination are the superpowers for the coming 30 years. Not we've been doing it like this for 20 years, I don't believe it. No, be curious. Data, technology, how can it help my business? How can it help my country? How can it help my city? How can we apply that? And for a lot of people, a beautiful quote by George Eliot, it's never too late who you might have been. So if you're 50 or 60 or 70, it's all about mindset, I think. So you're never too old to be that. Find your inner child. Curiosity. I went with my friend here yesterday to House of Hype, the immersive experience. I like to take people that don't like technology to those immersive experiences, because I know, honestly, I can talk for hours, but if I put you in a simulator for 30 seconds, you will come out and say, wow, the experience is really important. Well, this is a controversial topic, but I'm here to speak my professional opinion, and it's good news for you, but I don't tell this because I'm here. This is my vision. You can look it up on the internet. We are in a world very difficult to predict. My professional opinion is, and there is a lesson in that, for example, Europe, I believe in collaborative ecosystems, not in ecosystems. And in Europe we have a flag, and that's about it. It's not a real ecosystem. And I think what I see happening, it's murder by numbers in 2 ways. Together, combined, we're talking about 1 billion people. If I compare that to the rest of the world, BRICS, this is murder by numbers. It's 1 billion versus 5-6 billion soon. And this is very interesting. A lot of wealthy, educated people from those regions are looking now, can we move? Should we go to the Emirates? Should we go to Arabia? This is, for a lot of people, no. We've been arrogant and we've been destroying what we have. Please learn from that and take that advantage. Collaboration, very important. BRICS, I had to carve out Argentina because Milay said no. But this is, of course, what I'm talking about. If I look at the GDP of the BRICS markets and if I look at the opportunities here, yeah, this is 5 billion against 1 billion. It's already game over. It will just happen in the coming 10 to 20 years. If we keep going like this, and yeah, this is vision, strategy. So geopolitical trends are in your favor. I would say roll out the red carpet and get the smart people in. It's also real estate. What I've seen in digital Darwinism, I call it the last 20 years, we've seen a period of digital Darwinism. We misunderstand misconceptions about digital transformation. I want to show you a little bit what we've seen the last 20 years and why is it so difficult for us to adapt. Because we all thought the digital transformation was to have a new website and a mobile site or a mobile app. No. That's not digital transformation, people. So I will show you a little bit infrastructure and what it all means. Can we have the audio, please? Is that possible? Yeah, nice story about technology. Huh? Oh. Well, the most important thing is, what I'm going to show you, they will probably get it on the screen. We've been seeing digital transformation for 20 years, and we have feel it a little bit. This has incredible impact. The most important thing what I want to take out of this is this. Digital leadership and cyberpunks at the top and throughout the whole organization. I don't have to be McKinsey. Digital transformation, they gave us clues. Digital talent. Not very difficult, but okay. It seems to be difficult. It also needs cultural changes. And it's digital first, but not digital only. We are here today, we'll move in the physical world as well. And how can you have customer service or services that connect to people in the offline and the online world? That is very difficult for a lot of companies. Also, misconception about digital transformation, not on a screen, new business models, power, you need new business models. Disruptive business models that we have never seen before. Are you sitting on a chair, everybody? The chair has 4 legs, And your business models? 1 leg or 4 legs? Are you diversifying? Do you have the business models for tomorrow? That is nowadays very important. And this is mainly why I came here. I have been talking about it since 2000, so 3 years ago, I started about the impact of the 4th industrial revolution. What could that mean for the world, for our businesses, economies, societies, humanity? And a lot of people ask me immediately, yeah, but till when does this last, Igor? I said, I don't know, 2030, 2040, 2050. We probably read that on Wikipedia later. But people are nervous, because we always can tell, well, the 1st industrial revolution was then, and the 2nd, and the 3rd, and then came the internet. My prediction for you, 1, 2, and 3 industrial revolutions, plus the internet combined, is the warming up of what we're seeing now. Now it's happening. So people and companies that already struggled in digital transformation, now it's going to happen. And I will show you why. We've seen exponential technologies that go gradually, and everything, boom, suddenly. And what does that mean for us? And how can you apply this to your business and be successful? Exponential technologies versus our linear minds. That's why I told you I want to strap a rocket to your mind, because our linear minds cannot keep up with the speed of the technology. We lack imagination, it's very difficult for us, and we always say, I'm not really sure. Igor, Mercedes-Benz said to me, Igor, we've been doing it like this for 100 years. He said, I don't know if that is an advantage or if that is very bad, but we'll find out. I don't know if you know this, but this is about culture DNA, and I want to show you. This is a series, I don't know, does anybody know it? The Mad Men, it's a series, some of you know it. It was about advertising, because for 70 years in the world, if you had deep pockets, Nike, Coca-Cola, Unilever, Procter, you had 4, 5, 6, 10 billion US dollars per year to spend in advertising, you became the #1 in the market. We've been doing it like that for 70 years. The TV commercials, up 4 billion on TV, and you were the #1 in the market. What we do tend to forget, people, that was the era of 3 TV channels and 3 products in the supermarket. The world changed a little bit. Do I believe in advertising? Yes, it can win you a few quarters. But in the last 25 years, I experienced and noticed a new group. I call them the Math Men. This is not a series. Please don't go to Netflix, say Netflix. No, you see, weird futurist. This is my makeup. I met them. Larry, Mark, and the rest of the San Francisco gang. The people that said it was never like this before, it should have been like this. Let's go. Innovation wins you decades. And the old school people, the madmen, they rely on McKinsey, and they have backward-looking market research, and they have everything they need, and still they lose. So what's happening, and what do they see, what we do not see? And that is very interesting, and that's what I want to show you in a few examples. Now I'm going to help a few of you who made a lot of business cases in his life. Honest, me. Another business case, another business case. You know what Elon Musk says? I don't make a business case. I will be the new business case. That is leadership. The return on investment of innovation, we always look at return on investment. I'm going to spend this, and what is my ROI? Then I came after 20 years, and I said, I have another business case to CEOs. Can you make for me the risk of inaction business case as well? The what? Ik zeg, the risk of inaction. What if you don't move now, you stay on your butt, and you don't move and you don't invest now? What will happen to your company in 1, 3, 5, or 7 years' time? And will you still be there? Whoa, 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 whoa. And why do I say that? Because I've seen a lot of things happening. This, for example, the outsiders and the outliers. Richard Branson is an example. The airline, British Airways, stood up his wife a few times. He said, I'm now fed up. He called Boeing, can I lease 5 Boeings? Boeing said, what? He said, I'm going to start Virgin Airlines. Elon Musk is the same with Tesla. Why doesn't this come from the people within the industry? Because Richard Branson doesn't know anything about airlines, but he's doing it. So what do we see in the world? The people within that certain industry always have the DNA and the mentality. We've been doing it like this for 30 years. They say no. I don't know about the business, but we can do it differently. And they take over entire industries in under a decade time, which is basically impossible if you look at the history of the world. It's not possible, but it's happening. So what do they see? He's not here anymore, but Alvin Toffler. Of course, the most difficult thing for our generations is to unlearn, relearn, and to do it differently, because we have been doing it for so long. So are you capable of control, alt, delete, and look fresh at the same world in your same industry in the future? And that seems to be very, very difficult. Also, because we don't know. I don't know much about technology. I had to learn, but I need to be curious. So how can we unlearn and relearn? And I want to give you a few examples. Look through the lens of those math men, the guys with the ones and the zeros. Larry Mark, the data-driven, AI, predictive modeling. What do they see? And how can we learn from that? And what can we do or benefit with that? And I don't always win popularity contests. Sometimes I get eggs and tomatoes. That is difficult if you're a futurist. I said to retail for 20 years, what is the problem? Is it the Amazon effect? Or is it because you lack customer centricity? It's a good question, a relevant question. Why are you still retailing like it's 1999? You see that consumers want new things, so that is very difficult. And then if I show you a little bit, that is for the handout, you will get it. This is the supply chain 4.0 that Amazon has built. So if you're a retailer and you're starting now, because Walmart wants to compete with Amazon, no, it's not going to happen. I know they do pep talks, but it's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. If you drive from Riyadh to any city and I follow you after a day, I'm never going to pick up with you, because you drive 100 miles per hour. I cannot, and they started 10 years ago. Supply chain 4.0, very difficult. Infrastructure, technology, data-driven, and they know their customers better than their customers know themselves. Data, 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 data. And people laugh about this. Amazon has the patents. So the retail brands laugh about my story. I said, look it up online. Amazon has the patents. Flying warehouses in 20, you see there one on the big wall. There's drones, they come from the mothership. We have smart housing. So the drone delivers me warm food. My window opens automatically because the drone says, click, you ordered, boom, and the pizza's on the table, the drone is out, and I can start to eat. This is the Amazon Bezos dream. Will take a while, but the infrastructure is there. They have the patents. So that is very interesting. I needed to take a sexy picture for you. This is about the media and the television and the broadcasting companies. Young, smart people that know the trends, very fashionable. I've spoken for all the big television media houses in the world. You know what they said for 15 years long? 15. This is not a joke. Igor, Netflix is a hype. Come on, are you serious? They're going to take the powerful television away. Netflix is a hype. So, okay. And YouTube, already 1 billion viewers. Nah, YouTube is a bunch of stupid cat videos. So, okay, let's go. What happened? In under 7 years' time, the duopoly Facebook, Google, Veni Vidi Vici, they came and they conquered, and they took 55% of the global media and advertising revenues. In 7 years' time, exponential. So I hope that this is a cultural message that lands. I told you, all the big car brands in the world. I've been in Audi, Mercedes, Benz, and all the way. Igor, we've been doing it for 100 years. Do yourself a favor, you're a nice speaker. But please don't bring these examples. Everybody's laughing at you. Tesla, it's a joke. Yeah? Who's laughing now? Market cap here, 45 seconds it takes. From zero to assembling a Tesla. 45 seconds, and the car is ready to drive. So I'm not laughing, I'm just curious and looking at the risk of inaction. This is gaming. A lot of CEOs said to me, this is a little bit for teenagers, Igor, gaming. Or is gaming very interesting, growing for real estate, bringing the new venues and connecting more people than we could ever imagine? Can you imagine China, Abu Dhabi, that you can race against the professionals? Fantastic. Now, I'm from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Max Verstappen is Dutch. We did interviews in 2017 about AI. He said, Igor, AI and technology is Formula One. It's the same for business. It's here to stay, and if you're not with it, you're going to lose. For me, very interesting to see this region has so many things to offer. And if you see 23.5 million gamers here in Saudi Arabia, and you can count me and him in two now, so 2 extra in a house of hype. The revenues in gaming here in 6-7 years' time, 6-7 billion. What I see, Sphere in Las Vegas, the big dome where the UFC is going to be, they made a 98 million loss in 2022. So, yeah, London is not going to happen. Here it's flying. Maybe they will need another venue in the coming few years. You see what you do with mindset? You are second mover advantage is the biggest advantage there is. A little bit from my markets, we're a little bit slow, fat and lazy. And a little bit arrogant because we think we all know it. I'd rather see people that want to have the power and ambition to grow something because you get this, it works. And this is also ID, venues, IDs, but also for marketing and tourism. This is an event, Web Summit, maybe you know it, largest tech fest in the world. 70,000 people come to Lisbon every year. Can you imagine 70,000 people in Riyadh for a tech fest? What is your average visa? $220 per entry? 70,000 times? 70,000 times 3 nights in the 4 seasons? 70,000 times in an Uber for 3 days in a restaurant? About 10% of the GDP of the city of Lisbon. 1 event per year. Hello? Scale your business, events, live communications can be very powerful and bring an entire group. What happens in Lisbon, people, real estate, because what has this to do with real estate? Most of the business and serial entrepreneurs who pay $1,000 US dollar for a ticket, they say, what a nice area, Lisbon, Portugal, Cascais, maybe you should rent or buy a house here. 3 to 4% of the entrepreneurs that come there rent or buy a house in Portugal. Hey. So, can you imagine if you attract the right customers? Very interesting, but it's a different mindset. I had to tell you this because what we're now seeing, of course, I am a believer that this will impact, can take a while. Of course, IP, smart contracting is very important. But can you apply this to real estate? Tokenization, ladies and gentlemen. Soon we will have buildings funded by the crowd. Tomorrow we can buy a hotel with 100,000 people if we put in the money. And Boston Consultancy Group said, this is going to fly 16 trillion by 2030. This is not a typo. It is not million, not billion, trillion. I don't know if the prediction is right, but suppose they're wrong and it's 8 trillion. Should we still look at the trend or no? I think so. Put it on your list. Tokenization. Very interesting. And the last few things, I've done a few gatherings for you, AI, PropTech, 3D, IoT, for me very important trends for the coming 10, 20, 30 years for real estate. And why? This is cute, eh? I'm a little bit sarcastic, you notice that, eh? I'm a little bit sarcastic. This is what people do in New York. They say, because we're of course denying technology. Hey ChatGPT, can you finish this building? Because we want to say, of course, you can never do construction. That will be safe for technology. I say, okay. Humanoids, and I'm not saying whole construction is replaced, but the difficulty is that we don't believe the future and that we say, "Ma." And if it's not the robots, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think about 3D printing in real estate? Who of you played with Lego when you were young, or maybe still today, or technical Lego? A lot of people did. 3D printing, I already see prefab houses delivered on location. And I want to be short for this, but I want to put this in perspective for you. What could 3D printing mean for real estate and for the rest of the world? What could it mean? The robots also. All things repetitive and automated, my prediction by 2030 will be replaced by robots or AI. White and blue collar jobs, or part of jobs. In 2017, we replaced 40% of my research team with algorithms and AI, and they do a much more clever job. If I say to my people, I don't know how to do that, I want to know all the acquisitions from Google, Facebook, Apple, and Amazon in fintech. And I get all the acquisitions. And the banks don't believe me. They say, well, no, fintech, Apple, Google, not going to happen. Except they acquired for 140 billion together, fintech startups. How do you know? Except, well, this is the data. AI searched it for it. It's public information. So if you know what to look for, you get very interesting models. You have a different view. I say to governments who I advise, please listen to my predictions. If you sign off and say, okay, for autonomous cars, self-driving, what are you going to do to the 400 million people in the world that work in Uber and in transport and in logistics? They will be out of a job. Did you think about that? Huh? I said, did you think about that if the decision you take now is decisive for 400 million jobs? Oh, maybe we should go back to the business case. I think that's a wise idea. And IoT, very short, what's going to mean for real estate? What is the impact and what do we see? And if I visualize it for you, it's a little bit of what we've seen in visualize of House of Hype, this. And the cool and the fun thing is, I've seen drones in desert-like areas where agriculture is needed to feed the people. The drones fly in over the crops. They say number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, replace them, 9, 11, 12. Water, 13, 14, 15, extra water and fertilizer. And the robots and the drones fly back and automatically they drop what they need. There's not even irrigation systems anymore. Old school thinking to dig everything in the ground. There is new methodologies that can help us for the coming 10, 20, 30 years. Very interesting to look at. And I wanted to talk to you about 3D printing. My prediction, I'm not sure, but it can also be 30 or 20 or 25%, still significant. Can you imagine what happens? 3D printing, in 10 years' time we will have 3D printing shops around us. In 20 years we all have a printer at home, or the majority. Can you imagine? Manufacturing, trade, logistics, production, DHL, delivery is going to slash international trade and logistics in half, people. 3D printing means that I now go to a store and say, hey, Igor, I need size now 52, 54. We gained a little bit with eating. Can I get my jacket? Comes out of the printer. Amazon has the IP and the brand, they still charge me. No more production, no more factories, no more delivery, boom, out of my printer in the copy shop in the corner. 10, 20 years. So that's pretty fast. The last thing, so I've been trying to tell you that I see big things for real estate. The biggest changes, compound annual growth rate, for all what is in tech, 40 to 60%. That is where the growth is. And of course, the traditional and the retail business that you do today, you're the experts. I don't need to tell you anything about it. But here are the big opportunities. And what is my closing thoughts, the key takeaways for today's? I want to be very, very clear. Technology can empower or control society. I'm for the empowering side. I don't always win the popularity prizes with it, but I think that we can facilitate humanity and that we can help. We can also control the people. Up to you and up to governments and up to everybody what we want to do with this. Peter Drucker, my favorite management consultant, culture eats strategy for breakfast. Very important. In tech, you have 90 to 100 days to deliver, and you need to have the data to create the predictive modeling. The guessing in the boardroom in your underbelly is over, ladies and gentlemen. You will lose from the math man. Hire the people with those skills. Very important. And we as seniors, I think we also have responsibilities to younger generations. Do you know the Karate Kid, Mr. Miyagi? Who knows Mr. Miyagi? Yeah? Okay. Sensei. You need to be able to help. For the younger people, I think in many audiences they say, Mr. Who? I say, oh yeah, sorry, you're younger. Mr. Han. That's the follow-up. So I have to be careful what to show you. Because Mr. Miyagi, they look at me, they say, yeah, you see, he's old school. No, Mr. Han. Okay. But also very important, if you don't have a screenager advisory board, if you don't have the culture as a four-stripe general or as a business leader to listen to the young people, I give you 5 to 15 years and the business is over. Give any application or tool to young people, 5 to 15 years old, and they will tell you this, they're going to swipe you out. This sucks big time. Don't do it. So, are we having the culture and the DNA, not only to sensei the younger people, but to facilitate, empower the people that know people? Listen, okay, I'm 53. My first internet computer was when I was 24 years old. I should not even be on this stage. I am complete, utter loser in this world. 24 years I had my first internet. Can you imagine this generation? Wow, they swipe and they do, and I have kids 14, 15 years old. They say, are you the CEO of this business? I say, yeah, why? Now, this sucks what you do. You don't use AI in this and this and this way. My ego wants to say, hey, listen, I've been doing this for 25 years. I have no. I say, okay, thank you. Can you do it for me? Yeah, of course. Kids, very clever. So empower them and make them part of your business as a test panel. So I say real estate used to be an art, now it is a science too. If you're not into data-driven econometrists, people that do predictive modeling, you will be guessing in the boardroom. I've seen it enough, please don't do that. I want you to win, and not to lose, okay? Last 4 things, it's very simple, but we failed the digital transformation. Please do it right. If you believe my story, that Industry 4.0, in whatever way, is going to disrupt real estate in the coming 10, 20, 30 years. Please learn from digital transformation. You need to hire the talents for Industry 4.0 now. IoT, PropTech, 3D, whatever I showed you today. If you don't hire the talents now, They will be working at Google and Facebook for an amount you can never afford. And this group is very scarce. There are not many people with those skills. So please try to think like the madman, be ahead of the game, and hire those talents for real estate in those 4, 5, 6, 7 technology trends. Then you will be the winner of tomorrow. Believe me. Last but not least, be nice to nerds. We will all end up working for one. And I want to wish you unleash your inner techie. I want to thank you for inviting me. I want to wish you incredible success. And I hope to be here again very soon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, he promised to strap a rocket to our minds. Igor Burka, can we have a massive round of applause, please?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Igor, for such a fabulous closing session for this first day of the Real Estate Future Forum. Has it been good for you? Yes, lots of insights, some inspiration, some things that you can take away and think about overnight. Ready for tomorrow? Excellent. Well, we're back here 9 a.m. Loads more sessions, lots more insights, lots more expertise, panels, speakers, fireside chats. You don't want to miss it. But let's give us all a massive round of applause for the end of the first day of the RFF.